Chapter 392, The Worst Torture 3, Let's resolve this through conversation. Vikir. No, it was Garam who spoke. Upon hearing those words, everyone present fell silent. From the guards who were setting up the perimeter to even Sakath, who was the culprit, and even Kirko, who was captured as a hostage. Silence enveloped the entire labor camp. The first to speak up was Sakath. What is this? Are you out of your mind, stupid Garam? Vikir, a seasoned warrior who had lived through the era of destruction, was adept at hiding his mana and presence. It was to the extent that even Hugo, the Lord of Baskerville, would not have noticed anything. Of course, Sakath didn't recognize Garam's true identity. Vikir shrugged his shoulders as Garam. I'm perfectly sober. No, you were supposed to be dead. At that time, I almost was. When a person escapes from a life-threatening situation, they often undergo significant internal growth. Sakath keenly observed the change in Garam's demeanor, which was different from before. You look the same, but it feels like you've become a different person. Your gaze has become somewhat sharper. If you know, then release my comrade. Let's talk among us. Tusk, spare me your nonsense. You think changing your gaze is impressive enough to match wits with me? Sakath sniffed dismissively, as if there was no need to mix words with someone like Garam. But Garam remained in place, not backing down. From behind, the shouts of some guards could be heard. Hey, lower-ranked guard, where do you think you're going? You can't just leave like that. You'll only increase the hostages. Tusk, they're stupid. They need to know their place. It was as he said. Sakath cleared his throat and spat out phlegm into his mouth. 2. The phlegm, emitting a foul stench, flew towards Garam's face like a slap. A direct hit would have been a surefire attack, akin to spreading a disease. But, whoosh, with just a slight tilt of his head, Garam effortlessly dodged Sakath's attack, despite it being at a speed that a lower-ranked guard couldn't possibly react to. Sakath's expression changed. Seizing the opportunity, Garam whispered so softly that the guards couldn't hear. There's quite an interesting topic to discuss. Aren't you curious? Tusk, ridiculous. Sakath chuckled as if in disbelief. What on earth do you want to talk about, you and me? He took the bait. The words uttered by guards were never to be trusted in the first place. That was a fact Sakath, who was orchestrating the hostage situation, knew best. Yet here was a low-ranking guard, strutting boldly on his own, while even those high-ranking guards were at a loss. What conversation could such a peon possibly attempt? Sakath seemed slightly intrigued by this point, but spontaneous curiosity, as easily as it arose, vanished just as easily. Ah, let's drop it. There's no way a conversation between you and me could be worthwhile. It's about your queen. It's about the one who sent you here. However, Sakath's expression quickly hardened. In the already tense atmosphere, a keyword had been dropped. The reason Sakath was so incensed was because of being rejected by the queen. Before long, a palpable malice emanated from Sakath's whole being. It was the kind of presence that suffocated just by being nearby, weighing down on one's entire body. But Garam remained nonchalant. It was something unimaginable from his previous self. With a firm grip on Kirko's neck, Sakath spoke as if chewing out his words. Come to think of it, you had a crush on this woman, didn't you? Fine, let's entertain this conversation that supposedly piques my interest. If it's a trap, I'll snap this woman's neck and devour her intestines. Hold on. There's something to do before we talk. Garam didn't just succumb to Sakath's presence, but raised his palm to interrupt him. This conversation holds many important details. It's confidential. What secrets could a mere low-ranking guard like you have? You might find out if you listen. My rank is not the issue here. Tusk, you've been quite audacious from the start. So what's this thing we need to do before we talk? The momentum of the conversation had slightly shifted in Vikir's direction. Garam spoke casually. Hand Kirko over to us. Are you insane? You're coming to the one orchestrating the hostage situation, asking to exchange hostages and talk. Ensure the hostages remain in custody. What nonsense have you been spouting? Who said anything about someone else becoming the hostage? Me. Garam was insisting on sending Kirko back instead of using himself as a hostage. If not, the conversation won't happen. Do you even realize your position right now? I do. I'm a lowly guard, barely worth mentioning. I'm making unreasonable demands to someone like you, a level 8 prisoner. I could make you a hostage too. Then the conversation definitely won't happen. Shame. It's something you would have found quite pleasing to hear. Sakath became increasingly perplexed by Garam's calm demeanor, unchanged expression. What kind of audacity is this, really? As you know, I'm not usually the bold type. I don't have the courage to boast at the risk of my life. If I'm saying this confidently, doesn't it pique your curiosity? What I'm basing my confidence on? Garam continued speaking, and Sakath seemed to somewhat agree with his words. However, fine. Then show me evidence that you're someone worth being my hostage before we exchange hostages. Do I need proof to become a hostage? Of course. Sakath, with an angry expression, lifted Kirko's neck, trembling in his grip. Despite being at death's door, she's not begging for her life. She's courageous and resilient. But are you not just a pathetic fool, Garam? The moment you're taken hostage, you might wet yourself and suffer a heart attack, right? Then the value of the hostage disappears. You're forcing it. You're no different. So how do you propose I prove it? When Garam asked, Sakath tilted his head to one side. Then he reached out towards the nearest senior-ranked guard. Hey, you, give me a cigarette. Luckily, the lieutenant had a cigarette in his mouth. He took it out of his pocket and tossed it to Sakath. Whoosh! Sakath took a drag from the cigarette and exhaled. At the same time, the red blood flowing from his torn lips mingled with the cigarette, drenching it. The smell of iron and bitterness emanated from the blood, mixed with the cigarette. Sakath, holding the cigarette in his mouth, extended it towards Garam. Smoke this, then I'll acknowledge your audacity. All the guards fell silent at his words. Even Kirko, with her eyes tightly shut, pondered. He wouldn't put that in his mouth. Sakath's blood was a Class 1 hazardous substance. A single drop required disinfection with alcohol, fire, and explosives within dozens of meters to contain the terrible toxin. Who in their right mind would touch that cigarette, let alone put it in their mouth? It goes without saying that smoking it would be even more unthinkable. Captain Bastille, who stood at the forefront of the perimeter, also grimaced. For a low-ranking guard, he managed to stall for time quite well, but is this the end? He planned to slowly advance his rear subordinates to ambush Sakath. But time was running out. Sakath, too, remained vigilant without a hint of relaxation. Then, something happened that astonished everyone. Swish, Garam casually accepted the cigarette Sakath offered. Without anyone stopping him, he put the cigarette in his mouth. Light it, and he even casually demanded the lighter. Sakath stood still with a somewhat blank expression. Did he not know what he put it in his mouth? But Garam simply nodded as if it were nothing. You should provide the lighter, too. At his words, Sakath turned his head towards the guards with a dazed expression. Eventually, thunk, a match thrown hastily by a lieutenant-class guard fell into Sakath's hand. Sizzle, whoosh. Despite his bewilderment, Sakath lit the match and held it to the cigarette in Garam's mouth. The sight of a notorious convict, confined to level 8, bowing to a low-ranking guard less than half his height to light his cigarette was truly bizarre. Whoosh! After taking a deep drag from the cigarette, Garam exhaled a long plume of smoke. Amidst the stunned expressions of onlookers with their mouths agape, Sakath, with a serious expression, asked, How come? I mean, there's actually no plague toxin in your blood, Garam confessed. It was truly a shocking revelation. All the guards who had been watching suddenly realized they had been deceived by Sakath for the past 2 years. In fact, there was no plague in Sakath's body. He had mimicked the appearance of a severe skin disease, using powders of certain fungi and mushrooms easily obtainable even within Nuvalebag, along with detoxifying agents injected by doctors, to create the illusion of a plague and impress others. His reputation as the creator of the deadly plague known as the Red Death had bolstered his facade. But all of this turned out to be nothing more than a facade filled with twists. Now the only thing left was how Garam, a mere low-ranking guard, knew about this fact in advance. What the fuck did I just hear? But how come he wasn't deceived by the facade? Even the doctors couldn't figure it out. True. Is there a way to distinguish? Sakath, with his hands gripped on Kirko's neck along with all the other guards focused on how Garam had seen through Sakath's facade. And then, Garam spoke, opening his mouth with a slow and dry tone to address everyone's doubts. I just didn't know. Chapter 393, The Worst Torture 4, Chapter 393, The Worst Torture 4. He didn't know. Everyone present at the hostage scene wore blank expressions. Even Kirko, the hostage, and the perpetrator, Sakath, couldn't hide their bewilderment. It was Sakath, a level 8 prisoner, a notorious criminal from the ruthless Reviadan clan, a villain who nearly caused a dreadful pandemic across the empire. Despite wearing BDSM shackles that restrain aura and physical strength, he was still dangerous as hell. It was because of the diseases and poisons he could transmit through sweat, saliva, blood, and even breath. His danger level was assessed to be on par with level 9 prisoners. Therefore, among some senior guards, there had been occasional suggestions that Sakath should have been imprisoned at a lower level, given the burden he posed. He was a daunting prisoner among the guards, sometimes even evoking fear. So this rookie guard casually accepted a cigarette offered by this monster, with no hesitation and no certainty. The senior guards were shocked precisely at this. It was an act beyond ordinary audacity. It had already surpassed the bounds of recklessness. Unless one was desperate to die, even Sakath seemed incredulous as he asked, "You didn't know?" "No, I didn't," Vikyr replied, puffing on his cigarette. It was true he didn't know, but gambling with his life was certainly out of the question. After all, within Vikyr's body flowed the venom of Madame Eight Legs, capable of neutralizing all poisons and diseases. Madame Eight Legs consumes various poisons, storing only the essence in her venom sac where it is concentrated. It didn't matter what kind of plague Sakath possessed. No matter how vile, how toxic, or how terrifying it was, upon entering Vikyr's body, it would simply become nutrients. Knowing this, Vikyr casually put Sakath's cigarette in his mouth. But for Sakath, who didn't know this, understanding the intentions of the rookie guard before him was utterly incomprehensible. "I don't know what I'm seeing right now," Sakath shrugged, seemingly bewildered. Then he flung Kirko, whom he had been holding by the neck, far away. Thud, Kirko sprawled on the ground, coughing up blood. With broken ribs and collarbones, unable to breathe properly due to the tightness around her neck, her face turned pale upon hitting the ground. However, as soon as she landed, she quickly got up, adjusted her posture, and unsheathed her knife. Adaptability wasn't just a skill for her. If it had been an ordinary junior guard, they would have been done for. Indeed, if one doesn't die in some nameless skirmish, they'll surely rise to prominence someday. Vikyr glanced briefly at Kirko behind him, reaffirming his judgment. "Then are you that fond of her?" Sakath's voice snapped Vikyr out of his thoughts. Confused, Vikyr turned his head to see Sakath staring down at him as if in disdain. "You're risking your life over a mere girl. Do you not understand what it means to be taken hostage, stupid Garam?" It seemed Sakath understood Vikyr's, or rather, Garam's, willingness to gamble his life for Kirko's affection. Other guards seemed to share similar sentiments. Was Garam fond of Kirko? Didn't you know, he's always been fixated on Kirko during roll call. But even so, isn't that too reckless? What bravery, risking your life for an unrequited love. Bravery. More like foolishness, just courting death. Look, the senior guards' expressions have already changed. It seems they're inclined to enforce suppression. Upon hearing the guards' murmurs, Sakath let out a disdainful snort as if to say, "See that? You're a sacrificial lamb. A pawn, a disposable pawn. Do you really think those junior guards surrounding us care about one measly life?" HMPH. Well, being so engrossed in whatever nonsense, you probably didn't even notice you were smoking a cigarette stained with blood. A lunatic, Vikyr pondered for a moment. Well, I was indeed infatuated. Reading the heartfelt passages about Kirko in the diary, Vikyr thought that if he were infatuated like the persona he was portraying, he might have indeed sacrificed himself for Kirko. But Vikyr was not like that. He had stepped forward with the sole purpose of pursuing strategic advantage. "Well then, let's begin our conversation. Lower your voice from now on. Was there really anything worth discussing? You didn't put on this show for some girl, did you? Shut up and listen." As Vikyr was about to speak, Garam, a voice came from behind. Vikir and Sakath were startled and turned their heads to see Kirko halfway drawing her knife. Kneel. Simultaneously, a swift and precise attack flew through the air. Flash. Surprisingly, it was an aura so dense and concentrated that it was almost liquid-like. Was there an epiphany at the brink of life and death? Amidst this, Kirko, now at a heightened state, unleashed her footwork. "Arg, you crazy woman!" Sakath exclaimed in shock. Vikir, too, was considerably flustered by the unexpected turn of events. Fortunately, Kirko's sudden attack was intercepted by fellow guards. Female guards who were usually friendly with her rushed in and restrained Kirko's arms and legs. "Kirko, are you out of your mind? You'll only make 2 hostages. Don't let Garam's sacrifice be in vain." The guards who rushed in from behind grabbed the struggling Kirko and dragged her away. It was quite a contrasting scene compared to when Garam stepped forward with no one to stop him. "Let go of me," Kirko pleaded as she looked at Garam. She saw her comrade, a man who risked his life to save her. In Kirko's gaze towards him there was confusion, turmoil, and desperation. Then, "Don't interfere," Vikir left a short remark. Kirko momentarily stopped struggling and wore a blank expression. Vikir reiterated his point. "You're only causing disturbance. Go." A clear line was drawn. However, his cold demeanor was interpreted quite differently. Even those who had just criticized Garam's actions as reckless were now amazed. Such resolute determination to prevent further sacrifice. How dazzling was this sacrificial spirit. Eventually, Kirko quieted down with a sullen expression, and tension began to flow back among the guards' encirclement. Even among the senior guards, discussions began to arise. "That junior guard has quite the courage, risking his life for his colleague. There's life in his eyes. It's like I'm seeing my own days as a junior guard. Back then, it was all about comradeship and patriotism. Losing such talent would be a great loss. His name is Garam, I hear. He's been topping the monthly evaluations among the junior guards for the past few months. Let's focus on rescuing the hostage first. We'll start by discreetly approaching from the rear. We've already asked for reinforcements." However, oddly enough, Garam, the one who had become the subject of the rescue, seemed utterly disinterested in the surrounding situation. He simply walked over and stood next to Sakath. However, the atmosphere was somewhat different from when Kirko had been the hostage. Whatever the case, they were finally alone together. Sakath quietly asked Vikir, I'm starting to wonder what kind of conversation we're going to have at this point." "It's nice to have privacy. Let's get to the point now." Vikir spoke in a low voice, audible only to Sakath. "The level 10 construction needs to proceed. If you keep causing disruptions like this, it'll be delayed further." "Is that the point?" "Yes, the level 10 construction must proceed as planned. Your riot has already caused a day of delay." "What do you expect me to do, you lunatic? It's your business to deal with that kind of thing, not mine." Sakath couldn't hide his astonishment and anger, but Vikir remained nonchalant. Pressing his finger to his lips as if to signal for quiet, Vikir continued speaking in an even lower voice. "A delay in construction is also a loss for you. The moment when the blue sphere in the center of the level 10 construction zone explodes is the timing. If the construction is delayed, you'll have to wait here longer for that moment." "Wait, for what? What's this timing you're talking about?" "What do you think it is, you idiot?" Vikir retorted shortly, as if he found Sakath's confusion pitiful. Sakath's eyes momentarily turned red upon hearing this. Not only was he psychologically manipulated by a mere junior guard, but he also heard insults like idiot. And it was coming from someone like stupid Garam. Just as Sakath was about to explode in anger, an unbelievable statement came from Vikir's mouth. "It's the timing when Her Majesty will rescue you." It was a line enough to freeze Sakath in place. "Sorry for the delay, guys. I got very sick and had to stay in the hospital overnight. I'm fine now and will try giving chapters daily." Chapter 394, The Worst Torture 5, Chapter 394, The Worst Torture 5. His eyes rolled as if he couldn't understand the noisy gibberish. Vikir repeated himself. "It's about time the Queen saved you, didn't you hear, or are you too dense?" I heard it," Sakath hurriedly responded. Vikir clicked his tongue, watching him. "Good, you heard. You fool, you're not suggesting I was about to betray the Queen, are you? Shut it, you idiot. The Queen is still working to get you out of here. That's why I'm here." Vikyr berated him and left with a poker face. The moment the blue orb at the heart of the level 10 construction zone explodes is the perfect timing. The plan was to activate it and get you out of here. If you hadn't been so foolish, things would have gone smoothly. Are you asking me to believe that? You could have heard my usual conversations and made up stories. Don't want to leave, you've been uncooperative since earlier. That's not it, but then shut up and listen. Sakath closed his mouth, feeling unjust. Vikyr then loosened his collar slightly. I'm not telling you to trust me blindly. At the same time, Vikyr showed him an item he had retrieved from Andromalius's ring. A blade with a white bottom, a black middle, and a red top, with spiral patterns. This was fragments of the winter blade, Orwell. It was a legendary sword that only allowed its wielder to hold its handle, once owned by Winston, the former principal of the Colosseo Academy. His eyes widened at the sight of it. That's the key to Nuvalebag's main gate. No way, Vikyr nodded quietly. Queen who sent Sakath here and Orwell, the item she was fighting for. A being imprisoned deep within Nuvalebag by Orca and Winston during the 47-person incident. Vikyr spoke, combining various keywords in his mind. Miss Ouroboros sent me here to help you. Oh, Queen. You haven't abandoned me, you remembered me. Shut up, fool, the guards might hear. Vikyr pulled down his hat and raised his collar slightly. Then his bare face was revealed, shocking him. As Sakath swallowed the empty words, Vikyr continued speaking. Didn't I tell you I had some hopes for you? Sakath's mouth opened wide in a moment of realization. He recalled a previous conversation. Escape from Nuvalebag. What nonsense is this? Why do you think escape is impossible? What? Your thoughts don't go beyond that. You might think you've been abandoned, but that's not the case. It's because I saw potential in you. I've been watching you for the past 2 years. You might lack strength and determination, but your stubbornness and initiative appealed to me. Your loyalty is somewhat strong too. Why all this nonsense from earlier? You'll find out soon after I escape from here. With this recollection, Sakath opened his mouth with a crestfallen expression. So from the beginning. That's right. The Queen sent me here to test you. And you, in your own way, didn't betray her by revealing information. That's why I gave you a passing grade. Of course, it was all lies. Vikyr had found the connection between Sakath and Sadi thanks to Dicarabia's testimony. Their blood smells similar, his and Sadi's. After Vikyr finished smoking the cigarette stained with Sakath's blood, Dicarabia was sure enough. There were enough clues to speculate about who the Queen was, the one who sent her subordinates here to rescue that person from Nuvalebag. Vikyr growled his words. I was planning to pull you out at the right time, but you had to make such a foolish mistake, and you even tried to sell me out to the guards. Sell you out? Absolutely not. I already know you tried to push me onto Swara. Lie to me again and I'll make sure you rot here forever. Ugh, I'm sorry. I had no idea about the identity of the Night Hound, I swear. Sakath recalled his past before being trapped here. The Queen he served seemed to talk quite often about wanting to meet the Night Hound. Maybe it wasn't just about finding subordinates or allies. At that time, I just thought it was a talk about finding underlings or a partner. I was too short-sighted. Sakath was completely overwhelmed by Vikyr's gaze. At the same time, an infinite trust and relief sparkled in his eyes. So, can I survive? Can I get out of here? Sakath asked eagerly. There's still a chance, Vikyr replied. How do I do that? As I said, activate the blue orb in level 10 and rescue that person to get out. Please instruct me. Then from now on, follow my instructions diligently. Considering the trouble you caused today, I'd like to kick you out of the escape team, but... As Vikyr revealed his discomfort, Sakath shrank, visibly nervous. Eventually, Vikyr noticed the procession of guards sneaking up behind Sakath. If you can handle the upcoming events smoothly, I'll overlook it. Until the incident happens, you need to behave like a model prisoner. Understand? Why, yes. I'll do my best, even risking my life. I'll trust you once more, but if you cause trouble again, there will be no mercy. Yes. Good. For now, let yourself be arrested by the guards approaching from behind. Just make some noise and struggle a bit. Yes, but if I get caught, will I be taken to solitary confinement, or maybe even executed? Be prepared for solitary. I can't prevent that. You'll have to go that far to escape. But if a death sentence is issued, it'll expedite our escape plan, so don't worry." Sakath nodded with bright eyes, relieved. Suddenly there was a shout, "Now, attack!" The thunderous sound echoed from behind. Simultaneously, guards, including Captain Bastille, rushed toward Sakath from behind. Gasp! What's this? When did they get here? I didn't expect this. Yeah. Sakath collapsed to the ground, acting so convincingly that it even made Vikir's heart race with anxiety. Fortunately, the tense atmosphere prevented anyone from suspecting anything. Thump, grr, thud, clang, clunk. Sakath's arms and legs were confined with BDISSEM restraints. At that moment, as Sakath and Vikir's eyes met, Sakath winked at Vikir, smiling. Vikir nodded dryly in response. Before long, their faces returned to their usual demeanor. Soon, even Vikir was surrounded by junior guards. "Garam, are you okay? Wow, smoking really suits you, man. Why is your face covered in dirt? When did that happen?" Vikir had managed to recreate the burnt marks on his face with the hot earth he had grabbed from the floor. The slight differences in the scars were masked by dirt, sulfur powder, and bloodstains. The junior guards clustered around Garam, chattering excitedly for a while. Then, the junior guards around Vikir suddenly cleared a path, and someone approached. It was Kirko. Kirko slowly approached and stood in front of Vikir. Then in a small voice she asked, "Are you okay? Your face seems pretty badly injured." She hesitated, unable to take her eyes off Vikir's face. "It's fine, leave it and it'll heal." It was true. With Basilisk's power, a burn like this would regenerate in an instant, but Kirko, unaware of this fact, didn't leave Vikir's side. "Just a moment." Before Vikir could protest, Kirko took something out of her front pocket. It was burn ointment. "It must have hurt," Kirko muttered absent-mindedly. Then, without waiting for a response, she started applying the burn ointment to Vikir's face, keeping her mouth shut. Considering her usual cold and aloof demeanor, it was a surprisingly unexpected scene, leaving the junior guards around them astonished. Meanwhile, Vikir was about to refuse the help but decided against it. There were more pressing matters at hand. Vikir glanced over to see Sakath being dragged away by senior guards, presumably to solitary confinement. "Listen up. You're going to solitary for 3 months. Solitary won't be the end. After solitary, we'll work you like a dog. After that, you'll be executed. Got it? I swear on my name. You'll end up on the gallows for sure." The senior guards couldn't hide their anger at Sakath's foolish riot. Justice always prevails. It was the natural consequence. "Can't hold out for long," Vikir grimaced in thought. He had never intended to let Sakath off lightly, not since he knew he was the culprit behind the Red Death that had ravaged Balax and other tribal people. Even if Sakath endured torture and solitary confinement, Vikir had already planned the next steps. It didn't matter. He heard the mocking laughter of Dikarabia from within his chest. Trying to calm the rebel prisoner with the futile hope of escape. Lies of the lowest order. Walking step by step towards death without even realizing you're being deceived. Isn't this the cruelest torture? Who's the demon and who's the demon hunter, I wonder? "Shut up." Vikir pretended to be annoyed and thumped his chest with his fist. Anyway, this should end the situation. The riot among the level 8 inmates. This recent disturbance, which could have escalated into a major disaster, was swiftly resolved thanks to the remarkable performance of a junior guard. And then, "Hey, guard!" Vikir heard Captain Bastille, the chief supervisor of this operation, calling him from behind. "You did well, really well. I never knew I had such a capable subordinate under me. Why didn't I recognize this talent before?" As Captain Bastille praised him, patting his shoulder, Vikir could anticipate what would happen next from his words. It was time for rewards and recognition. Chapter 395. The Worst Torture 6. Chapter 395. The Worst Torture 6. 4 months had passed since then. "Today is a joyful day, time for the most awaited ceremony," Captain Bastille exclaimed with tears of joy as the modest ceremony of Nouvelebeg was underway. It was the promotion ceremony. Although it wasn't the formal promotion ceremony that occurred quarterly, it had all the trappings of one for an impromptu event. Amidst the applause of everyone, the promoted individuals stepped forward onto the stage. Captain Bastille, responsible for the ceremony, embraced each promoted individual tightly with tears in his eyes. Among them, Captain Bastille embraced Vicyr the strongest and longest. "Congratulations, Captain Garam Nord." Garam Nord, originally a low-level lieutenant, had been promoted 2 ranks to become a captain. It was a groundbreaking promotion among the lower-ranking guards. Yet what was even more surprising was that despite Vicyr's rapid promotion, no one considered it unreasonable. After all, Captain Garam Nord consistently exceeded the workload assigned to other guards. Just considering his merits alone, promotion to captain was inevitable. Moreover, he subdued the riot of level 8 prisoners 4 months ago. That alone was proof of his capability. It was sufficient for promotion to captain. Anyway, it would have been natural for him to be promoted 2 ranks over time. Head Captain Bastille is just adding some color to it now. That's nonsense. According to regulations, promotion by 2 ranks requires a background check and a thorough investigation of one's life. Not to mention, it usually takes months, scrutinizing even the smallest details. Captain Bastille waived those processes because he favors this young friend. Everyone welcomed the new guard, Captain Garam Nord, with enthusiasm. Given that they had avoided punishment or demotion due to the riot, their jubilation was understandable. Head Captain Bastille personally pinned the captain's insignia adorned with 3 diamonds onto Vicyr's chest and said, "After your actions, the rioter Sakath was confined to solitary for 3 months. Since then he has been diligently working. That's good to hear. I believe it's the result of everyone's courageous efforts. You're modest. Among them you were the bravest. But," Captain Bastille lowered his voice subtly, "how did you manage it, Garam? If what you said about that rioter being so stubborn is true, how did you convince him so easily?" "I didn't say much. I simply persuaded him logically. There's nothing good about causing a riot." Is that so? Well then, that's fine. It's not something to discuss here anyway. Well, there will be more opportunities to talk later." Captain Bastille, generally considered a strict officer, seemed somewhat amused by Vicyr's straightforward response. Finally, Vicyr received the enhanced weapon and appointment letter reserved for ranks above lieutenants and descended from the stage. Thud. As expected, Vicyr chose the truncheon as his weapon. It fits snugly in your hand, doesn't it? It was indeed the weapon that Garam had used throughout his life, but it also suited Vicyr surprisingly well. For Vicyr, who had lived his whole life as an assassin or a swordsman, there hadn't been many occasions to use a truncheon designed for subduing and restraining rather than killing. But the more you use it, the more it grows on you, isn't that right? The cold touch against the palm, the rough sensation of the handle, the elongated end that produced a cheerful noise with each swing. It was a weapon that appealed to him in various ways. It almost felt like discovering a second nature. Human, are you swinging the other way now? Rather than killing, is it about not killing? In that case, it's possible. No, not that. I meant the way you're holding the truncheon. Thunk de Carabia muttered incomprehensible words once again. After silencing Decarabia, Vicyr descended from the stage. Now that he had achieved the desired rank of captain, it was a satisfying outcome. Thunk, Vicyr closed the door. His newly assigned private quarters, following his promotion to captain, were much more pleasant than the cramped and dingy space. The 15-square-meter stone chamber was neatly arranged. Although the dampness mixed with salt lingered, it was equipped with a window that allowed a view outside and a separate shower facility, far superior to the quarters of the lower-ranking guards. Vicyr approached the window to gaze outside. Behind the thin foam created by mysterious mucus-like substance, a dark abyss stretched out. However, the view was quite clear, thanks to the illuminated coral reef and bioluminescent jellyfish colonies emitting a faint glow below. In the distance, he spotted a massive shadow undulating in the water. Vicyr stood by the window for a while, observing the unknown deep-sea creature swimming. Then, tap, tap, the sound of a knock on the door echoed. "Captain Garam, may I come in?" A cold and firm voice. As Vicyr remained silent, the door opened shortly after. Standing outside the threshold was a woman in uniform. It was none other than high-level Lieutenant Kirko. Since Vicyr had received his captain insignia, Kirko had become his subordinate. Kirko herself claimed it was a natural administrative assignment, but Captain Bastille's testimony had a slightly different tone. Kirko, who had consistently refused to be anyone's subordinate, didn't seem to resist the administrative order to become your subordinate. Ha ha! Vicyr recalled Captain Bastille's inexplicably pleased expression as he gazed at him. Vicyr shifted his gaze from the window scenery and turned his head. What's the matter? A natural demeanor, as if the relationship between superior and subordinate had always been there. Yet Kirko, too, seemed to accept this change as natural. Prisoner Sakath on level 8 has had another seizure. Is this the first time since solitary confinement? Yes, it is. Vicyr nodded in response to Kirko's report. Soon after, Vicyr grabbed his truncheon and left the room. And then, Vicyr turned as if he had forgotten something. Kirko tilted her head in curiosity. What Vicyr brought out of the room upon turning was a thick tome of rune scripture. Seeing it, Kirko opened her mouth with a peculiar expression. Captain, yes, do you believe in religion? To some extent. I haven't been to the surface, so I don't know much about surface religions, but I've heard they're quite corrupt. They take money to absolve sins. What are you trying to say? Well, my point is, I want to ask if this book would help calm the prisoners, that's all. In response to Kirko's question, Vicyr gave a dry smile. It could, the answer was brief. Eventually, Vicyr descended the steep spiral staircase and reached level 8. The echoing sound of stone walls and floors could be felt from the entrance of the prison. I'm being executed. Where's the justice in that? After enduring solitary confinement and working hard on labor duty, the level 10 construction site even swelled up like crazy with that blue shit. It's not my fault. Sakath's voice resonated throughout the corridor. It seemed to be a protest against the imminent death sentence. Captain Bastille was considered generous or overly cautious, depending on the perspective. He was a person who wished to minimize variables as much as possible for his upcoming promotion. To Captain Bastille, Sakath was nothing but a thorn in the side, a volatile element who might cause trouble at any moment. He might need to be unofficially executed quietly, Bastille muttered to himself. Manipulating the situation to his advantage was one of his specialties. Meanwhile, Sakath continued to rant, scattering a mixture of mold, sulfur, and various types of soil. Sakath, frothing at the mouth, suddenly calmed down. Startled by Sakath's sudden change in behavior, the guards who had been struggling to restrain him also turned their heads in surprise. Garam stood there. Seniors, could you please step aside for a moment? Garam, or rather Vicyr, politely requested, and all the guards nodded their heads, stepping back. However, Kirko remained steadfastly by Vicyr's side. Vicyr addressed Kirko, you should step back too. I can't. Why not? I am Captain Garam's subordinate. I must always be by your side. Kirko's response, delivered with an unwavering expression, revealed her determination and stubbornness. Vicyr nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Eventually, Vicyr stood in front of the iron bars where Sakath was confined. In a week, you'll be executed. Accept the consequences of your actions. Sakath, confronted with Vicyr's cold voice, remained silent, only glancing around nervously. The guard stood ready behind him, prepared for Sakath's potential outburst. Then Vicyr passed something through the window bars. It was a rune scripture book. Read this until your execution. And repent. Sakath took the scripture book with trembling hands. Fixing his gaze on the pages, he began to flip through them. Suddenly, his pupils dilated in shock. He saw small writing on the middle pages of the scripture. Time is running out, D-7, a hidden message. Upon seeing it, Sakath quietly sank to the ground, tears streaming down his face. I admit my guilt. I will accept everything. Sakath's sudden change of demeanor shocked all the guards present. Unbelievable, that lunatic suddenly quieted down like that. Can't believe my eyes. Garam, what on earth did you do? The guards, who were destined to endure the guy's antics for the next week, sighed with relief as if they had just served a 10-year sentence. They crowded around Vicyr, demanding to know what method he had used. Vicyr replied in a dry voice, "It was nothing special. I simply gave him hope." Of course, that hope was false. In a week he would be executed, and there would be no change in fate. Hope is truly the worst kind of torture, Vicyr thought bitterly, understanding it keenly, having lived through the era of destruction. There was no salvation at the hands of others. The only one who could save oneself was oneself. Turning away from the now subdued Sakath, Vicyr began to plan not a false escape promised to Sakath, but a real one. Escape from Nuvalebeg is not just any escape, Vikir mused. As Vikir predicted, when Night Hound is released from this prison, many things in the world will change. It would serve as humanity's declaration of war, heralding the beginning of the era of complete annihilation, announcing mankind's readiness to face the world where demons roamed. Chapter 396. Dead Man Walking 1. Chapter 396. Dead Man Walking 1. A week passed quickly. Sizzle. Vikir burned all of Garam's diaries. The necessary information had already been acquired, and his handwriting had become perfect, thanks to the forgery techniques he learned from Chihuahua. Now I can confidently imitate Garam's handwriting whenever necessary. It was fortunate. I want to leave this place, with her. Vikir silently gazed at the pages of the diary burning white-hot. Garam's wish to leave this place would never come true. They would only turn into dark and white ashes sinking to the bottom of the deep sea. Vikir silently watched as dozens of notebooks turned into ashes from beginning to end. It was a meager ending for a young man's entire life. Still, I was able to obtain a lot of information. Thank you, Vikir murmured, thinking of Garam, until the smoke from the burning diary disappeared completely. Then there was a knock at the door. Tap, tap. Opening the door, Kirko stood there with her usual expressionless face. It's 3 hours before the execution. Why are you here so early? I wanted to inform you in advance. Is that so? Kirko stood in front of the door, seemingly waiting for Vikir to finish getting ready without moving a muscle. Vikir found her blank stare somewhat unsettling but proceeded to dress. Then, Captain, Kirko spoke up as Vikir turned his head. After a deep breath, she continued, May I speak with you briefly before the execution? It was a somewhat unexpected request. Since there was no reason to refuse, Vikir nodded, indicating his willingness. In a solemn tone, Kirko began to speak. As you know, Captain, I was born in Nuvalebeg. There was an incident in the past where a prisoner assaulted a guard, resulting in my birth. Kirko's straightforward words caused Vikir to pause in buttoning up his shirt. I'm warning you in advance, it might be an immediate execution. Ever since the unfortunate incident between a guard and a prisoner 19 years ago, the hangman has been strict in control and punishment. The words Major Dorjum had spoken when Vikir had refused labor for some reason still lingered in his memory. Kirko continued in a composed tone. After that, both my biological father and mother were referred to the disciplinary committee and disappeared. It is assumed they escaped. Anyway, I don't know who my parents are. Naturally, I've never been to the surface. Why are you telling me this now? Vikir asked. Kirko hesitated for a moment before revealing her true feelings. It's because I've disliked you, Captain, due to my personal past that I've mentioned before. Kirko didn't like Garam. No, she hated him. It was not because Garam was dull and sluggish, or because he was inherently kind and easy to manipulate, but for reasons beyond his constant mistakes. Garam had parents to miss and a homeland on the surface, while Kirko, of the same age, had neither. Captain, you have a homeland and parents. When we first met, you said you came here to help your parents' livelihoods. You said you missed your homeland's mountains, fields, rivers, and lakes. Maybe I envied that. No, it's more like inferiority. So every time you made a mistake, I filled my lacking self-esteem by looking down on you and feeling contempt. Perhaps Garam would never have known that Kirko harbored such thoughts, even until the end. No, even if he knew, would it have changed anything? Vikir stared intently at Kirko, as if asking what she wanted to say. After taking a deep breath, Kirko finally spoke. I wanted to confess this and apologize honestly. I shouldn't harbor such lazy and rotten emotions towards my superior whom I should respect. So, is that why you volunteered to be my subordinate? I didn't volunteer. I see. Vikir nodded. Then Kirko, with more hesitation than before, spoke up. Do you have anything to say to me, Captain? When Vikir raised his head, Kirko, unusually, seemed to stutter. When you saved me during the riot of the level 8 prisoners. What? I'm not completely deaf, you know. Vikir furrowed his brow, showing an attitude as if he didn't understand. Kirko started to sweat slightly, her ears turning red. The senior officers around have been saying things. What things? About when you became a hostage instead of me during the riot of the level 8 prisoners. They're wondering about the reason you did that for me. Finally, Vikir understood what Kirko wanted to say. He liked her that much. He's risking his life for a woman. Does he not understand what it means to be taken hostage by me? He's obsessed, risking his life for unrequited love. Manly, risking his life for a woman he loves. Thoughts of their snide comments flashed through his mind. The murmurs of other guards echoed as well. I became your subordinate through a natural course of personnel assignment, not because of any such reasons. The separation of work and personal matters is important, and if the relationship between superiors and subordinates becomes like that, it may disrupt official duties. Moreover. But Kirko couldn't finish her sentence. Before she knew it, Vikyr, fully dressed in uniform, had left the room. Knock, knock. A vast underground passage resembling the throat of a gigantic monster. Droplets of water dripped from the wrinkled ceiling. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy sound of Vikyr's military boots resounded as he walked. Tap, 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 tap. Behind him, the hurried footsteps following Vikyr were equally noisy. "Where are you rushing off to while I'm talking, sir?" It was Kirko. Vikyr raised a finger to his lips in response to Kirko's murmuring. "SHH, there are people around now." Vikyr and Kirko had come to level 5 to attend the execution. There, numerous guards and prisoners had gathered, with today's protagonist standing at the center. Captain Bastille, who had been on the podium, addressed Sakath. "This isn't an official execution. You will be recorded as alive in the records forever." He spoke with a bitter voice, glaring at Sakath and the other prisoners gathered around. But Sakath showed no particular reaction, just scanning through the guards with slightly trembling eyes. Then Sakath's expression visibly brightened as he spotted Vikyr among the crowd of guards. Soon, the guards conducting the execution stepped forward. Vikyr was in charge. Leading Sakath, Vikyr headed towards the edge of a cliff. At the edge of the cliff stood jagged rocks, and Sakath was left standing precariously at the edge. "Do not falter until the end," Vikyr spoke softly behind Sakath's back. "When you fall from the cliff, the rescue operation will be carried out. Understood?" "I understand," Sakath replied calmly. Being thrown off this pitch-black cliff was the unofficial execution of Nuvalebeg. Thud, Vikyr noticed Sakath's legs trembling slightly. "You pathetic fool, are you scared?" How could I be, sir?" "Don't worry, see the guards and prisoners over there. They're all operatives." Vikyr pointed to the left and right sides of the cliff. Sakath turned to look in the direction Vikyr indicated. Indeed, some guards and prisoners seemed oddly stiff or awkward among the crowd. "They're the insiders who will help you. They'll rush to your aid as soon as my order is given." "I see. You truly are remarkable. When did you manage to enlist so many?" Vikyr didn't bother to answer. In truth, the guards he had pointed out were just ordinary guards and prisoners. It was merely exploiting the psychological phenomenon that people see what they want to see when cornered. With baseless hope, Sakath stood at the brink of the cliff. "Ha ha ha, I have no regrets in life anymore. Do as you please, you bastards." Sakath shouted triumphantly at the surrounding guards before turning his head to give Vikyr a smug glance. And then, without hesitation, Sakath leaped off the cliff. Wee, a prisoner falling into the deep abyss, into the depths of darkness. However, the guards' expressions remained unchanged. The execution wasn't over just because Sakath had jumped off the cliff. Eventually, rumble, rumble, the real execution had begun. Even Sakath, who was being executed, didn't realize it. And for Vikyr, it was also his first time seeing it in person. Rumble, rumble in the darkness, a long line was drawn. It spread wide like the mouth of a living creature, revealing grotesque deformities nestled inside. The long line extended endlessly, opening wide to reveal a gaping maw filled with these grotesque creatures. One enormous face with bared teeth looked down from above. What is that?" Sakath's face turned pale, and Vikyr too swallowed hard. Among the 5 pillars representing Nuvalebeg, the one with the most veiled identity had appeared. "I heard it wasn't a human as well, but I never imagined it'd look like that." It was the arrival of Lieutenant Colonel Flubber. Chapter 397. Dead Man Walking 2, Chapter 397. Dead Man Walking 2, as Vikyr recalled prisoner's words from when he first entered Nuvalebeg. "What's this? How is this admission? This is nothing but a death sentence. It's practically an execution." Garam nonchalantly replied to the panicked prisoner's words. "That can't be." Nuvalebeg's execution is something else entirely, far more dreadful than this. It was then that Vikir understood why Garam had said such things. In the depths of the abyss appeared a mouth. That immense maw twisted the empty space, revealing other overlapping spaces within it. Squares, triangles, circles, deformed figures of irregular shapes crowded haphazardly inside the gaping maw. The swollen eyes, reminiscent of drowned corpses, reacted to the prey descending from above. Vikir pondered. The most mysterious among the 5 pillars of Nuvalebeg is undoubtedly Lieutenant Colonel Flubber. His identity is speculated to be that of an unknown species. Nothing is known about which kingdom, phylum, or class this bizarre creature belongs to. I don't even understand why it's called a species. It bears no resemblance to humans whatsoever. Age unknown, gender unknown, race unknown, origin and destination equally enigmatic. Even the rank of lieutenant colonel is merely a societal title arbitrarily bestowed upon this creature by humans. Long before humans first discovered Nuvalebeg, it was inhabited by this ancient indigenous organism. No matter how far back one delves into Nuvalebeg's oldest records, there is only mention that Lieutenant Colonel Flubber has always existed. Anyway, is this creature responsible for Nuvalebeg's security along with BDSM? Vikir thought, observing the gigantic and grotesque being gaping beneath the abyss. BDSM, restraining the mana and power of the prisoners. Flubber, enveloping the entire fortress in mucus to prevent flooding. These two are the twin pillars upholding Nuvalebeg's existence. Then, Lieutenant Colonel Flubber began making strange noises. A long, thick tongue protruded from the fissure of the abyss. The viscous mucus called flubber overflowed from beneath the tongue's root, streaming profusely. It was the foam-like membrane covering Nuvalebeg's doors and windows. And into that gaping maw, bodies began to drop with a sickening thud. Oh shit, only then did they realize. The first wave of admissions to Nuvalebeg, those who had fallen from the Blade Bridge, where had they gone? Despite being recorded as surviving on paper, what fate had truly befallen them? With a splash, they plunged into the abyss. Lieutenant Colonel Flubber's body was composed of a dark substance mixed with a deep green. Sticky and heavy, akin to molten lead but not as hot, it oozed relentlessly. This sticky mass expanded indefinitely, with no discernible boundaries. It resembled something straight out of ancient legends, like the World Tree and Giant sagas, as if gargantuan phlegm were lodged in the throat of a colossal giant. And this dreadful abyss of viscous slime, engulfed in darkness, unleashed a chilling, terrifying scream. Kia! It was a spine-chilling scream that instantly filled the entire empty hall with terror, even causing seasoned mid-level captains of Nuvalebeg to cover their ears and bite their lips in fear. But only one person remained unaffected. Vikir stood stoically at the edge of the precipice, unmoving, calmly gazing downward. Suddenly, amidst the melting of his entire body, Sakath lifted his head, and above the abyss his gaze met Vikir's, who was observing from the cliff's edge. You! Sakath finally realized he had been deceived. Everything was a lie. There was no rescue, no escape from the beginning. There couldn't possibly be a mailman underwater, searching in the depths of this abyss 10,000 meters below. This was Nuvalebeg, a place devoid of dreams, hope, future, or anything else. Grrrrrrrr. Be-egg. With his mouth now buried, Sakath cursed with all his heart at the figure before him. The swirling vortex of malevolence injected a completely new kind of vigor into this villain, one he himself couldn't recognize. But it was already too late. Evil, life, revenge, all had meaning only when one was alive. Sakath, now just a slightly fresher piece of meat wriggling in Lieutenant Colonel Flubber's mouth, was nothing more than that. Slurp, the quivering folds consumed Sakath's flesh bit by bit. Dragged beneath the abyss of inky darkness, Sakath, the plague leper, vanished. The last sight he saw in this world was Vikir's impassive face before the light. Suddenly, his lips moved. And with the preternatural perceptiveness and focus that only a dying man could muster, Sakath deciphered the faint trail traced by Vikir's lips. You should know whether you're a predator or a prey, and live fucking accordingly. It was exactly as he had heard during their first encounter. Sakath shouted, pouring out all his strength, containing a truth and earnestness he had never expressed before, even during his entire existence. Perhaps it was the anger or malice of a single human, an unimaginably cruel and wicked curse. Or maybe it was a genuine and pure intention of repentance or atonement that would resonate deep within the hearts of all who witnessed it. But his intentions were never conveyed to the world. Gurgle, with a sound akin to the laughter he often emitted, Sakath disappeared into the depths of the black abyss. Whether he was granted the repose commonly heard by the departed, rest in peace, remains unknown. All that is certain is that he will never escape from that abyss. For eternity, a chilling silence swept through the wardens. Even the bold and courageous Kirko was sweating profusely. "Lieutenant Colonel Flubber's executions are always terrifying," she muttered. Vikir, returning after pushing Sakath off the cliff, quietly nodded in response to her words. "Lieutenant Colonel Flubber. He may seem devoid of intellect, but we can't predict what role he'll play during an escape," Vikir thought. Lieutenant Colonel Flubber, a monstrous being stretching his body across Nuvalebag, responsible for maintenance and upkeep throughout the fortress, unofficially considered one of Nuvalebag's strongest forces. Vikir began to contemplate how much he should be wary of this creature and how much he should ignore. It was the first time since entering Nuvalebag that he had encountered such an unpredictable variable. At that moment, "Kirko!" A voice called out to Kirko. Turning her head, she saw Bastille standing with an air of solemnity. Behind him were his subordinates, dressed in full regalia. "You called for me, head captain," Kirko replied with a bow, and Bastille soon broke into a satisfied smile. "Yes, finally one troublesome prisoner has vanished." Bastille, relentless in his pursuit of promotion and advancement, always kept a wary eye on prisoner revolts. They could have a catastrophic impact on his record. Consequently, Sakath, who had caused the most disturbances and was emotionally unstable, had recently become Bastille's biggest thorn. To be honest, executing prisoners is no easy task. Once the execution is decided, the prisoners constantly resist, incite riots, and even plan escapes or terrorist acts, not to mention the trauma endured by the executing wardens. It's fortunate this incident ended without incident. It is indeed fortunate. A level 8 prisoner accepting execution without any incidents is quite remarkable, and it seems the warden who executed him doesn't show any signs of lingering trauma, or does he? That's correct. Vikir's response brought an even wider smile to Bastille's lips. The charisma, skill, and frightening execution that keep even level 8 prisoners obedient until the moment of execution. The courage and boldness to face it alone without a hint of hesitation. All of this is truly your accomplishment. The more I see, the more appetizing your talent becomes. It reminds me of my younger days. Vikir was growing impatient with the flattery, so to hasten the situation, he even performed a lip service he rarely did. "I will follow you, head captain, for life." Those words only made the smile on Bastille's lips brighter. Bastille, skilled in organizing lines and building factions, seemed to firmly recognize Vikir as his own man. "All right. I'm not like those incompetent rulers or generals who leave a stain on history. Loyal and capable subordinates deserve appropriate rewards." Vikir wore a puzzled expression as Bastille extended a black box towards him. "I hope you'll like it. If it's a gift from you, head captain, it would be a great honor for me. Ha, feel free to open it right here." Bastille seemed to relish the opportunity to showcase his generosity and status through this gift. Eventually, all eyes, including Kirko's standing nearby, focused on the center. With a click, Vikir opened the box, and inside, what was revealed inside caused everyone to widen their eyes in disbelief. Chapter 398. Dead Man Walking 3. Chapter 398. Dead Man Walking 3. As the box opened, a silvery pillar of light emerged from within. It was a badge, representing the rank of mid-level captain. "What's this?" When Vikir raised his head, Head Captain Bastille opened his mouth with a friendly smile. "The progress on the construction has consistently exceeded 100% each time. And last month we finally achieved 200%, didn't we? It's all thanks to my colleagues." "Ha, modest to the bone, aren't you? It's good to see such camaraderie." Anyway, can we simply leave a capable subordinate who consistently achieves double or triple the output compared to others as just a junior-level officer? The ability to manage and lead prisoners is the criterion for evaluating a guard's. Vikier was recognized for both his skill and diligence. Head Captain Bastille is a direct subordinate riding on Major Dorjum's line. Major Dorjum is currently focusing all his attention on the massive construction project of Nouvelebeg. Therefore, Head Captain Bastille was also staking everything on this colossal expansion project. Not only could Vikier safely eliminate disturbances to the work, but he also consistently exceeded the workload compared to others. It was inevitable that Vikier would receive Head Captain Bastille's favor. You're not just someone who can handle a mere 12 low-level prisoners. Even the great generals who unified half of the country during the era of chaos began their careers guarding warehouses loaded with military provisions. I have high expectations. How many remarkable results will the numerous guards under your command and the many prisoners beneath them? Do you have any idea? Let's see if this promotion will expedite the project or not. Head Captain Bastille was a seasoned politician. He saw Vikier's extraordinary potential at a glance and deemed him the key to advancing the Level 10 project ahead of schedule. And it was also beneficial for Vikier. I'll stake everything I have to transform Nouvelebeg. From the moment Vikier entered this place, he had honestly laid out his plans, and this made Head Captain Bastille wear an exceedingly satisfied smile. Thud. The badge inside the box hung on Vikier's chest. And thus, Vikier was promoted from Garam Nord rookie captain to Garam Nord mid-level captain. Excluding the time spent as a junior officer, this all happened within just 1 year. Ha. Even during my time as a junior guard, I didn't get promoted this quickly. Except for Major Dorjum and Major Swara, there aren't many people who were promoted at this speed. Except for those 2 cases from a long time ago, this is probably the first time in decades. I will work even harder. Of course, you should work hard. Now that I trust and observe you, how frustrating and suffocating it must have been not to have had the opportunity to showcase your abilities until now. Thinking about it, that pest who disturbed your work was actually lucky for you in the end. No, I didn't think like that. Ha. Well, that's my thought. That's how I see it. He was lucky for me because he helped me find a competent subordinate like you. Vikier looked down at the medal hanging on his chest. The insignia, crafted with silver on a bed of bismuth, had considerable value as a sculpture. But what mattered most was the symbolism it carried, namely the various privileges associated with the rank of mid-level captain. Firstly, from mid-level captain onwards, one is recognized as the end of a junior officer and the beginning of a senior officer. After promotion to mid-level captain, even with a slight increase in seniority, one receives the treatment of a senior guard, along with the privileges that come with it. 1. Within the limit of Level 3, they can discretionarily recruit up to 108 prisoners and impose forced labor at their discretion. 2. Within the limit of Level 7, they can summarily execute a prisoner who commits severe offenses such as refusing forced labor or causing serious harm to a guard's. 3. Without separate instructions or reports from superiors, they have unrestricted access to the entire labor camp, regardless of time. 4. With permission from superiors, they can access the breeding ground, execution ground, and punishment room. Vikier paid attention to points 1 and 3. He could recruit prisoners discretionally and impose labor at his discretion. Moreover, he could inspect the labor camp at any time without being bound by time. It's the optimal condition for activating Poseidon. There was no need to be promoted beyond mid-level captain. Being a mid-level captain granted him all the essential authority for escape. And being a mid-level captain, relatively less noticed and with more mobility, was the ideal rank Vikier had desired all along. Head Captain Bastille advised Vikier with a solemn expression. Just as there are authorities to enjoy as a mid-level captain, there are, of course, responsibilities to fulfill. Responsibility accompanies authority. Various tasks are imposed on guards of mid-level captain rank, such as a certain amount of construction progress, the number of times prisoners have instigated riots, the time taken for suppression, evaluations from superiors and subordinates, and so on, but Vikier paid no attention to any of these things. There's not much time left anyway. Countdown. The moment of escape was approaching closer and closer. Vikier was gradually putting his secondary plan into action. Then came a remark. Right now that you've been promoted to mid-level captain, we need to appoint new lieutenants for you to follow. How about it? You can appoint up to 3 officers at the rank of lieutenants. Head Captain Bastille said. At that moment, the eyes of the junior guards around him all lit up. Those who once dismissed Garam as a fool were no longer there. But Vikier, seemingly indifferent, shook his head as if he had little interest. Kirko Grimm will suffice. Instantly, a slight silence hung in the air. Vikier turned his head, puzzled at the sudden change in atmosphere, but all he could see was Kirko, her cheeks flushed and her head bowed deeply. Then Head Captain Bastille chuckled. Ha ha ha, workplace romance. Good, just be cautious of a few factors. After finishing his sentence, Head Captain Bastille looked at Kirko, who stood beside Vikier with a peculiar gaze. Workplace romance, A curious fate indeed, truly mysterious. In the end, the child resembles the parent. A voice tinged with a hint of pity for some reason, and in the next moment he lowered his head as if questioning when he muttered such words. Lieutenant Kirko Grimm, the rank of mid-level lieutenant is lacking to assist a mid-level captain as a subordinate. I will work hard to overcome any shortcomings. You are already working hard. You consistently achieved excellent results in monthly evaluations, bravely sacrificed for your colleagues during the Level 8 prisoner riot last month, and even during this execution ceremony, you assisted mid-level Captain Garam Nord remarkably. Head Captain Bastille patted Kirko's shoulder and said, I've also prepared your reward. Eventually, he handed a box to Kirko as well. Inside was a badge symbolizing the rank of high-level lieutenant. You must have gained considerable experience and learned a lot from the recent riot incident. It's heartening to see a great leader paired with an excellent subordinate. Both of you keep up the good work, and always remember how extraordinary your promotion is. Yes, sir. Both Vikier and Kirko replied firmly to Head Captain Bastille's words, mid-level Captain Garam Nord, and high-level Lieutenant Kirko Grimm. The two of them, receiving promotion after promotion, earned the envy, admiration, and longing gazes of all their junior guards peers, progressing through the ranks one by one. It was at that moment. Head Captain Bastille, one of the guards of mid-level captain rank standing nearby, spoke up hesitantly. Head Captain Bastille turned his head with a puzzled expression. Yes, what is it? Well, you see, an order has come from above. From above, from Major Dorjum or Major Swara, neither of them. In an instant, Head Captain Bastille's expression hardened upon hearing the guards' report. Could it be a commendation for the recent promotions? That's correct. Major Black Tongue has shown interest. Head Captain Bastille ran his hand over his face. What whim has that lunatic had now? Don't they say misfortune always follows good fortune? True. There's nothing irregular in military law. It's customary for commendations to follow exceptional promotions. The conversation between Head Captain Bastille and the subordinate was growing increasingly serious. Meanwhile, Vikier, who was watching from the side, thought to himself, Black Tongue, Major Black Tongue, a figure known by the unpleasant nickname rather than a name. He is one of the 5 pillars representing Nuvelebeg and is a member of the audit team. However, despite being called a team, the audit team is essentially composed of just one person, Major Black Tongue. Another nickname for Major Black Tongue is the Guard Hunter. Since the laws of the surface world do not reach Nuvelebeg, it has its own legal and punitive system, which applies not only to prisoners but also to guards. Major Black Tongue, oddly enough for a guard, punishes guards instead of prisoners. He holds a terrifying reputation among Nuvelebeg's guards as he investigates internal inconsistencies, abuses of military power, and various other corruptions, doling out punishment at his discretion. However, as lower-level guards who have yet to commit wrongdoings, they rarely have any direct encounters with him. Thus, among the 5 pillars, he remains more of a mystery than even Lieutenant Colonel Flubber, whose identity is less known. Vikier pondered for a moment. Major Black Tongue, he's someone I've been wanting to meet personally. This might be a good opportunity. Unlike with BDISSCM or Flubber, there was no direct business with Major Black Tongue for Vikier. However, Vicier's desire to meet Major Black Tongue was purely personal. At that moment, there was a faint but distinct thudding noise. It was the sound of footsteps. Vicier turned his head upon hearing it. There stood Kirko, looking nonchalant and composed. However, judging by the faint veins standing out on her neck and jaw, it seemed likely that Kirko was the one who had just done it. Just as Vicier was about to inquire what had happened, Head Captain Bastille spoke up again. "Captain Nord, Lieutenant Kirko, we should go to the audit room right away. It seems that your promotions have raised some suspicions within the audit team. You both have clear backgrounds, clean records, and solid accomplishments, so there shouldn't be any issues. However," his voice carried a hint of concern, "Major Black Tongue, personally, he's someone to be very cautious of. Just keep that in mind." The atmosphere shifted from congeniality to a chilling seriousness in an instant. All the guards who had been sending envious glances just moments ago now looked at Vicier and Kirko with a mixture of sympathy and apprehension. But Kirko's gaze, confronting this overwhelming seriousness, remained as composed as ever, like that of a hunting dog. "We'll be on our way then." Or rather, she seemed to be shining with personal interest. Chapter 399. Black Tongue 1, Chapter 399. Black Tongue 1, thud, 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 thud. In the humid, sticky corridor, the sound of footsteps echoes in pairs. Leading the way was Garam Nord, followed by high-level Lieutenant Kirko Grimm. Vicier, disguised with Garam's identity, is currently heading towards the interrogation room where Major Black Tongue is stationed. Finally, meeting all 5 pillars of Nuvelebeg: Major Dorjum, Major Swara, Lieutenant Colonel Beatisem, Lieutenant Colonel Flubber. Each pillar encountered so far had their own peculiarities. However, the one they are about to meet, Major Black Tongue, was reputed to be more sinister and unpleasant than the others mentioned. How could Flubber get more votes than Black Tongue in the popularity poll? Despite allowing for multiple votes, Major Black Tongue always ranked last in popularity among both junior and mid-level officers. Suddenly, Vicier wondered if there were clues to be found and turned to Kirko following behind. "Hey, Lieutenant." Yes. It was the first time Vicier initiated the conversation since becoming their superior, causing Kirko's face to flush slightly. However, the topic that followed was enough to freeze her expression. "It seems you dislike Major Black Tongue. I heard your sigh as we walked past." Kirko remained silent for a moment at Vicier's words before speaking up. "I refrain from gossiping about superiors. Just stick to the facts." With that, Kirko took a deep breath. If the superior insisted, then she had to oblige. "His real name and age are unknown. He holds the rank of major and goes by the nickname Black Tongue or the interrogator's interrogator. His tongue is black, hence the nickname, and he's a member of the interrogation team. I've heard he wields a blade. They say his skills are remarkable." Yes. If judged solely on skill, it said he surpasses even Major Dorjum or Major Swara. However, his temperament is so notorious that despite his seniority and experience, he remains a major and wasn't promoted to lieutenant colonel. Handling internal inconsistencies, maintaining military discipline, overseeing internal disciplinary actions, and various audits alone. In theory, such things rarely occur within Nuvelebeg, unless instigated by Major Black Tongue's whims. Like today, he seems quite capricious. Yes, the problem isn't just his capriciousness, but also his impulse control disorder and sexual deviancy. He's notorious for not only mistreating prisoners, but also harassing and torturing fellow officers. Finally, Kirko listed the names of those who had suffered at the hands of Major Black Tongue up until now. Most of them either died horrifically under torture, were declared missing, or became incapacitated. Valentine Grimm, 23 years ago; Perrin Parens, 12 years ago; Yang Bortz, Lieutenant Gorlock 7 years ago; Captain James Charles and Lieutenant Nikocado Avocado 3 years ago. And just last year, one of my peers, Lieutenant Virginia. Among them was the name of someone who was presumably Kirko's mother. So that's why she was enraged. Vicier averted his gaze from Kirko's chilling expression. Meeting individuals linked to a dark past requires significant mental preparation. The interrogation room where Major Black Tongue resided was situated within the sinister labyrinth of caves. Despite the convoluted and treacherous paths winding through narrow, steep inclines within the rocky caverns, there was no fear of getting lost. It's as twisted as its inhabitant. There's hardly anyone decent living in a place like this. Normally, I wouldn't judge someone's character based on where they live, but this time I agree. Kirko nodded in agreement with Vikyr's words. Eventually, they entered a relatively spacious chamber. It appeared no different from the path they had traversed thus far, with jagged stalagmites protruding upwards, damp seawater trickling down the walls, deep puddles pooling on the floor, and, "What's this?" Kirko cocked her head as she observed a black spherical object lying on the ground. As they progressed, more of these black orbs, resembling eggs, appeared in increasing numbers until they covered the floor, walls, and ceiling indiscriminately. Neither Vikyr nor Kirko knew what these black spheres, about a meter in diameter, were. Poking one with her finger yielded only a squishy sensation. The contents remained a mystery. Then, suddenly, squish, Vikyr kicked one of the black orbs with his boot, and it emitted a strange sound, contorting unnaturally. Squish, squish, squish. Disgusting, nauseating juices began oozing out from the black orb, emanating a foul smell. Ugh, what's this smell? It's like rotting flesh. Even Kirko, with her strong stomach, wrinkled her brow at the repulsive odor. Eventually, Vikyr retrieved a truncheon and struck the black orb. Splurt. Like a burst balloon, it distorted, and its contents began gushing out through the narrow opening at the top. Kirko's eyes widened momentarily as she witnessed what emerged from the black orb: corpses. Grotesque skulls and viscous blood spilled onto the floor. Vikyr proceeded to kick the adjacent black orbs one after another. Splurt, squish, plop. Each time, a repugnant stench accompanied the explosion, as foul odors wafted through the air. The black orbs disgorged various contents: skeletal remains, coagulated blood, chunks of yellowish fat and flesh, or dried-up bones and skin. Finally, Vikyr understood the true nature of these black orbs. They're leeches. Leeches. Blood-sucking parasites that attach to their host's body and drain blood. However, the leeches in Nuvalebeg were a bit different. There were leeches that sucked blood, leeches that sucked bones, leeches that sucked flesh, and so on. The leeches here had diverse preferences in what they consumed. If caught by a blood-sucking leech, a person would be swiftly drained to nothing but bones and skin, twisted into a mummified state like a corpse. Caught by a bone-sucking leech, all the bones in a person's body would disappear, leaving only blood and organs floating inside the skin, essentially turning them into a living blood pouch. Caught by a flesh-sucking leech, only bones and blood remained, with the blood rapidly solidifying into a jelly-like substance during the process, creating a bizarre and eerie sight of bones trapped within. The leeches present in this chamber were all massive entities that had grown significantly, each having swallowed a human whole, digesting them within their bellies like food. Surprisingly, among those trapped inside the leeches' bellies, some were still alive. Kirko heard a feeble voice calling her name. Kyr, Kirko. Almost as if it would break off at any moment, the voice was barely audible. Kirko's eyes widened as if they were about to burst. Virginia, Lieutenant Virginia. A peer of Kirko's who had been taken to the interrogation room by Major Black Tongue after being caught for a military offense, and then disappeared without a trace. Her voice was emanating from inside one of the black orbs. Splurt. Kirko immediately drew her knife and struck the black orb with all her might. As the leech's tough skin was pierced, it slowly began to be sliced apart. Kirko eventually made a gash in the leech's skin and twisted it open. Squirm. As the leech's bodily fluids gushed out, Lieutenant Virginia's figure emerged from within. Kirko covered her mouth with both hands at the sight of her peer, whom she hadn't seen in a year. Unable to find the right words, Kirko stood there dumbfounded. Vikyr approached her and said, "It seems it was a bone-sucking leech." Virginia, sprawled on the floor, was shedding tears. She desperately moved her lips to form the shape of her final wish. Please kill." Kirko, still in shock from the horrifying sight, stood motionless, unable to close her eyes or mouth. Taking matters into his own hands in place of her, Vikyr acted swiftly. Slice. Like a skilled hunter, he ended the target's life as painlessly as possible. Allah, Kirko, her eyes brimming with tears, knelt down and clasped the once-was peer in her hands. At that moment, ha, what on earth are you doing now? A voice echoed from deep within the cave, greeting Vikyr and Kirko. Amidst the countless black orbs and leeches, a single shadow stretched out. It possessed a distinct, dominant blackness, even amidst the surrounding darkness and shadows. Vikyr narrowed his eyes. Finally, the most sinister and unpleasant figure in Nuvalebeg had appeared, Major Black Tongue, the last of the 5 pillars of Nuvalebeg. Chapter 400, Black Tongue 2, Chapter 400, Black Tongue 2, ha 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 ha, what on earth are you doing now? A deep, thick voice resonates. Vikyr narrowed his eyes as he faced the man in front of him. The skin visible beneath the uniform was uniformly dark, devoid of a single hair on its smooth surface. The bulging muscles were subtly different in arrangement from those of a human. With no eyelids, nose, or lips on his face, the sharp sockets below his pale, torn eyelids and his sharp teeth were plainly visible. Bubbling, the muscle fibers making up his body moved separately, bubbling like boiling tar. Major Black Tongue, he held the lowest rank among the 5 pillars of Nuvalebeg, but in terms of seniority, he was second only to Lieutenant Colonel Flubber. Dorjum and Swara have been majors since the old days. Vikyr scanned Black Tongue's entire body. A cunning hound quickly assessed its prey, but while he could roughly gauge the extent of his strength, he couldn't yet determine how ruthless he was or what schemes he was concocting. Therefore, Vikyr faced Black Tongue with the most cautious and sensible approach. "I apologize for intruding so rudely, sir. I was just so startled. My heart still feels like it's about to burst." Vikyr wiped away a bead of sweat, trembling with false humility. Like a hero of a bygone era who hid his extraordinary abilities from his enemies by pretending to be startled by thunder and hiding under his desk. Vikyr's strategy of lowering himself seemed to have some effect. The unpleasant and ominous aura emanating from Black Tongue seemed to dissipate ever so slightly. "Ha ha, are you Garam, or rather, Captain Garam? You don't seem to have as much guts as the rumors suggested. Given the circumstances, receiving such high praise feels burdensome." "Oh, come on. Going by the rumors alone, you're a complete monster. I actually like seeing your human side for a change, huh? Oh, sit down, anywhere comfortable. Don't mind the leeches. They're just discarded bits too troublesome to raise. Apart from being soft, they have no other advantages, so I often use them as cushions, you know," with a displeased chuckle. Black Tongue turned away. Every time he moved, the muscles on his back writhed, but upon closer inspection they were all leeches. These small, tough leeches seemed to be attached tightly to every inch of Black Tongue's body, as if each one were a muscle fiber, forming a tight bond with his entire body. In other words, he was covered in leeches all over his body, like a suit of armor. So Major Black Tongue is human, but even as a human, he doesn't receive human treatment. Now I understand why. Who would see someone covered in leeches from head to toe, every hour of every day, and still consider them human? Considering him a humanoid was actually quite generous. "Sure. You came sooner than expected, huh? Bastille must have been in a hurry." Black Tongue casually belittled Bastille, who held the rank of head captainal. It was only natural, in terms of capability alone, he should already be a major. As Vikyr nodded, Black Tongue smirked faintly. It was a smile without much joy, a rather unpleasant one. "Yeah, how's Bastille doing? Still playing the role of a pet without a master when Dorjum and Swara aren't around?" It's a difficult question to answer. "Ha ha ha, I suppose from a subordinate's perspective it might be. Bastille, that guy when Dorjum and Soiree are around. He's quick to defy my orders, but without those two, he immediately becomes submissive. It's quite amusing. I sometimes provoke him just for the fun of it. His reactions are entertaining." Vikyr glanced briefly at Black Tongue's face. Although Black Tongue didn't get along well with any of the Nuvalebeg's guardians, there seemed to be a particular animosity with Dorjum and Soiree. Dorjum dislikes Black Tongue's interference when he embezzles Nuvalebeg's various items, while Soiree, there seems to be a deep-seated enmity between Black Tongue and Soiree from the surface. I've heard rumors that Black Tongue blew away half of Soiree's face. Both had records of meeting as adversaries in famous battles on the surface, according to entries in Garam's diary. Well, Vikyr didn't really know for sure. Meanwhile, Black Tongue perched himself on one of the leeches in front of Vikyr. Squish. As he sat down on the lump, it oozed a yellowish, purplish juice from its mouth. Faint sounds resembling someone groaning could be heard from within. Vikyr and Kirko fell silent as if they had made some sort of agreement. It wasn't to conceal a secret. It was just that the atmosphere was too eerie and uncomfortable. Surely there are people inside these leeches acting as cushions, right? Most likely. Let's just sit down for now. If it's uncomfortable, sit on the floor. No, it's fine. Kirko sat on the lump in front of her with a determined expression, as if refusing to be intimidated. Squish, once again, the lump beneath her buttocks emitted a thick, viscous juice, causing her to shiver. There were no sounds of groaning this time. Thank goodness. Kirko considered herself lucky amidst the misfortune. If she had heard groans coming from under her buttocks, she probably wouldn't have been able to maintain her composure. Meanwhile, upon seeing Kirko momentarily shut her eyes, Black Tongue opened his mouth with a mischievous tone. "Cutie, did you fart?" "Just kidding, just kidding." I thought I'd help ease the tension, though his face still didn't show much of a smile, judging from the leeches covering his facial muscles. One could infer that he was grinning from ear to ear. "Now let's start the interrogation. It's going to be brief, so don't freeze up too much. If your body stiffens, blood circulation worsens and it ruins the taste." Another joke, another joke. Young folks these days are too serious. Can't even appreciate a joke, Black Tongue spoke in a friendly tone, with a hint of amusement in his narrowed eyes. "Anyway, I suppose I might be a bit intimidating both in appearance and personality. After all, ordinary guards never have a reason to meet me, right? Even though I've worked in Nuvvelebeg for decades, many have never seen me. The ones I see are always similar. Embezzlement, violating military regulations, moral misconduct, dereliction of duty, disrespect towards superiors. All just rotten apples, right? If you've lived a straight and proper life, there's absolutely no reason to fear me. Relax." Black Tongue continued to lecture for a while, emphasizing that people shouldn't judge others based on their first impressions or appearances, and that people shouldn't commit sins. Finally, he narrowed his eyes while holding a document containing the investigation results about Garam. Let's see. Garam, from the surface, born into an ordinary lower-class family, had a career slightly below average, but recently his performance has skyrocketed. When was the turning point? Yes. After the night hound prison break incident, their performance noticeably improved. Did something significant happen that led to their awakening? Since then, they've been steadily rising, like a different person, suppressing a level 8 prisoner riot and getting promoted. Bastelet blatantly admires Garam and gave him a push. Perhaps they're distant relatives or something like that. With a tongue tinged black, Black Tongue scrutinized Vikyr with a gaze as venomous as a snake's, as if intending to latch onto any tiny gap and suck out whatever was inside. "However, yes, I'm from the surface. I recently received news that both my parents and siblings died together. I heard that everyone in my hometown suffered the same fate." "Oh, that's regrettable. What happened?" "Demons appeared on the surface and turned my hometown into a sea of flames. I only know the gist of it, so I can't provide detailed information." Well, communication between here and the outside isn't that great, right? Yeah, must be frustrating. Anyway, did that incident change you into a different person?" "It served as a catalyst." Vikyr, having traversed the era of destruction, possessed abilities to conceal mana and strength to anyone in the current era. Even Hugo couldn't perceive it, so Black Tongue couldn't see through it either. "Ha ha ha, really? Well, if I went through something like that, I'd probably awaken too. They said the surface has been in chaos for the past few months." "Is that so?" "Yeah. Demons or monsters were swarming, dungeons opened, gates were appearing or something like that. Anyway, it was a real mess. That's why Orca Dorjum Soiree went up to the surface. To escort the increasing number of criminals here. Well, I'm just here so I don't know much about it." Black Tongue casually muttered and checked various things on the document. Then he closed the file with a thud. "Well, interrogation's over. Nothing unusual with you. Clean, tidy, smooth. If you're done with your business, I'll take my leave." Even if that's the case, I didn't tell you to leave. I'm a major. You're quite audacious, huh? I have a lot of work. I apologize." As Vikyr rose from his seat, Black Tongue opened his mouth with the same smiling face. "Sit the fuck down." "Come on, why the scary face? Relax, you said it yourself." As if urging Vikyr to stay, Black Tongue waved his hand. His gaze was fixed behind Vikier. Ha 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 ha. Wow, it's been a long time since I've seen this face. It was Kirko's face. Chapter 401. Black Tongue 3, Chapter 401. Black Tongue 3, without showing any discomfort at Vikier's suggestion to leave first, Black Tongue gracefully smiled. Then, that's it. With the conclusion of the meeting, there was no reason to linger in an uncomfortable place. Vikier bowed in farewell to Black Tongue and rose from his seat. Ah, Kirko tried to say something but quickly gave up. Black Tongue spoke first. You can leave first. Your subordinate's debriefing shouldn't take too long. Yes, sir. After offering a salute, Vikier turned and left the chamber. Kirko watched Vikier's retreating figure with a complicated expression before turning her gaze forward again. In an instant, she was startled. Black Tongue had approached her unexpectedly, his face now inches away from hers. It feels like it's been ages since I last saw you. Black Tongue took Kirko's hand, brushing his shoulder against hers affectionately. Kirko furrowed her brow in confusion. This was the first time she had seen Black Tongue. But more than that, the cold and elastic texture of his touch against her skin was highly unpleasant. So, Kirko subtly shifted her upper body back, avoiding further contact with Black Tongue. I am meeting Major Black Tongue for the first time today. I remember now. You always had that icy tone whenever we met, despite my efforts to court you. You're really cold, what are you talking about? This is my first encounter with you. There you go again. Well, since I finally get to see your face after so long, I'll endure it. I really missed you. Oh dear, why did I forget this pretty face for so long? I really missed you. Seems like you haven't aged at all, huh, shawty? Black Tongue stretched his facial muscles into a wide grin. Baby girl Valentine, Kirko's expression stiffened instantly. She managed to pry her lips apart and speak, albeit with a shaky voice. My name is Kirko, Deputy Kirko Grimm. Huh. Black Tongue momentarily wore a dazed expression. Then he pretended to hit himself on the head with a fist. Oh my, get a grip on yourself. Right, you came as Garam's lieutenant. I mistook you for your mom because you two look so much alike. Well, it's been several years since then. Black Tongue began flipping through the documents he held. Yes, you've been promoted to high-level lieutenant today, surprising. Was it always such an easy rank to attain? Being promoted so quickly is rare, not since Dorjuman Soiree. Oh, Captain Garam, that guy is an exception though. Black Tongue alternated between Kirko and the documents, smiling continuously. 22 years old from, oh, Nuvalebeg, you're from here, ah, you were born here. Then your parents must be those guards. He rolled his eyes, contemplating something. He suddenly slapped his knee. Ah, I see, that's why I thought your face looked familiar. You're one of those kids. At his words, Kirko bit her lip. 23 years ago, during that incident, the child born when a prisoner attacked a guard was Kirko herself. Black Tongue was referencing that very incident. However, the situation seemed to be unfolding slightly differently from what Kirko had anticipated. That's right. Back then, there was a well-received couple from Nuvalebeg. It was even discussed at higher levels, to the point where special parental leave was considered. Kirko tilted her head in confusion. She knew she was born between a prisoner and a guard, a forbidden existence shrouded in unspeakable taboo. A pariah rooted in the lowest of the low, unwelcome anywhere. But what Black Tongue recalled was entirely different from what she knew. Yes, I remember them walking around holding hands, secret lovers. Both the man and the woman were exemplary low-level guards. It was enough to make others jealous. Black Tongue's voice carried a hot, sticky desire like melted asphalt. Just looking at them made me feel nauseous. So, I arrested them immediately on the pretext of damaging military discipline. It happened to coincide with the time when Dorjuman Soiree were cracking down hard on prisoners, so we had to maintain strict discipline among the guards as well. Kirko's pupils trembled mercilessly. Before she could say anything, Black Tongue spoke with a broad smile. So, we hastily fabricated a shocking incident. Yes, it was your parents. The love between a male guard and a female guard, a secret affair among lowly junior guards, was fabricated into the tragic incident where a prisoner attacked a guard. Such shocking stories were needed to make the guards despise and resent the prisoners. Kirko murmured with a blank expression. My father wasn't a prisoner. My mother wasn't the victim. She had endlessly thought about her parents whose faces she didn't know. She had resented her father she didn't know and pitied her mother, whose name was the only thing she knew. And now, Kirko knew two things: that her parents had a loving relationship and that her mother's face closely resembled her own. Perhaps I could have been loved by both my mother and father. Kirko closed her eyes. The emotion welling up inside her chest was undoubtedly relief. Thank goodness. My father wasn't a bad person and my mother wasn't a pitiful victim. It was just me who was bad. Now she didn't have to resent her father anymore. She didn't have to pity her mother anymore. Just that realization made her inherently burdened heart feel a little lighter. But there were still unanswered questions. So, what happened to my parents? Kirko stared at Black Tongue and asked. Though her tone had turned sharp, Black Tongue didn't seem to mind. Why are you asking me about your parents? You took them away, they disappeared afterward. Did I? Black Tongue started rolling his eyes. He was making an effort to think. Then, as if suddenly remembering something forgotten, he slapped his knee. Right, I took your parents. They kept yelling that it wasn't fair, it wasn't fair. But they disappeared afterward. They didn't return. Strange. Did they escape? He scratched his chin, lost in thought for a while. Right, I forgot to release them. I was so busy with the debriefing that I forgot. Where could they be now? His eyes rolled around separately. And then Black Tongue raised his finger. I remember, they're over there. Black Tongue extended his index finger, pointing to a spot. It was right where Kirko was currently sitting. Underneath her buttocks lay the black sphere. You're sitting right now, on top of your mother ha. Upon hearing Black Tongue's words, Kirko's expression momentarily went blank. In that instant, a memory flashed through her mind. It was a conversation they had when they first entered this chamber. Surely there must be someone inside this cushion. Probably. Let's sit down for now. If it's uncomfortable, we can sit on the floor. No, it's not uncomfortable. The black sphere, determined not to yield to Black Tongue's momentum, remained seated. Kirko felt her legs giving out for a moment. As her weight added to it, squish, the cushion beneath her buttocks emitted another gush of viscous fluid. And once again, Black Tongue grinned broadly, just like before. It feels like a fart. He got up from his seat with exaggerated movements and turned to Kirko's back. Then, while stroking the black leech, he said, just kidding, just kidding. Seems like you're tense, so I wanted to loosen you up. If you stay so rigid, even your mom would be sad. I'm sorry about your parents. I meant to release them after a few days, but I think I forgot and left them in a corner. I completely forgot. I'm sorry, okay? Please forgive me, okay? Black Tongue brushed off the dust accumulated on the black sphere. Then, with a kick from his military boot, he spilled everything inside it onto the floor. Splatter, the viscous liquid spread across the ground, emitting a foul odor. Black Tongue extended his hands and said, There, it's time to meet your mom and dad. It's a bit late due to my forgetfulness. But still, it's fortunate that you met like this now. Does it feel good? However, he couldn't finish his sentence. Swoosh, a blade flew past his forehead area, barely missing him. Ouch, what's this? Aku, quickly jerking his head back to avoid it, Black Tongue looked at Kirko with a playful grin. Kirko, holding a longsword at her waist, faced Black Tongue with a fearsome demeanor. Seeing Black Tongue elongated his neck like rubber, grabbing it as if playfully. What a nice expression, just like your mother's. That's why I like the ones I coo. They're yummy, just like your mom. He didn't seem to have any intention of provocation, but each of his actions was a huge provocation to Kirko. Even just smiling or breathing. Squeak, once again Kirko's longsword emitted a dazzling light. But Black Tongue's palm, elongated like rubber, struck Kirko's abdomen. Cough, she flew like a broken puppet and crashed into the wall behind the chamber. It felt like several ribs had broken. Perhaps sharp bone fragments had pierced deep into her organs. Your gaze still has some life in it. It must hurt a lot. Kirko gritted her teeth. Even if she died, she must kill that bastard and die. With death as her resolve, she exerted all her strength into her sword. Squelch, soon, a gooey honey-like aura emanated from the tip of her blade. Black Tongue clapped his hands in amazement upon seeing it. Wow, you became a graduator. At your age. Is that even possible? Truly amazing. Do you have talent? It's too wasteful for you to die here. Do you perhaps want to get pregnant? I could let you live for another year like your mother. Shut up. Kirko's eyes finally turned resolute. Her sword tore through the air with lethal intent, though it fell short of wiping away the thick smile on Black Tongue's lips. However, a somewhat unexpected outcome occurred. Kirko's sword failed to kill Black Tongue. That was to be expected. But there was one thing she succeeded in. It was erasing the thick smile that had adorned Black Tongue's lips. Of course, Kirko didn't achieve this feat alone. Thunk Vikyr. No, Captain Garam Nord. He had suddenly appeared, inserting himself between Kirko and Black Tongue. Thunk thud thud, blood dripped from Vikyr's hand, firmly grasping Kirko's blade. "I'm sorry, I forgot about my subordinate," Vikyr said, half turning his head towards Black Tongue behind him. "My subordinate suffers from severe dependence. Without me, she exhibits such severe anxiety symptoms." But Black Tongue paid no attention to Vikyr's words at all. He simply stared at the drops of blood falling to the ground from Vikyr's hand. "Yes, get hooked." Vikyr nodded as he saw Black Tongue's eyes gradually fill with greed and madness. "Then I'll take my leave. If her anxiety worsens, my subordinate might blindly swing her sword again. Please forgive her, it's a mistake." Why yeah, go on." For some reason, Black Tongue seemed captivated by the blood dripping on the floor and just waved his hand. Vikyr, still holding Kirko, sighed. "Come on, just a moment. Urg." Kirko tried to push Vikyr away from her chest, attempting to resist, but the pain surging from her abdomen prevented her from speaking. Thump thump thump, Vikyr carried Kirko while still embracing her, and they exited Black Tongue's chamber. "Black Tongue, we'll meet again soon." The gaze of the hunting dog momentarily withdrawing from its prey after tossing a decoy. He remained as calm as ever. Chapter 402. Black Tongue 4. Chapter 402. Black Tongue 4. Vikyr carried the fallen Kirko into her room. Creak, creak, clunk. Despite pulling the door handle, it only made a loud noise without opening properly. It seemed the latch was rusted with salt, causing it to corrode heavily. Living in such dismal quarters. Vikyr clicked his tongue. It was the norm for lower-ranking guards to live in such conditions. Until recently, Vikyr himself had lived in quarters meant for lieutenants and below. Opening the door to the windowless stone chamber revealed a sparse scene with only a desk and a bed. Kirko laid on the hard, clean bed, groaning. It was the result of a blow from Black Tongue, compounded by the side effects of releasing too much mana at once. Vikyr silently looked down at her. Suddenly, he recalled the words of Captain Bastille when Kirko was promoted to lieutenant. What a strange fate, truly peculiar. In the end, children do resemble their parents. He had muttered this upon seeing Kirko, who had ended up with Black Tongue. Perhaps it was because he knew her past. Kirko's parents were tools used to deepen the emotional divide between prisoners and guards. Now I understand why the name Kirko wasn't known. Kirko undoubtedly possessed exceptional talent and qualities. She could grow into a hero on par with Camus or Dolars. Yet, despite all this, the reason Vikyr had never heard her name in the world before his return was simple. Because she would have been murdered before becoming a hero. By Black Tongue. Kirko was born and raised in the worst place, Nuvalebeg, and she fought with the psycho Black Tongue. Perhaps these two factors would prevent her from leaving a legacy in the future. Vikyr looked back at Kirko, lying on the bed and groaning. Even in her unconscious state, Kirko clenched her lips tightly, suppressing her groans. Her sweat had completely soaked her bed. Vikyr let out a small sigh. Tap. Vikyr's hand rested on Kirko's stomach. TSS, 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 aura flowed from body to body. Through his hand, Vikyr transferred a bit of his aura to Kirko. Kirko's facial expression, contorted in pain, seemed to relax slightly. She leaped into a higher realm too abruptly. That's why becoming a graduator driven by emotions like anger isn't ideal. Kirko became a graduator fueled by her anger towards Black Tongue. Such awakenings were, in fact, not particularly good for the body. Just as muscles tear when subjected to unbearable weight or a fall from a great height, mana behaves similarly. An awakening triggered by explosive anger forcibly expands the mana-carrying veins to the point of bursting. While one may momentarily exert great strength, the subsequent side effects resemble those of mana surges. Kirko was super lucky. It was like a chimpanzee clueless about music, randomly pressing keys on a piano and somehow managing to play a classic symphony. Still, it's fortunate. Turning misfortune into fortune, what comes next is up to her. Kirko, who should have been killed by Black Townge, survived thanks to Vikir. How this would play out in the future was unpredictable. Vikir stabilized Kirko's vital signs and harmonized the flow of mana within her. This act of kindness was uncommon, and had Vikir not been a swordmaster, he might not have attempted it at all. Then, a discovery. While probing Kirko's body, Vikir noticed something peculiar. Mana flowing from his body to Kirko's, mending the internal wounds and holes in her vital energy, gradually building up. But there was one hole, resistant even to Vikir's mana, through which the accumulated mana and vitality leaked out again. "What's this?" Vikir felt uneasy and began to trace the flow of mana leaking out. As Vikir's mana sought out the leaking hole, Kirko's expression contorted in increasing discomfort. The cold sweat persisted, and her agonizing groans grew louder. Kirko clenched the sheets tightly, arching her back in pain, but Vikir continued manipulating mana, paying no heed. Eventually, he pinpointed the source of the leak. Thunk, Vikir laid Kirko flat and tore her uniform at the waist. There, on her lower abdomen, where Black Townge's palm had last touched, the flesh was turning black and dying. And in the center, a black leech was visible, like a round, dark egg attempting to take root in Kirko's belly. How intriguing! Vikir immediately recognized what it was. It resembled the wriggling creatures found in the chamber where Black Townge resided. Astonishingly, this larva-like creature was growing larger with each feeding on Kirko's blood and mana. Squelch, hands, feet, and a head formed, soon followed by facial features. Its appearance was eerily reminiscent of a miniature Kirko. Feeding on mana and blood, it grew to a size and appearance resembling Kirko in her youth, entirely black from the head to toe. If left unchecked, it might birth a black monster identical to Kirko, however. "Fascinating power," Vikir muttered. He forcefully detached the creature from Kirko's abdomen and sealed the wound with his healing abilities. Snap! The creature, now on the floor, succumbed under Vikir's military boot. Finally, Kirko's complexion eased. The cold sweat ceased, and her irregular groans and breath subsided. Quietly, Vikir murmured, "Have you ever heard of such creatures draining blood and mana and transforming into their likeness?" "No, this is the first time," replied de Carabia, nestled in Vikir's chest. Even Vikir, who was an experienced demon hunter, was unfamiliar with such a creature. Even de Carabia, who had lived for centuries, had encountered or heard of it. Perhaps a new breed developed by Black Townge here in Nuvvelebag. Though unique creatures like bone-sucking mosquitoes exist on the surface, none could steal both strength and appearance from their adversaries. Ha, if this creature were known on the surface, it would cause quite a stir, wouldn't it? Its potential is limitless. Even demons would covet it. This was an entirely new kind of creature, unknown even to demons. If de Carabia spoke with such certainty, then it must be true. Vikir's eyes gleamed. For the first time since arriving in Nuvvelebag, he desired something. He began plotting to obtain the eggs of these creatures bred and raised by Black Townge, separate from his official mission of escape. "Let's devise a plan to obtain as many of these eggs as possible, separate from the escape route, of course. To do so, he must first deal with Black Townge, who might hinder his escape. Since he was a dangerous figure with an unclear identity, status, and affiliation, there was no reason to keep him alive. Vikir hoped that disposing of him would positively impact Kirko's future. A sense of indebtedness partly influenced this sentiment. After all, she was Garam's first and last love. As Vikir was about to rise from the bed, suddenly, Kirko grabbed his sleeve. She looked at him with faint eyes, indicating she hadn't fully regained consciousness yet. She seemed to hover between dream and reality. "Garam," she whispered, still in an informal tone. Kirko's dry lips quivered as she expressed gratitude. "Thank you." "It's nothing," Vikir replied dryly, attempting to turn away. "But don't leave, please," Kirko pleaded, as if releasing something held within her. The specter of loneliness. A child born and raised here, a woman with nowhere else to lean on. "I don't want to be alone," Kirko confessed. Vikir silently regarded her plea. "I want to leave this place." Suddenly, he recalled the words written at the end of every page in Garam's diary. With her, however, Vikir shook his head. He wasn't Garam. Nuvalebeg was just a transient stop on his journey. He still had a long way to go before reaching the final stage. "You won't be alone," he assured her. And so Vikir could only offer these words. "Perhaps." By the time Vikir finished his last sentence, Kirko's hand, which had been gripping his sleeve, had fallen limply to the bed. Kirko had already closed her eyes, slipping into a deep slumber. Vikir ensured once more that her complexion and breathing were completely calm before leaving the room. Thud, the door, which had been briefly ajar, closed shut. The latch was considerably looser than when he first opened it. Chapter 403, Escape 1. Chapter 403, Escape 1. Mealtime. Vikir, having a rare day off from duty, had his meal at the cafeteria. On the menu were black bread with pickled fish and some wilted greens. There was no variety. That was all there was. Even for a meal served to a captain-level guard, it was a rather dismal arrangement. Seems like the supply situation is pretty dire these days. If this is the quality of meals for captains, one can only imagine what the lower-ranking guards are getting. It's unimaginable what the prisoners are eating. Recently, there haven't been many familiar faces at the labor camp. Perhaps they've starved to death. As Vikir sat alone eating his meal, "Is that really true?" "Yeah, that's what I heard." The guard's conversation at the table in front of him faintly reached Vikir's ears. Having reached the master realm, Vikir's hearing could pick up conversations from afar. "They say the surface world is in chaos. Demons and monsters are appearing in droves. They say some kind of giant gate opened." "Yeah, and monsters are pouring out of it. I bet the security's collapsed. That's probably why there's been a surge in prisoners." "Is security the only concern right now? The entire empire is in jeopardy." Most of them were discussing surface world affairs. Some seemed to outright disbelieve that anything was happening on the surface. "Seriously, how old are we, still believing in demons and monsters? Those are just fabricated creatures made up by the Quavades clan." "Yeah, I don't believe anything I haven't seen with my own eyes. But how can we see anything being thousands of meters under the sea? Ha ha ha. Well, they say all the new prisoners coming in have seen demons or monsters. And what about that gate? You believe the words of prisoners coming in here. They've all gone mad with fear. Being trapped in the Iron Maiden and sunk 10,000 meters down, it's enough to drive anyone insane." Meanwhile, some took these rumors seriously. "No, something's definitely off. Never before have so many prisoners been admitted to Nuvalebeg. There must have been some major change on the surface." "Yeah. If Warden Orca, Major Dorjum, and Major Soiree all went up to the surface for prisoner transport, something serious must have happened." "Right. Not only the Warden and Colonel of Nuvalebeg left his posts, but 2 out of the 5 pillars have gone up to the surface together. This is unprecedented. The surface must be in complete chaos. I heard the gate opened, and monsters are pouring out. And the leaders of the 7 noble clans of the Empire are also reportedly under assassination threats." However, most of the guards in Nuvalebeg weren't particularly interested in these discussions. "Well, as long as we manage the criminals here properly, that should be enough. Yeah, we shouldn't bother about what's happening outside. Since when did we get involved in surface affairs? If demons and monsters are wreaking havoc up there, wouldn't it be safer down here? Whatever happens on the surface, it's unlikely to affect us down here." Most of Nuvalebeg's guards were individuals marginalized by society, with little affection for the world or loyalty to the Empire. They hadn't been outside for so long that they had little curiosity about how the outside world had changed. Besides, regardless of how things had changed, it was obvious they wouldn't adapt well. But Vikir's thoughts on all of this were somewhat different. Nuvalebeg, too, will eventually become ensnared in the aftermath of the impending war. In the past, Nuvalebeg remained safe for a while even after the onset of the Great War. Its geographical location 10,000 meters underwater ironically served as an advantage, allowing it to escape the aftermath of the war. However, demons, noticing Nuvalebeg's existence, sent military forces to this harsh place. Despite the efforts of the war heroes of previous generations, including Orca, the warden of Nuvalebeg, who had quelled the 47-person incident, and his 5 pillars, they couldn't stop the demons' power. And as tensions rose, Nuvalebeg, for reasons unrelated to the demons, fell. Most of the guards and prisoners perished during this process, and those who survived harbored hatred towards demons, either joining the human alliance forces on the surface or fighting demons through individual means. It seems that era of destruction is near. Chewing on the wilted greens, Vikyr pondered. The fact that the vegetables supplied from the surface were already in this condition meant that the situation was deteriorating faster than expected. Then here you are. The chair beside Vikyr scraped against the floor as it was pulled back. Lieutenant Kirko grim. She had quietly taken a seat beside Vikyr. Having regained her health, she spoke calmly. It seems the quality of information improves with promotion. What have you heard? Colonel Orca is returning, and Majors Dorjum and Soiree as well. The Big Three of Nuvalebeg. They are currently escorting a massive number of prisoners heading towards Nuvalebeg. How many of them will survive the treacherous journey to arrive here, submerged beneath the black depths? Are the guards coming on balloon fish? I assume Majors Dorjum and Soiree are. Director Orca is coming personally. Personally? Yes, as always, Kirko replied casually, smoothly transitioning to the next topic. There are rumors that among the new prisoners coming, there's a formidable monster. What makes them think that? They attempted to assassinate the head of one of the 7 great clans. They were immediately sentenced to Nuvalebeg without trial. They'll probably be assigned there as soon as level 10 construction is complete. The arrival of new prisoners wasn't particularly of interest to Vikyr. When do Director Orca and the other 2 chief guards arrive? They should be here within a week. Then the new prisoners will arrive around that time. Vikyr's gaze turned icy. The arrival of new prisoners meant that the news of the surface will soon be on his hands. The intake will fall under the jurisdiction of head Captain Bastille, and Vikyr, who had gained his trust, would likely be involved in the intake. If there was ever a time to escape, it would be then. Vikyr's plan for escape wasn't the typical kind through a hole in the wall. It was more elaborate. Things are going to get busy, Vikyr said as he stood up from his seat. There was much to prepare. Then SCRRA. As Vikyr rose from his seat, Kirko also stood up from hers. There were still bits of black bread and pickled fish on her plate. Vikyr said, "Seems like you haven't finished your meal. You should continue eating. When something happens, we should rise together," Kirko responded as if it were obvious. "Why?" "Because I'm your subordinate," Kirko answered as a matter of course. Vikyr hesitated for a moment. Since that day, or rather since receiving a beating from Black Tongue, Kirko had been following Vikyr around closely. They shared duties and other minor tasks always together. Even their quarters were adjacent, leading to a situation where they were practically always together, except for sleeping, showering, and using the restroom. It was unclear who had arranged their duty roster like this. There's a lot to do starting tonight, and with things like this, the plan might be disrupted. After a moment of consideration, Vikyr said to Kirko, "So, will you be with me tonight as well?" Vikyr's voice was unusually loud. Some of the guards returning their trays heard his words. Kirko's face turned noticeably red, perhaps in response to the wide-eyed gazes of the surrounding guards. What do you mean?" "That night. Don't you remember?" "Ah, no, I won't. You said that night you didn't want to be alone." At that moment, Kirko's expression turned fierce. She spoke in a low voice with an extremely businesslike tone, articulating each word firmly. "Please don't mistake it just because there was an incident last time. That day, I was particularly weak, both physically and mentally." "You said you didn't remember." Kirko's face turned crimson to the tips of her ears. "I thought it was a dream." But her words only fueled misunderstandings among the surrounding people. No, that's not it. I meant it felt like a dream, not that I thought it was a dream, I really thought." In a state of total confusion, Kirko made various remarks to herself before promptly disappearing from the spot. Finally, Vikyr could cool his head. The relatively peaceful, daily life in Nuvalebeg was over now. The time for the grand escape has come. There wasn't much time left. A once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. The unprecedented chaos that would engulf all of Nuvalebeg was imminent. A signal of humanity's counterattack before the Great War. It would illuminate the final thorny path the night hound would tread. Chapter 404. Escape 2, Chapter 404. Escape 2, there was a door. It was truly massive and sturdy. A perfect circle. The top was white while the bottom was black. It formed a perfect yin-yang symbol. Its grand scale overwhelmed onlookers, its closure seeming to defy anything in this world with its solidness. Diameter of 70 million, thickness of 5 million, weight of 65-35 tons. Made of mithril and adamantium, with a slight coating of copper on the surface to prevent corrosion. People called this circular door the door of good and evil. This circular door was the main entrance of Nuvalebeg, a symbol of Nuvalebeg, the ultimate boundary that distinguished good and evil inside and outside. Underneath this gigantic door, which formed the ceiling of the Nuvalebeg fortress, Vikir marveled. Even if Nuvalebeg were to crumble to pieces, this door alone would survive. I agreed. How did humans manage to create such a sturdy door with their technology? Even de Carabia, known as the Wall of Lamentation, was impressed, which said a lot. The door of good and evil, also known as a symbol of Nuvalebeg, was much larger, sturdier, and more magnificent than the safe used in Bourgeois. Even Vikir, who had witnessed the end of the Great War, couldn't imagine this being destroyed. But really, human, why were you staring at that door as if you were going to break through it? Did you really intend to break it? It seemed impossible with human strength alone. Vikir replied to de Carabia's grumbling with a calm voice. Do you like surfing? De Carabia seemed to not understand and just rolled his eyes. Speak your mind. Don't keep your thoughts bottled up all the time. Was it bothering you? You weren't asking out of ignorance, were you? Vikir chuckled lightly and turned his gaze away. Sorry, I've been trained to keep my mouth shut all my life. Talkative comrades or brothers have always ended up being casualties. Meanwhile, in front of the door of good and evil, numerous high-ranking guards, including head captain Bastille, were waiting. They were awaiting news of its opening in a few hours. It seems like Warden Orca was finally returning. It's been a long time. It had been over 2 years, hadn't it? Major Dorjum and Major Swara are returning together. It's been a long time since Nuvalebeg's Big Three gathered in one place. But were there so many prisoners to escort that warden, and the two majors had to ascend to the surface together? They said this one is unprecedented. The surface security has collapsed, leading to a surge in criminals. The surface? Why has the surface security collapsed? Has there been another coup? This guy seems like he's completely cut off from Nuvalebeg's news. It's like a civil war broke out. It's not just group against group, but nation against nation level. There are even rumors that demons have invaded. That's ridiculous. That's something you'd expect from apocalyptic prophecies, not reality. Well, anyway, they say the surface is in chaos like never before. Nuvalebeg, which used to be a gateway to hell, seems to have become a haven instead. Did you hear? They say a level 10 candidate is coming in this time. She's been sentenced to level 9 without a trial. And she's a woman, she's even super pretty. Are you insane? If she's sentenced to level 9 without a trial, she must be a monster among monsters. And you think she'd look like a woman? The prisoners, feeling the tension, exchanged various conversations among themselves, each preparing for what lay ahead in their own way. And of course, Vikir paid no attention to their conversation at all. Everyone's attention is focused on the arrival of the newcomers. This is the opportunity. New prisoners were about to be brought in and handcuffed with BDISSEM restraints. The guards would supervise the new arrivals while ensuring a show of force. And during this time, the surveillance and control over the existing prisoners would slightly weaken. All of this was a rhythm Vikir had confidently grasped over the years as a guard. It was precisely at this moment that Vikir planned to assassinate Lieutenant Colonel BDISSEM. Vikir recalled his past battle with her. Oh no, if I die, the restraints and bars on the prisoners, they'll lose their power. That's the only thing. Desperately clinging to the ground, BDISSEM's words came out in fragments. Her voice was so desperate that not a hint of falsehood could be sensed. When BDISSEM dies, all BDISSEM restraints lose their power, right? She had kindly spilled all her secrets, but even before that, Vikir had already suspected this fact from several clues. When the guard's attention is focused on the newcomers, I'll take the opportunity to kill BDISSEM. Then all the BDISSEM restraints on the prisoners in Nuvalebeg will be released. Monorestraining BDISSEM handcuffs and shackles, the iron bars of the cells, all would be broken. Once that happens, the prisoners who were undergoing intake would immediately revolt. The guards would initially be caught up dealing with the new prisoners, and then they would face a massive secondary wave of chaos from the underground. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. As time passes, stronger and stronger lower-level prisoners would rise up to the main entrance where the intake would be taking place. It was certain that a large-scale riot unprecedented in the history of Nuvellebeg would occur. Crises are opportunities. Chances to completely overturn one's life will overflow every second, every moment. And Vikyr planned to take advantage of that chaos, activate Poseidon, and escape from prison. Finally, a true escape plan would be realized. To do that, I need to prepare BDISSCM in advance. Quietly, Vikyr stepped back. As all the guards were focused on the entrance with tense expressions, it was a perfect opportunity to slip away unnoticed. But before that, there's a place I need to visit briefly. Vikyr allowed himself a little time before executing the plan. There were two people he needed to meet beforehand. However, before Vikyr could go to them, the first person came to him. As Vikyr was slipping away, he felt a touch on his back and instinctively turned his head. Kirko was staring at Vikyr from behind. Vikyr, with a casual tone, opened his mouth in response to her unreadable gaze. "What are you doing here, Lieutenant? It's supposed to be your off-duty day today. The commander is on duty, so I couldn't just relax alone. I came to help." She was impeccably dressed in uniform. Vikyr let out a small sigh. "It just so happened I was heading to your room." Instantly, Kirko's face turned slightly red. If you think my room is an easy place to rest just because something happened once that night." Seeing Kirko's reaction, as if she were misunderstanding something again, Vikyr tilted his head slightly. "No, don't go back to your room today." Kirko's face turned even redder. Is that an order? If you're so firm about it, I guess I have no choice as your subordinate." "After all, I am your subordinate." Vikyr frowned slightly at the continuing futile conversation. Eventually, Vikyr spoke to Kirko in a cold and sharp voice. "Go to the 5th floor, the balloon fish breeding area, immediately. Don't ask why, just wait there until I arrive. This is an order." Kirko hesitated for a moment but nodded quickly at Vikyr's serious expression. "I sense that something unusual is about to happen." Kirko is a smart person. If she said she'd do it, he could trust her. Vikyr nodded and turned away. The inexorable movement of the clock, the predicted storm of blood. Now it truly was farewell to Nuvellebeg. Knock knock. Sounds of drops falling in the corridor echoed. Vikyr walked through the empty hall, crossing the bridge connecting towers. A few low-level guards stood watch, saluting as Vikyr passed. They were faces from his days as a low-level guard. Vikyr acknowledged their salutes and spoke. "You no longer need to stand guard. Go to the 5th floor and wait. The breeding area won't be accessible, so the closer you are, the better." It was the only way to survive the imminent upheaval. Vikyr said similar words to most of the guards he encountered. The junior guards exchanged glances, nodding in response to Vikyr's words. Thud thud thud. The black corridor and spiral stairs seemed endless. Vikyr continued descending into the damp silence. In the depths, 10,000 meters below the sea, Vikyr immersed himself further into the murky silence. A deep-sea creature passed outside the window, emitting a faint light. A few more turns and Vikyr would reach the room where BDISSCM resided. Just then, "Where are you in such a hurry to, Captain? Rotten bitch!" A sinister voice echoed from the darkness ahead. "No, should I call you Captain Night Hound instead? Heh heh heh." A laugh Vikyr had heard once before. Vikyr curled his lips dryly. "Yeah, I wanted to see your face before I left anyway." There was only one being in Nuvellebeg who spoke with such a foul voice. With black, writhing skin and menacing eyes and teeth, Major Black Townge. He was waiting in the darkness for Vikyr. Chapter 405. Escape 3, Chapter 405. Escape 3, Jing Jing. Beelzebub vibrated on the right wrist. It was exposing its teeth toward the darkness ahead like the end of a compass. And, "Where are you in such a hurry to go, Captain Garam, the pitiful night dog?" From the darkness, Major Black Townge revealed himself. "No, I should call you Captain Vikyr, the Night Hound." Heh heh heh. Black Townge was much larger than the last time Vikyr saw him. Black leeches were wriggling throughout his body. They were stretching and contracting repeatedly, bouncing up and down. Black Townge stretched out his arms, which were longer than his legs. You're not Garam. It's logically impossible. Trash, a lower-ranking guard, suddenly awakens and gets promoted to a mid-level captain in one go. You can only fool other idiots, but not me. I am the only rational one here in Nuvalebeg. Black Townge smiled with a torn mouth. Vikyr chuckled in response. You talk a lot for someone who's about to die. Oh, did you just admit it? Heh heh heh. Yes, I did. Now there's no reason to disguise himself. Vikyr summoned the power of the basilisk and instantly erased the burn marks on his face. His tousled hair fell back, revealing Vikyr's original features clearly. Black Townge extended his tongue towards Vikyr, revealing a long black tongue. Damn bro, you sexy as hell, no cap. At the same time, Gwaya, the darkness around Black Townge began to move rapidly. As if the visibility was decreasing, a large palm flew towards Vikyr. Vikyr tilted his head back. The rubbery, elongated fingers of Black Townge brushed against his cheek. Swoosh, as if blood were being drawn from the wound, Black Townge's finger seemed to suck it in. However, thud Vikyr's blood that Black Townge's finger tasted suddenly lost all color and fell down. Black Townge had withdrawn his blood-sucking ability midway. Heh heh heh, your blood seemed a bit strange. It might not be good to drink it. It seemed that Black Townge had sensed the existence of a terrifying poison contained in Vikyr's blood. Splat. Vikyr lowered his body, dodging the palm flying towards him, and flew forward. As his severed hair flew backward, Black Townge's torso approached closer and closer. Vikyr, who had folded his two arms behind him, pulled out Beelzebub from his wrist and aimed at the empty body of Black Townge. At that moment, an annoying vibration surged through his right arm. Beelzebub had been showing an abnormal response since earlier. What's this? It was a reaction he had never seen since acquiring the sword. It was not affecting combat, but something felt off. Vikyr hesitated momentarily due to the vibration felt in his right hand. Surprise! The leeches of Black Townge reacted sensitively to Vikyr's approach. Each leech fiber, which acted as his muscles, stood stiff like a head, then collectively attacked Vikyr. It was as if hundreds of arms were sprouting from his entire body. Vikyr had no choice but to give up further approach, and wielding Beelzebub, he began removing the leeches attached to Black Townge's body one by one. Splat! Squish! Thud, the flesh and blood of the torn leeches in the air began to scatter in all directions. Meanwhile, although Beelzebub continued to vibrate, it didn't seem to affect the battle. Meanwhile, as Vikyr swept away the leeches flying through the air, Black Townge began to untie the straps around his waist and empty out what was inside. It was small eggs, precisely the weird creature that Vikyr so greatly wanted. The hatched leech offspring were crawling towards Vikyr on the ground, similar to that thing attached to Kirko's abdomen. Vikyr's eyes gleamed. While the leeches attached to Black Townge didn't interest him much, those leeches / weird creatures stealing the opponent's strength and appearance personally intrigued him. Black Townge, perhaps having noticed Vikyr's gaze, opened his mouth with a mixed laughter. This is an ultra-rare species that I have studied for a lifetime and only recently succeeded in improving and breeding. Have you heard of the doppelganger leech? No, I haven't heard of it. Heh, naturally, that would be the case. This was top secret even within Nuvalebeg. I was able to do it because they all allowed me to use prisoners or guards in Nuvalebeg as experimental subjects, allowed. Who gave you that right? Who else but Orca, that stubborn old man? He'd allow anything as long as I could strengthen Nuvalebeg's security. He'd probably even shake hands with a demon willingly. Black Townge chuckled as it spoke. In truth, the research and development were finished long ago, but I didn't report it as finished and enjoyed a bit more upon hearing those words. Vikyr quietly nodded. Suddenly, Kirko's face came to mind. So she and her parents simply lost everything for the amusement of one psychotic individual. The happiness of a family, all the joy and pride of parents, all the love and happiness a child should rightly enjoy, all sucked dry by one monstrous human being. Luckily, Dad wasn't a bad person, Mom wasn't pitiful, it's just me who's bad. Kirko's words echoed in his mind. A child born and raised here, a woman with no one to lean on. Vikyr took a deep breath and exhaled. Whoosh, when all the hot breath was expelled, the vibration of Beelzebub felt on his right arm had ceased coldly. Vikyr's eyes shone with a deep red color. I'll let your leeches spread far and wide, but not now. Vikyr spoke briefly. At the same time, the blade of Beelzebub protruding from his wrist sharply scratched the surroundings. Snick, clack, vroom, cling, 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 cling. The tips of the spears mercilessly etched the stone floor and walls. Boom, 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 boom. The countless multitude of leech offspring, crawling towards him, exploded and died without a single one left. For a moment, Black Townge's mouth hung open. He was astonished by Vikyr's aura and his skill to destroy so many leeches in this pitch-black darkness. It seems you're a much more troublesome escapee than I thought. Well, you getting rid of BDSM shackles wasn't ordinary either. Heh heh heh. However, Black Townge still didn't lose his composure. The source of his composure was soon revealed. Vikyr narrowed his eyes. Black Tongue slowly stepped back, and around him the black balls were beginning to appear. Did you set this up in advance, anticipating that I would come to catch BDSM? Vikyr observed the elongated corridor beyond the darkness. The leeches, swollen enough to accommodate 1 or 2 people comfortably, were blocking Vikyr's path by sticking to the floor, walls, and ceiling. Don't worry, I haven't told anyone. These minions won't be of any help even if they come. Black Townge chuckled as it spoke. Actually, my children are much more competent. Look here. These are also newly developed species by me. Oil-expelling leeches and temperature-regulating leeches. Mass production is difficult because they're minor species with somewhat challenging reproduction. Both types of leech offspring with plump bodies opened their mouths towards Vikyr. Eventually, boom, the leech offspring began forcefully ejecting what was inside them. The oil-expelling leeches expelled the oil stored in their organs, while the temperature-regulating leeches expelled the stored body temperature in the form of flames. The fiercely burning oil bubbled and flew, eventually creating a massive blaze. The firepower was so intense that even Vikyr felt the urge to avoid a direct confrontation. Boom, boom, boom. The oil and flames swept through the straight corridor, causing a tumultuous explosion. The dampness that lingered around dried up completely, leaving behind only scorched stones and ashes. Heh heh heh, it's a shame. If there were a few more of these leeches, the firepower would have lasted a bit longer. But I suppose this much is sufficient, right? Black Townge muttered through the dense smoke. However, the expression of Black Townge narrowed as well. As the flames and smoke cleared, something appeared directly in front of him. It was Vikyr, wielding Dicarabia as a shield, burning with a crimson aura. Is this all? Seems to be over as soon as it gets a little hot. Heh heh heh, quite the guy who can really heat things up for people. Black veins bulged on the forehead of Black Townge. Gradually, he lowered his posture towards Vikyr, who was in front of him. All right, you win. I have no choice but to reveal my trump card. What Black Townge pulled out was a sword wrapped haphazardly with bandages. A handle that looked rough and stiff, like a piece of meat dried into jerky. Underneath, dirty bandages were loosely wrapped around it, which Black Townge carefully adjusted as he held it. Vikyr asked, "A sword? I've never heard of you using a sword." "Of course not. There were hardly any instances of me facing humans." Black Townge chuckled as he unraveled all the bandages wrapped around instead of a sword handle. And soon, the grotesquely twisted blade came into Vikyr's view. At the same time, Vikyr understood why Beelzebub had been subtly vibrating in his right arm since earlier. So the sword was here all along. Beelzebub was resonating with his kin. Chapter 406, Escape 4, Chapter 406, Escape 4, Vikyr fixed his gaze on the sword in front of him. Though he couldn't be certain of the sword's identity, there were certainly recognizable features about it. Long ago, a few legendary demonic weapons of unprecedented power existed beyond the demon realm and into the mortal realm. Known as the 7 Calamities, they were named after 7 ancient demon kings. And the remains of these 7 demonic kings, whether material or conceptual, somehow lingered into the present, retaining a significant portion of their former power beyond the reach of causality. One of them was this sword, Beelzebub, but there are 6 more besides this sword. Vikyr thought as he looked at the crimson blade of Beelzebub protruding from his right wrist. And the sword in front of him was also one of the 7 Calamities. Asmodeus, the demonic weapon. A wicked blade rivaling Beelzebub. It's one of the ultimate weapons brought by the demons in the later stages of the Great War. Who would have thought it'd end up here? Victor thought as he looked at the demonic weapon Asmodeus in front of him. And the current owner of Asmodeus, Major Black Townge, gazed at the twisted blade with an almost possessed look in his eyes. Once upon a time, I had a leech that I loved. No, now that I think about it, maybe it wasn't a leech at all, well anyway. Major Black Townge explained how he came to possess Asmodeus. That one had an insatiable thirst for blood. Quite greedy it was, but the more it drank, the larger and stronger it became, to the point where it couldn't be controlled. Major Black Townge chuckled as he kissed Asmodeus. So I tricked it, locked it up in a cell, and starved it to death. Poor thing suffered quite a bit, I imagine. But you see, this fellow here was so strong that no matter how long I kept it locked up, it wouldn't die. Instead of hibernating for the winter, it just lay there, stiff as a board, not a twitch. Even after being left out to dry in the heat, it didn't die, just dried up like jerky. A lot of dried blood powder came out. But still, look how sharp it turned out, huh? It's a beautiful sword. It's astonishing that even after separating from the Demon King, the craving for blood remained for such a long time. But what's even more surprising is that there's someone crazy enough to grind it into a sword. So this is how the demonic sword Asmodeus came to be. Victor admired the madness in Major Black Townge's eyes, but it was just admiration as a spectator watching a show. The hunting dog merely observed its prey with its usual languid gaze. It's best to be careful. That sword doesn't serve unworthy masters. It'll eagerly wait for an opportunity and turn the tables on you. He had seen many cases before the regression, where humans and demons alike became prey to that sword. However, Victor's warning was naturally disregarded. Major Black Townge grinned and lifted Asmodeus. This fellow still thirsts for blood even after becoming this wreck. Yes, it craves your blood strongly. And it was true. Asmodeus swelled as it drank Major Black Townge's blood, seeming to tremble as if it wanted to rush towards Victor right then and there. Eventually, clang, the two demonic swords clashed. Victor swallowed a groan as he felt the weight through his wrist. He couldn't fathom how much this sword weighed. It was certainly small in volume, but it weighed a ton, and its strength far exceeded that of any metal. Like how a large chunk of flesh becomes small and tough when dried up. And the sword itself was digging into odd angles, seeming to find openings. It resembled a vampire, a head crazed for blood. Swoosh! Asmodeus avoided friction with Beelzebub and coiled like a whip. Swish, swish. As Beelzebub pierced Major Black Townge's chest, Asmodeus, in turn, stabbed Victor's thigh. Arg, you damned thing. You should protect your master before your dinner bowl, Major Black Townge screamed, yet his mouth curved into a smile. Madness. Truly, that master and that sword were a match made in heaven. Victor frowned. Though the swords were rampaging on their own, it was all optimized for lethality. Moreover, Major Black Townge also possessed considerable swordsmanship. Perhaps it was on par with Major Dorjum or Major Swara in terms of sheer combat prowess. TSS, TSS, TSS. Victor tried to draw upon the thirst-quenching power within Beelzebub, but it was no match for Asmodeus's blood-sucking ability. Furthermore, Asmodeus was eagerly feasting on Victor's blood, even though it was tainted with Madame Eight-Legs' venom. You're quite bothersome, Victor muttered as he stepped back. Major Black Townge chuckled and followed Victor. Scared, afraid, why run away? Victor withdrew silently. It was a route to retrace his steps thus far. However, Major Black Townge didn't let Victor escape. Fear blinds the eyes and ears, my friend. Simultaneously, crack, Major Black Townge's arm twisted even more grotesquely. Victor saw Asmodeus twist at an even harsher angle. Major Black Townge smiled. Isn't it obvious? The more blood it drinks, the more flexible it becomes. Just like how jerky becomes softer as it absorbs water. Asmodeus was no different. Twisting its body even more unpredictably than before, Asmodeus lunged at Victor's face. Victor quickly turned his head, but Major Black Townge's subtle swordsmanship succeeded in pushing Asmodeus even deeper. Thunk, Victor's ear was torn off completely. It was a grievous injury, to the extent that organs like the cochlea and semicircular canals were ripped out along with it. Erg! A groan escaped Victor's lips, the pain indescribable, akin to having a cotton swab shoved deep into your ear and it punctures your eardrum, except it was torn out entirely. TSS, TSS, TSS. The basilisk's regeneration quickly healed the wound, but it would take time to regenerate the intricate organs within. Wobbling with his inner ear a mess, his sense of balance and spatial awareness naturally faltered. Major Black Townge, with a grin full of madness, lunged at Vikier, mouth wide open, aiming for his neck. Chomp, 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 die, night hound. Vikier swung his sword towards Major Black Townge desperately. Swish, 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 the deafening sound of the blades swinging in all directions, but none of them touched Major Black Townge. No, not even close, as they flew off in entirely wrong directions. Die, die, die. You've become a complete idiot. Major Black Townge mocked Vikier as he swung his sword aimlessly towards the wrong direction. Thud! Pressing down fiercely on Vikier, Major Black Townge's body had grown more than twice its original size due to excitement. The leeches covering his body bubbled and boiled, representing its heightened state of excitement. With saliva dripping down, Major Black Townge taunted Vikier, perched on top of him. Now that such a commotion has occurred, it's a big deal, isn't it? Who knows, maybe Dorjum or Swara will come. Oh, perhaps even Orca, that old man, might directly intervene. How does it feel? Anxious, sweating cold. Is the room spinning, however? That wouldn't do. Dorjum or Swara might be manageable, but Orca was a different story. In response to Major Black Townge's banter, Vikier replied briefly. I've wasted too much time cause those special leeches intrigued me, but it seems there's no more time to play around. As Major Black Townge made a puzzled expression, Vikier raised his left hand. Major Black Townge's eyes bulged as if they were about to burst. The leather pouch filled with the special leech eggs was now in Vikier's hand. Well then, Vikier bid a short farewell. Simultaneously, crash, an upheaval occurred in the corridor. The walls, floor, and ceiling of the corridor were all covered with sword marks, following the traces of Vikier's recent swings. Swish, swish, swish. A section of the corridor was completely cut open, along with the flubber mucus that wrapped around the building's exterior. Huh! For a moment, Major Black Townge felt the ground beneath him, or rather the entire space he occupied, moving. Like a slice of cake falling off, the entire space where Major Black Townge had been positioned was moving away from the corridor. Swoosh, the seawater of the abyss rushed in. This is nothing. I just need to swim back. Major Black Townge, taken aback by its sudden plunge into the sea, flailed its arms and legs in panic. At that moment, Major Black Townge saw it, the hunting dog preparing to leap towards him. The bothersome one is... Vikier unleashed the power he had been holding back, Baskerville 8th style, Black Sun. The intensely concentrated aura formed a black sphere, sucking everything in. Swirling, the approaching seawater formed whirlpools, and trapped in their center, Major Black Townge was rendered helpless. And the hunting dog, having gained absolute superiority, delivered the final verdict towards him. Suffer, it was simple and clear. Chapter 407, Escape 5, Chapter 407, Escape 5, Flash. The shot fired by Vikier streaked toward the center of the whirlpool. A black sun generated by aura extended vertically. Ah-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h. The piercing scream of Major Black Townge dissipated into bubbles underwater. Rumble, the black bricks crumbled like sponge blocks. And Major Black Townge couldn't stop his momentum towards the unknown depths of the abyss ocean. A section of the corridor he was standing on broke off like a piece of cake, floating away from Nuvelebag, exposed to the pressure of the ocean at 10,000 meters. Survival was very unlikely, even if it's Major Black Townge. One of the 5 pillars of Nuvelebag. Squelch, a transparent mucus, began to fill the hole created by Vikier's aura. Flubber quickly enveloped the entirety of Nuvelebag in minutes. The corridor Vikier had destroyed just now was now enveloped with flubber to prevent more seawater from entering. The influx of water drastically decreased and soon revealed the floor. Trickle, trickle, the remaining seawater flowed down the spiral staircase of the ramp. Vikier stood on the wet cobblestones, peering beyond the transparent mucus. Right at that moment, Vikier's crimson eyes narrowed between his wet bangs. Something was approaching. Something massive from the depths of the distant abyssal sea was heading this way. At a frantic pace, Major Black Townge, no, something else entirely. It no longer resembles a human. With countless tentacles attached, it now resembles a slender shape, more akin to a sea serpent or abyssal eel. A monster. It had a distorted and melting face, revealing sharp teeth. And with terrifying speed, it swam towards Nuvalebeg. Upon closer inspection, Vikyr concluded it was not Major Black Townge. Major Black Townge is dead. That must be the true form of Asmodeus, one of the 7 calamities. The demonic blade Asmodeus sucked all the blood from the dead Black Tongue, and regained its true essence, Roaer. In a form unlike anything ever seen in this world, the grotesque sea serpent opened its mouth wide. Gums and teeth protruded in all directions, creating a ghastly sight. Vikyr clicked his tongue. So this is what a demon that devoured its master looks like. The demonic sword Beelzebub resonated loudly. Vikyr extended his finger and tapped Beelzebub's blade with a resounding thud. Don't even dream. Simultaneously, he emitted a crimson glow from his eyes. Baskerville 8th form, Black Sun. With 8 fangs, it crushed everything in its path. As Asmodeus was sucked inside, it writhed in grotesque agony, but ultimately could not escape its fate of being drawn into the heart of the Black Sun. Crash, screech. Amidst the clamor, the sound of something shattering was heard. Vikyr, with his mastery over 8 fangs, could feel through his hands that Asmodeus had been completely destroyed. Gradually, as the Black Sun set, 9 broken pieces of the sword could be seen within. Silence. The frenzied beast had been culled. A dog that bites its owner will eventually get burned. Vikyr murmured coldly as he gazed at the sinking debris of the sword. It's a fact he knew well from experience. In the end, Asmodeus, one of the 7 calamities, perished in the deep ocean with the destruction of one of the 7 demonic swords, leaves the total up to 6. But I can't be completely sure. It's such a resilient blade, it might just survive. But is there anyone capable of wielding it now? On that point, Vikyr was skeptical. It's a bit regrettable, but anyway, handling more than 2 demonic swords at once was an impossible feat. Vikyr completely discarded any lingering attachment to the sunken Asmodeus. Instead, he decided to focus on stuff he gained. More importantly, finally got my hands on it. Vikyr raised his left hand. The tough leather pouch felt substantial in his grasp. Opening it revealed a bunch of shiny eggs inside. These are the egg sacs of the rare leech that Black Townge was researching on. So this is the mutant variant created by Major Black Townge's dedicated effort, huh? Vikyr recalled how the leech attached to Kirko's abdomen gradually began to resemble Kirko's appearance. Perhaps if he had been a little later, the leech would have grown into an exact replica of Kirko. It'll be an amazing secret weapon, Vikyr thought. He opened the Andromalius barrier and stored the leech eggs inside. They would prove useful someday. Now it's time to capture BDISSEM. The final stage had begun. Boom, the symbol of Nuvalebeg, the gate of good and evil, opened. Thud, 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 thud. Along with a massive rush of seawater like a waterfall, numerous iron maidens fell to the first floor. And the gulper eels that had departed from the surface also arrived through the 5th floor underwater dock. Open the gates! At head captain's command, the guards stepped forward and twisted the iron maidens open. Prisoners were pulled out from inside. Prisoners who had endured a journey through the deep ocean. Most of them either had blank expressions, drooling in a daze, or were already dead. Some prisoners were reduced to mushy mixtures of flesh and blood, resembling stew. This one's for Lieutenant Colonel Flubber's dinner. Hey, this one's alive, right? Send him to the infirmary. He just died. Gather the corpses in one place. Send them to Lieutenant Colonel Flubber. Madmen need a strong hand. Make them come to their senses. Sounds of clubs and whips echoed throughout. Eventually, the surviving prisoners moved sluggishly towards the infirmary location. This time, there were quite a few newcomers, so the guards were also moving about frantically. Just then, thud, the last iron maiden fell. As the guards approached it, wait, don't touch it. We'll handle that prisoner ourselves. A deep voice resounded from behind. Head Captain Bastille and all the guards turned their heads in surprise. There stood Major Dorjum and Major Sawyer, who had just returned to Nuvalebeg. They each grabbed one side of the final Iron Maiden and descended underground. This one's a level 9 prisoner, and with such a terrible record, she'll be transferred straight to level 10. At this, all the guards swallowed nervously, their faces tense. Just how dangerous a monster must this prisoner be that the two majors were so cautious? Meanwhile, Major Dorjum told Bastille some other news. Master Orca will return soon. Prepare for the welcome ceremony. Yes, sir. Head Captain Bastille quickly turned his head. At times like this, competent subordinates should move swiftly. Garam, where's Captain Garam? Head Captain Bastille searched for the sharp young officer he had recently appointed as his aide. But Garam was nowhere to be seen amidst the chaos caused by the influx of new prisoners, making it difficult for the guards to move around efficiently. Then, Head Captain Bastille spotted a guard stepping back. Lieutenant Kirko Grimm, she too was a young officer recently appointed as an aide. Hey, Lieutenant Kirko. At Head Captain Bastille's call, Kirko raised her head. Quickly, summon Captain Garam. Master Orca will return soon, and we need to prepare for the welcome ceremony. This is your chance to impress him too. Yes, I'll call him right away. Kirko nodded in understanding. She had just received a sudden order to go to the 5th floor from Garam, so finding an excuse to comply was fortuitous. She swiftly left the scene of the influx of prisoners and rushed downstairs. The path to the 5th underground floor. To reach the gulper eel breeding grounds Garam had mentioned, she had to pass through several corridors and bridges connecting the towers. Tap, tap. Water droplets fell in the corridor. As she passed through the empty corridor and crossed the arching bridge connecting the towers, she saw familiar faces. They were her comrades she had known since her days as a junior guard. Ah, Head Lieutenant Kirko, at your service. Her old comrades saluted her as she passed, recognizing her even in the dim light. Then one guard asked Kirko, "Is Lieutenant Kirko heading to the 5th floor as well?" What do you mean? Just now, Captain Garam passed by here. What did he say? He mentioned something about not needing to stand guard anymore and quickly going near the breeding grounds. Kirko's expression hardened for a moment. It seemed like something serious was about to happen. Don't disregard Captain Garam's words. With that, Kirko ran forward, ignoring the attempts of the junior guards who were standing watch to stop her. Just a moment, Captain. From here on, it's an area where not even high-level lieutenants have autonomous access. But the guards couldn't finish their sentences. Crash, roar. In the distance, a black aura rose outside the window. It was the deafening roar and shockwave that shook the entire 5th floor. Chapter 408, Escape 6, Chapter 408, Escape 6, bang. The triple-layered steel door was completely smashed to pieces. Now all that remained was a lattice-like iron mesh made of BDISSCM. On the bed beyond that mesh, Lieutenant Colonel BDISSCM sprang up with a startled expression. What's all this commotion? She had apparently fully recovered from the previous incident, looking like a young girl. BDISSCM frowned as she saw Vikyr striding in through the broken door. Her gaze settled on the rank insignia on Vikyr's uniform. How dare a mere captain enter my room like this? Are you out of your mind? But when Vikyr removed his hat and revealed his face, BDISSCM's expression turned pale. Boom, the mattress on the bed exploded. She jerked violently and quickly stood up from the bed. You bastard, didn't you escape from prison? But that was just her wishful thinking. It was merely an excuse she made up without checking properly to avoid reprimand. The conversation she had with Dorjum that day flashed through her mind. Where did the fugitive go? He's dead. Dead. Then where is the body? He rode a gulper eel into the deep sea. Then he isn't dead, is he? He's as good as dead. He had no idea what the circulating currents leading to the surface were. He must have gotten caught in a trap current. He'd be stuck in the deep sea forever. Forever? That doesn't sound very certain. He's gone, he's definitely gone, I'm sure. I saw him riding the balloon eel out through the hole in the wall before I passed out. You're sure you saw his end? Yes. What do you take me for? And no matter what, I'm still a higher rank than you. Don't look at me like that. Of course, BDISSCM had passed out and didn't see what ultimately happened to Vikyr. And this was the result. Sweat gathered under her chin and fell like rain. Her eyes and brows drooped, her gaze unfocused and trembling with anxiety. BDISSCM trembled like a leaf. She spoke with a shaky voice. WWL, whatever the case, you're finished. I'll call Dorjum and Soiree right now. It seemed like she intended to buy time by hiding behind the BDISSCM mesh she had created. However, creak, Vikyr simply touched the mesh, and it effortlessly snapped apart. Crackling, the stems of the plant, blackened and withered, collapsed pathetically like burnt matchsticks. The area where Vikyr touched had dried up, creating a hole in the mesh just large enough for one person to pass through. Step, step, step. Vikyr walked through the large gap without hesitation. Ugh, BDISSEM, seemingly reliving her past fears, pressed tightly against the bed. A hunting dog with red eyes glowing in the darkness advanced towards her. Stretch your neck. The reprieved death sentence was about to be carried out, but BDISSEM wasn't ready to accept her fate as the condemned so easily. Damn it! Even so, I am a lieutenant colonel. I won't die so easily. Around BDISSEM, enormous kelp leaves began to grow. Each one was a powerful seaweed whip with strong binding force. Swish! In an instant, a dense forest of kelp leaves enveloped Vikyr. Futile effort. Vikyr swung Beelzebub, cutting through all the kelp leaves. But BDISSEM didn't attack Vikyr. Instead, she surfed on the kelp leaves, sliding across the floor. Ho ho ho, if I decide to run, no one can catch me, BDISSEM shouted confidently. However, Vikyr showed no particular reaction to her words. He merely posed a quiet question. No one. You sure? And as soon as he finished speaking, something wrapped around BDISSEM's body as she slid through the torn door. SHHH, it was a vine from a plant. Huh! BDISSEM, now hanging upside down in midair, wore a dazed expression. Crunch, crackle, snap the slippery kelp leaf. She was riding dried up and withered in an instant. Creep, creep, creep. Tiny roots of an unfamiliar plant began to spread over the board that had turned into small kelp fragments. Blood-soaked jade flower, danger level. S size. Discovery location. Deep in the hellish abyss, blood lake of the demonic realm, an enigmatic plant floating on the crimson surface of the bloody marsh at the edge of the lake of blood deep within the abyss. Even in the bloody marsh, where everything else sinks due to lack of buoyancy, this plant inexplicably floats. Among all the bloodthirsty creatures and plants that inhabit the lake of blood, it is the most powerful and ferocious. Its insatiable hunger and greed are feared even by other monsters. A single seed of this plant once grew into a mighty blood-soaked jade flower that nearly brought humanity to extinction. This grotesque plant, unknown in the human world, is named the blood-soaked jade abyss. Vikyr had previously scattered its seeds at the entrance, and they had germinated by absorbing the moisture from Nouvelle Vague. Huff, BDISSEM gasped, inhaling sharply in shock. Plants from the human world were at the bottom of the food chain compared to plants from the demon world. To the demon trees, which have adapted to the harsh and barren environment of the demon world, human world plants were nothing but weak, defenseless prey. Thus, all plants from the human world instinctively harbor a deep fear of demon world plants. BDISSEM was no exception. BDISSEM realized where the unprecedented fear she felt when Vikyr first displayed his drought ability had originated. But it was too late. Her body was already tightly wrapped in the stems of the blood lotus and was being rapidly drained of moisture. Blood-soaked jade flower is notorious among demon plants for its ferocity. In areas where they grow, all surrounding demon plants wither and die. Human world plants don't stand a chance. Vikyr looked up at BDISSEM, ensnared by the flower vines. Even the robust seaweed adapted to the deep sea couldn't withstand the blood lotus. Vikyr approached the dangling BDISSEM. Crunch! His rough hand squeezed BDISSEM's cheeks tightly. As her cheek flesh was pressed between her upper and lower teeth, BDISSEM had no choice but to open her mouth. In that moment, Vikyr brought something close to her lips. If you don't do exactly as I say, I'll shove this into your mouth. BDISSEM was horrified. What cast a shadow over her eyes was a handful of seeds. Russell, the seeds of blood-soaked jade flower, still ungerminated. If these were to enter BDISSEM's mouth and travel down to her stomach, the outcome was clear. Ugh! Tears of terror welled up in BDISSEM's eyes as she imagined the horrific outcome. Please spare me, BDISSEM mumbled through trembling lips, her face a mess of tears. When Vikyr loosened his grip slightly, her words became clearer. Please, let me live. I'll do anything. Knowing she stood no chance against Vikyr, BDISSEM had no choice but to plead. Vikyr nodded, Normally, killing you would be quicker. Eek, BDISSEM's face turned pale, but Vikyr casually waved a sharp implement. However, there's something else I want. If you do it well, you might have a chance to live. What is it? What do you want? BDISSEM, feeling as if she had been yanked from hell to heaven, asked frantically. Vikyr continued. I want two things. The first is the original purpose, unlocking the cuffs, shackles, and iron bars. That's possible. But can't you do it yourself? You seem to break things pretty well earlier. Not just mine. I want you to unlock all the restraints of every prisoner here in Nuvalebeg. BDISSEM's expression froze. Now she understood. Why this man hadn't escaped even after breaking free from his restraints. No, why he had turned himself in and walked into this hellhole voluntarily. He wasn't just trying to break his own chains, but intended to dismantle the entire system of Nuvalebeg. Shivering uncontrollably, BDISSEM avoided Vikyr's gaze, her pupils desperately darting downward. A monstrous figure with blazing eyes loomed before her, holding her life in its grip. The fear was so overwhelming it made her mind go blank. She couldn't fathom the chaos this monster intended to unleash upon Nuvalebeg, an unknown purpose. He embodied sheer, unadulterated terror. Don't want to do it. Should I make it simpler? Vikyr threatened, pushing the seed closer to her mouth, making her squirm and whimper. I'll do it, pleasey. Good, now for the second thing. Vikyr leaned close to BDISSEM's ear and whispered the next task. If you wait outside the window of the 5th floor gulper eel breeding room, a certain person will come out. That person. BDISSEM nodded frantically upon hearing this. Vikyr nodded back, satisfied. You understand what will happen if these two promises aren't fulfilled, right? What will happen. You'll definitely see me again, and I'll leave the rest to your imagination. Ha ha ha, Vikyr laughed ominously. It was perhaps the first time he had ever laughed out loud in his entire life. His laughter had a profound effect. Eek! BDISSEM's pants turned yellow and her clothes became wet, soaked with fear. Now fulfill the first promise. Okay, wait a moment. BDISSEM squeezed her eyes shut. Flash, a few seconds later she opened them again. It's done. The task was completed so quickly and easily it seemed almost anticlimactic. Vikyr frowned. Was this really all there was to it? Could the ancient systems that had sustained Nuvalebeg truly be disabled in such a short time? Had the cuffs, shackles, and iron bars that nullified mana and physical force really vanished? Are you sure you're not trying to deceive me? Just as Vikyr began to voice his suspicion. Boom! The ground shook with a heavy thud, a powerful shockwave unlike anything he had ever experienced. A brief but intense tremor. The instincts of a seasoned hunting dog screamed at him. BDISSEM's restraints have disappeared. Vikyr extended his senses and quickly scanned the surroundings. Indeed, every BDSM material dried up. Even the fragments he had hidden in his pocket and those at quite a distance were all dead. This meant that the cuffs, shackles, chains, and iron bars restraining the prisoners on the lower floors would also be destroyed. It's true. I really did it, from the 1st to the 9th floor. Please believe me. BDISSEM cried out in a desperate voice. The truth of her words was evident both audibly and visually. Vikyr nodded. It seems so. While it would have been prudent to ensure BDISSEM's demise, she still had some utility. Hound turned and moved out, his hunt complete. With this, the escape plan had entered its intermediate phase. An unprecedented and unparalleled uprising was underway. The collapse of Nuvalebeg had just begun. Chapter 409, Endgame 1, Chapter 409, Endgame 1, A Catastrophe. The current state of Nuvalebeg could best be described by that word. Just hours, no minutes, no mere seconds ago, everything was as usual. Guards, armed and vigilant, controlled the prisoners, who were slowly withering away, shackled by terrifying restraints that drained their aura and strength. But then, at a moment that no one could clearly remember, something happened. Thuck! All the handcuffs, shackles, and iron bars that had confined the prisoners' wrists, ankles, and entire bodies vanished. This happened simultaneously throughout the expansive Nuvalebeg. What? Both guards and prisoners froze, their faces blank with confusion. They couldn't comprehend what had just occurred. Why did this happen? Was there a problem with their eyes? Was it a minor accident? Did it only happen to them? Was it just a small anomaly in this area? They soon realized it wasn't just a localized incident. Every cuff, shackle, and iron bar in all of Nuvvelebeg had disappeared. The handcuffs that seemed to crush their wrists, the shackles heavy enough to break their ankles, and the iron bars that made even thinking about escape impossible. All gone. The restraints that had suppressed their bodies and minds for what felt like an eternity had vanished, as if all their past hardships had been just a dream. The prisoners felt aura flooding back into their bodies. Strength returned. The desires and rage that had been thoroughly suppressed reignited in their hearts. The prisoners undergoing the induction process were the first to adapt to this new reality. What is this? My aura is back. The BDISSEM cuffs are off. Yippee, I don't know what's happening, but this is great. Die, you bastards. The prisoners crossing the Blade Bridge suddenly turned on the guards, attacking them. The rest of the prisoners also rose up. Kill all the guards. Smash everything, kill them all, burn it down, blow everything up. Open the gate of good and evil, let's get out of here. The 5th floor. There's a gulper eel farm on the 5th floor. Let's take the eels and escape. Though they hesitated momentarily upon regaining their freedom, the prisoners soon reverted to their former ferocity. Their true nature was unchanged. At that very moment, boom, a tremendous explosion echoed and the prisoners undergoing induction were blown away. Thud, 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 amidst the blood-soaked scene and the billowing sulphurous smoke, 2 head guards stood up. Dorjum and Soiree. Each of them had pinned a bloodied prisoner beneath their hands and feet. Thud, Dorjum tossed aside the corpse he was holding and spoke. Get a grip. This place is 10,000 meters under the sea. You won't get out of here. You might have the advantage in numbers for now, but reinforcements from the surface will arrive soon. What will you do then? Indeed, they were right. Even if the prisoners managed to overpower the guards in their uprising, escaping from this place was impossible. Gaining their physical freedom didn't mean they had a way out from the depths of the sea trench 10,000 meters below the surface. Moreover, if Lieutenant Colonel Flubber decided to abandon the waterproofing, the entire facility would flood immediately. At that moment, Soiree, who was beside Dorjum, also shook off the corpses impaled on her heel and spoke. Hehe, I'll give you a chance even now. If anyone joins us and helps suppress the revolt, I'll make sure you become suckerfish. Your workload will be reduced, and your sentence might even be shortened. No, I might even promote you to a lower-rank guard. But it's first come, first served. The aura emanating from the 2 head guards was overwhelming. Within seconds of their appearance, they had turned dozens of prisoners into bloody messes. Moreover, behind them stood the imposing wall known as the Gate of Good and Evil, which itself exuded an intimidating presence. Gulp, some prisoners swallowed nervously. Voluntarily joining, the guards would certainly make their lives much easier from now on. Not only would the labor become less strenuous, but the quality of their meals would also improve significantly. Well, we probably can't open that gate of good and evil anyway in that case. Isn't it better to side with the guards and earn some points? They were all thinking similarly. Though they had initially burst out in repressed anger and hatred, they realized that a harsh and severe consequence awaited them after the brief euphoria of freedom. As their excitement subsided, rationality returned. The prisoners began to become aware of the reality. Crossing the gate of good and evil was impossible. Those who had spent years in Nuvvelebeg knew this well from experience. Seeing the prisoners' momentum wane in an instant, Dorjum and Soiree thought the situation might settle down more easily than expected. However, there's a key to the main gate here. A loud, unidentified shout echoed from somewhere. At the same time, something was hurled into the center of the battlefield. A blade fragment with a white lower part, a black middle part, and a red upper part, featuring an impressive spiral pattern. Thud. It flew into the high ceiling where all the prisoners could see it. Several knowledgeable prisoners opened their eyes wide in astonishment. That's the main gate key. The key to the gate of good and evil. This object, resembling the horn of a unicorn, was a fragment of Orwell's winter sword. A legendary sword said to only allow its handle to be held by those who had reached the pinnacle of mastery. It was once the sacred treasure of Winston, the principal of Colosseo Academy. Dorjum and Soiree's eyes widened in shock. The key? It's the key to the gate of good and evil. Why is it here? Long ago, Winston, the principal of Colosseo Academy, and Orca, the warden of Nuvalebag, had joined forces to imprison a certain prisoner. To commemorate his imprisonment, they had split the keys into two sets, one kept underwater and the other on the surface. Why was one of those keys here now? Who is it? Who the fuck was it? Soiree scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes, but it was impossible to identify a single culprit amidst the chaos of the prisoners' revolt. Dorjum shouted at the prisoners, incredulous. I don't know why the key is here, but it changes nothing. Even if you open the gate of good and evil, there's no way for you to get out. Dorjum's words were abruptly cut off. A tremendous roar of excitement drowned out Dorjum's voice in an instant. Life doesn't always proceed rationally or logically. As soon as the prisoners confirmed the existence of the key, their hesitation vanished, and their eyes turned wild once more. Collective madness needs only an excuse to ignite. Whether it's valid or not, large or small, it will explode once sparked. It's the key. That can open the gate of good and evil. Wow. That key will lead us to the surface. With the key, we're set. Kill them all. They had now almost sanctified the key as a divine tool. Dorjum spoke, incredulous. Hey, get a grip. That key is only half of what you need. Even if you open the gate of good and evil, all you'll get is a flood of water and the pressure of being 10,000 meters below sea level. Think rationally. What do you think you can do in these depths? Hey, stop it. Do you really think those idiots have the intelligence to think about that? Soiree stepped forward, irritated. She kicked a level 1 prisoner who was charging at her, killing him instantly, then drew the sledgehammer she carried on her back. Bang! A large prisoner charging like a boar lost his head to Soiree's sledgehammer. The battle had begun. The elite guards gathered to control the induction process, launched a ruthless slaughter. No need to hold back now. Kill them all. They're just starving wretches anyway. Even though the prisoners from the lower levels had regained some strength, they were still physically weakened from harsh labor and poor meals. No matter how mad or numerous they were, they stood no chance once the guards regained their composure, especially with the overwhelming presence of the two head guards rampaging at the front lines of the suppression unit. Rumble. Boom. The axe blade attached to Dorjum's forearm created a vortex of aura, shredding nearby prisoners into minced meat. Gurgle, gurgle, bubble, bubble. The ground beneath Soiree's feet melted, turning into boiling lava that swallowed the surrounding prisoners. The two pillars of Nuvalebeg held the front lines, causing a massive number of prisoners to be cut down. Even the burliest fell, and the fastest were all captured and killed. The two majors aiming to become the next warden of Nuvalebeg turned everything in their path into blood-soaked pulp. 1 against 100, one warrior defeating 1,000, an enemy of 10,000. Where Dorjum and Soiree stood became the center of a long trail of carnage, a bloody Maginot line. Prisoners who tried to rush through were ruthlessly cut down. The elite guards, under the direction of the two head guards, formed an impregnable line of defense. As expected, the majors are amazing. They are the symbol of Nuvalebeg's strength, the core of our combat power, truly heroes vying for the position of the next warden. We can do it. Let those prisoners come, we'll take them all on. The guards, having almost completely suppressed the coup by the prisoners undergoing induction or revolting from the lower levels, were cheering with renewed courage. However, from far below, a terrified guard's voice echoed up from the lower levels. Level 9, prisoners from the 9th floor are coming up. The report was like a bucket of cold water thrown over the heated atmosphere of the guards. Chapter 410. Endgame 2. Chapter 410. Endgame 2. Level 9 prisoners were coming up. The restraints of BDISSEM, the only means to control the level 9 inmates, lost their power and allowed these dangerous individuals to ascend to the upper levels of Nuvalebeg. Each of these inmates had been sentenced to life imprisonment over 1,000 times on the surface and were incarcerated here as a result. These monsters are a significant threat to the Empire's security by their very existence. Not only do they possess immense physical power, but they also have diabolical intellects. When the level 9 prisoners joined the rebellion, the tide of battle turned instantly. They're too strong. Even the other prisoners are affected. Damn it, those scum are forming ranks. Hold your ground. If we falter even once, it's over. Focus on killing the summoners and dark mages. The guards fought desperately, but holding their ground was becoming impossible. Despite their strength, many level 9 inmates were also skilled in mercenary tactics and military strategy, causing the guards' encirclement to crumble in real time. Head Captain Bastille shouted, "Where is Sir Orca? He hasn't returned yet." Head Captain Bastille bit his lip until it bled at his subordinate's report. The only hope at this moment lay with the two pillars of Nuvalebeg, Major Dorjum and Major Swara. With a fierce battle cry, Dorjum cleaved through a prisoner in front of him with his axe, advancing relentlessly across the battlefield. "Don't be intimidated. They're nothing but weakened, frail husks now." But Dorjum's words were abruptly cut off. Thud, the axe, which had been shredding and smashing everything in its path, suddenly stopped. A prisoner was holding the heated blade with her bare hands. Seeing her face, Dorjum groaned quietly. "Megiddo, you bitch!" The red-haired female prisoner grinned wickedly, as if she had a score to settle with Dorjum. Boom, crack, Dorjum's face snapped to the side, blood spraying as he was punched. "Damn it, troublesome wenches have escaped. What the fuck happened to BDISSEM?" Dorjum stepped back a few paces, spitting out blood and broken teeth, growling. Watching from the side, Soiree clicked her tongue. Getting beaten up by prisoners. Pathetic, but even Soiree couldn't afford to simply mock Dorjum. A young girl with skin as white as snow scratched her cheek savagely with her nails. Behind her, 7 large wolf shadows flickered. "Oh my, if it isn't Snow White. I knew you'd be the first to break out. Of course, I also knew you'd come looking for me first." Soiree lifted her blood-stained face and smiled lazily. The thick cigar in her mouth burned down rapidly, exhaling dense smoke. Around the two majors, level 9 prisoners began to gather one by one. These were villains who had once terrorized the surface world with their dreadful reputations. In the era of warring states, each of them could have single-handedly destroyed a small nation. As they looked upon these fearsome figures, Dorjum and Soiree's expressions grew increasingly grim. Standing back-to-back in the middle of the encirclement, they began to speak. "Looks like this is where I'll die. Not the worst place. The weather's nice. It'd be perfect if we could leave behind some decent-looking corpses. I even shaved today. Still, I'll die after you. I must see that annoying face of yours smashed first. Haha, no sense of romance, huh? After nearly 30 years of brawling since our days as junior guards, that's your final line. What were you expecting, a confession? Maybe a little." "Haha, just kidding." Finished with their banter, Dorjum and Soiree summoned all their strength. Crack, crack, crack. Dorjum's entire body became covered in dark, iron-like scales. Sharp teeth, like blades, protruded from his elongated snout. His already large frame expanded several times, revealing the true form of a ferocious sea crocodile beastman. Soiree, too, unleashed the full extent of the dwarf and elf blood coursing through her veins. Her ears became pointed, and her senses sharpened. Simultaneously, her body temperature soared to the point where she could melt and mold metal with ease. The demons of level 9 also began to rampage like fish in water. "Oh, Dorjum, I've been counting the days until I could kill you. Soiree, I'll cut off the leg you used to trample me. Orca, bring me Orca, you lackeys." The guards, knowing that Dorjum and Soiree were key to winning the battle, desperately defended them. "Support the majors." Head Captain Bastille arrived with high-ranking guards. He wielded a massive two-handed sword, driving the level 9 prisoners into a corner. "Well done, Bastille. Just buy us a little more time," Dorjum shouted, having just beheaded a level 9 prisoner. Covered in the blood of the inmates, he looked like a colossal demon. Boom, boom, boom. As Dorjum swung his tail, the surrounding stalactites shattered into pieces. The heavy rocks pelted the prisoners, hitting them hard. "Oh-woo-woo." Dorjum extended the axe blades on his forearms to their limits. The pitch-black sea crocodile, armed with axes, bristled his thick, sharp scales. He transformed into a figure resembling an evil god descended to earth for slaughter. "Die, you fucking scum!" With a thunderous roar, Dorjum began to spin his body. Death roll, a notorious hunting technique of crocodiles. The technique involved biting the opponent and spinning the body to tear off flesh. However, when Dorjum used it, the destructive power was extraordinary. Boom, 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 boom. Dorjum's entire body was covered with scales and 6 pairs of enormous axe blades. The aura coating the ends of these blades extended, forming shapes like guillotines. The black vortex devoured everything. Anything sucked in was shattered and crushed. The massive whirl of slashes swept horizontally across the ground, writhing like a snake thrown onto a hot plate. Even a glancing touch inflicted severe wounds, while a direct hit meant certain death. Ah, Major Dorjum is using the death roll. Get out of the way, he can't distinguish between friend and foe in that state. Push the prisoners into it, hold your defensive positions firmly. If you stay put, you won't get pulled in. Dorjum's ultimate move was a threat not only to the prisoners but also to the guards. Even the vicious level 9 prisoners were wary of the slashing vortex Dorjum created, avoiding it rather than confronting it. Boom, boom, boom. The black vortex shaved and smashed all the stalactites and rocks in its path, leveling the ground. Stalactites hit by the aura's storm crumbled into sand, and large rocks showed deep gouges where chunks were sliced off. The landscape within the prison drastically changed, forcing all the prisoners to retreat to the sides or back. However, amid the prisoners scattering to both sides, there stood a man alone. He wore a tattered guard uniform, signifying a mid-level captain. The mysterious captain, with his hat brim pulled low, stood still even as Dorjum's death roll hurtled toward him. "Hey, are you crazy? What are you doing, Captain? Get out of there." "Ha, are you going to kill one of your own too, Dorjum?" Prisoners and guards alike shouted frantically as they scattered like a receding tide. Yet the captain remained motionless, calmly watching the approaching slashing storm. Clang! Eventually the uniform fell to the ground. He removed his rank insignia from his chest. Flash! In a vertical motion from top to bottom, he swung his arm, just once. A small blade extended from his wrist. It descended like lightning, striking Dorjum's body and slamming him into the ground. Crash! Dorjum's head smashed into the ground, bounced back up. Thud, that was the end. With a single strike, Dorjum lay bloodied on the ground. The chaos in Nuvalebeg fell silent for a moment. Crunch, crunch, crunch. In the chilling silence, just the sound of the man's footstep echoed. Overwhelming. The aura emanating from him consumed everything on the battlefield. The living beings in Nuvalebeg could only hold their breath in shock at the sight of this crimson charisma, shaped like a giant monstrous hound. Finally, the man stepped forward, planting his boot on Dorjum's head. "I always pay my damn debts." Night Hound was back. Chapter 411. Endgame 3, Chapter 411. Endgame 3, Rumble. A heavy aftershock shook the entire cavern. The massive body of a crocodile sank into the ground. With a single blow, Major Dorjum, a candidate for the next warden, was defeated. One of the 5 pillars of Nuvalebeg, and one of the 2 pillars responsible for actual combat power, was defeated in an instant. In the face of this absurd and shocking situation, everyone was left speechless, frozen in place. Everyone, both prisoners and guards, fell silent. A brief stillness descended upon the battlefield that had been a chaotic mess just moments before. Particularly shocked was Head Captain Bastille, who was directly under Dorjum's command, looking as if his heart might jump out of his throat. Major Dorjum. But Dorjum, whose head was buried in the ground, remained silent. Judging by the tongue hanging out of the corner of the deep dent, he was either unconscious or dead. One of the two was certain. From the perspective of the watching guards, they could only hope it was the former. Meanwhile, Vikyr took off his hat, once again revealing his face to Nuvalebeg. "Greetings, ladies and gentlemen of Nuvalebeg." Night Hound, who had escaped and was said to have met a tragic end in the deep sea, reappeared. Moreover, in the hand of this brazen escapee was the winter sword, Orwell, the key capable of opening the gate of good and evil, the symbol of Nuvalebeg. It was now clear who had caused the major disruption during the induction ceremony earlier. Seeing this, Head Captain Bastille's expression turned to shock once again. "Why is that there? The sacred artifact that should be with Sir Winston, the headmaster of Colosseo Academy, why is it here?" The presence of Winter's sword, Orwell, was more shocking than the fact that Night Hound, presumed dead after escaping, was alive. But no matter how many questions he had, Vikyr did not answer. At that moment, swish, through the flames and fumes, large shadows appeared. Level 9 and Level 8 prisoners had gathered around Vikyr. "Too bad. Dorjum was my prey. Kid, you hit pretty well. What's with that guard uniform?" Do you know anything about Orca? When is that old man coming? Taking down Dorjum in one hit. I could do that too if I had enough to eat. Prisoners of various appearances surrounded Vikyr. Their gazes were all fixed on the key in Vikyr's hand. Vikyr spoke briefly. Friends, I don't intend to monopolize this key. If he had, he wouldn't have thrown the key into the middle of the chaos earlier. Once again, Vikyr threw the key far away. The key drew an arc and landed precisely in the middle of where the prisoners and guards were confronting each other. Vikyr had no intention of picking up the key again. In this urgent situation, the key had already served its purpose by attracting attention twice. Whoa, it's the real key. Open the gate of good and evil. Let's head to the cherished surface. Wait, shouldn't we steal the gulper eels first? The prisoners rushed forward to grab the key. Seeing this, Vikyr sensed it was time to make his exit. While everyone was looking up, Hound was gazing deeper than anywhere else. Now is the perfect time to head to level 10. Down there, surrounded by lava, lied Poseidon, humanity's ultimate weapon. While everyone's attention was fixed on the gate of good and evil on the first floor, those who were thinking a bit more shrewdly were eyeing the balloon eel farm on the 5th floor. Meanwhile, the one who saw through everything had his sights on the 10th floor, aiming for Poseidon. As Vikyr threw away the key, he turned and ran. All eyes, both prisoners and guards, were on the gate of good and evil and the key. Surely, where the key landed, another fierce bloodbath would erupt. I was right to bring the key. Nothing draws attention like it. For both guards and prisoners, what could be more intriguing than the key to the prison's locks? Vikyr recalled the face of Professor Sadi, whom he briefly cooperated with while confronting Winston at the academy. After all, it was thanks to her stealing Winston's sword, Orwell, that this plan was possible. He thought it would be nice to thank her if they ever met again. If she's still alive. Operating under the alias Miss Ouroboros, she had completely disappeared after the incident with Winston and the Abyss Tree, and her whereabouts were unknown. However, the words Sadi had spoken to him when handing over Winter's sword, Orwell, were still vividly in his mind. Hand it over. Sure, I will. I do need the main gate key, but there are other ways. Just promise me one thing: if you get the chance, please get him out. Understood. If I get the chance. Wonderful. To keep his promise to Sadi, Vikyr needed to go to level 10 again. Her request could be fulfilled while activating Poseidon. Feeling everyone's gaze shifting to the opposite side, Vikyr sprinted down the sloped path. Then, crash, a sharp rock protruding from the wall grazed Vikyr's cheek. Vikyr leaned back, dodging it. Had he not, the momentum from his run might have caused his head to burst from the impact. Looking ahead, Vikyr saw the figure who had moved the rock. There was one person who wasn't distracted by the key. Major Swara, another one of the pillars of Nuvalebeg. She stood blocking the entrance to the stairs leading down, glaring at Vikyr with cold eyes. Soiree glanced between Vikyr and the collapsed Dorjum behind her and spoke. "You're the one I threw into solitary. Doesn't that mean you owe me a debt?" "Ah, right, shall we settle it now? If you can." At her nod, Vikyr readily agreed. "Of course." Simultaneously, Soiree's hammer and Vikyr's sword clashed. Boom! A heavy shockwave rippled out, twisting and turning like countless spreading snakes. Flames, fumes, gas, and dust swirled, creating a terrifying scene. Boom, clang, thud, crackle, bang, boom, crunch. The demonic sword Beelzebub and the massive iron hammer clashed with astonishing speed. Soiree gripped her hammer tightly, causing it to glow red-hot from the friction, but she was gradually being pushed back. What kind of strength is this? She now understood why Dorjum had been defeated with a single blow. Her opponent was a seasoned warrior, lacking in neither strength nor speed. Realizing that she stood no chance in a direct confrontation, Soiree retreated. Boom! Where she stomped, a wave of lava surged towards Vikyr. Vikyr slashed through the lava, but it quickly solidified and crumbled into thick dust. Following this, second and third waves of rock pounded in succession. Annoying tactics. This wasn't an attack meant to wound Vikyr, but to waste his time. Soiree had figured out that Vikyr had some purpose in creating chaos and was trying to get to the lower levels. "Whatever you're aiming for, give it up. I'm pretty good at defense." Soiree grinned, exhaling a puff of smoke. The two pillars of Nuvalebeg had distinct characteristics. Dorjum was offense, Soiree was defense. Dorjum specialized in relentless, offensive slashes, while Soiree was adept at pulling in surrounding rocks and minerals to create infinitely stacking shields. Their abilities were stark and clear-cut. Vikier frowned at the rock and alloy barriers Soiree was layering up. Not a good matchup, huh? Soiree was another formidable foe he had to defeat to progress. It seemed the time he saved by taking down Dorjum swiftly would be wasted here. It can't be helped. Even if it takes a lot more time, I need to take her down for sure. As Vikier was thinking this over, an enormous explosion erupted from the front. The sheer force of the shockwave was enough to burst the eardrums of the lower-ranking guards standing nearby, causing blood to spurt out. Gah! Soiree's head twisted violently as if it would be torn from her shoulders. She was flung off her feet, hitting the wall horizontally and immediately passing out, her eyes rolling back. The same fate as Dorjum. Vikier raised his head, peering through the thick dust. A slender figure stood over Soiree's prone body, crushing her face beneath her boot. Murmurs spread through the surrounding crowd. Haya, isn't that the new prisoner? Is it her? The one destined for level 10. They say she was sent straight here without a trial, and she just took Soiree down with one hit. Another monster, it seems. Fragments of information Vikier had casually overheard before began to piece together in his mind. Did you hear? There's a new transfer headed for level 10. Sentenced straight to level 9 without a trial, and it's a woman. Apparently she's even pretty. Are you crazy? If she's sent straight to level 9 without a trial, she must be a monster among monsters. You really think she'd still look like a woman? The most dangerous prisoner. Black hair streaked with silver, pointed ears shaped like triangles, and a face smudged with ash. Piercing eyes that were large and clear like lakes. She was smiling at Vikier. Long time no see, my dear husband. The new Night Fox, the successor to the Night Fox Aquila, had appeared. Ayin. Chapter 412, Endgame 4, Chapter 412, Endgame 4, Balak, a warrior tribe of the Red and Black Mountains. They, along with the iron-blooded sword family Baskerville, wielded immense influence throughout the Western Territory. Ayin was the chieftain of Balak and a warrior unmatched among her peers. As the daughter of Chief Aquila and the young blood to succeed her, she possessed the talent and skill to reach the level of a graduator at just 17. Normally, she would have perished when the Red Death swept through the mountains, but the butterfly effect caused by Vikier changed her fate. But still, I never expected to see her here. Vikier's mouth dropped open in shock at this unexpected turn of events. Ayin grinned and nudged Vikier's side with her elbow. I knew you'd be here. Didn't expect you'd still be wearing the necklace, though. She smiled brightly, looking at the old necklace around Vikier's neck. Meanwhile, Vikier glanced at Soiree. Ayin had just kicked Soiree in the head moments before. What happened? Vikier asked Ayin. What, you want to know why I'm here or how I got so strong so quickly? Both. When Vikier asked, Ayin pointed her thumb behind her. I'll explain on the way. Isn't this urgent? Ayin was right. After quickly assessing the situation, Vikier left the scene. Ayin knocked out 2 guards blocking their way and took their bow and arrows. Following Vikier, she spoke briefly. I was also inside the Abyss Tree. Vikier recalled his battle with Amjujas a few years ago. Ahul, whom he met inside the Abyss Tree, had also said the same thing. I'm worried about the other tribe members, especially my brother and the chieftain. At least we managed to survive here. If the ones who didn't make it here met a worse fate. The world devourer Amjujas had attacked Balak's territory and imprisoned them in the Abyss Tree. So did this mean Ayin was in the same Abyss Tree that Vikier had entered? But Ayin shook her head. The Abyss Tree I was in was a different entity. He called it a prototype. Vikier immediately understood what she meant. The Abyss Tree Vikier experienced was a refined version, making survival slightly easier for the challengers inside the tower. But Ayin had entered an earlier version of the Abyss Tree. A version was discarded due to its challengers' extremely low survival rate, and she faced it alone. Inside, I survived by killing fairies and monsters and eating candy. Maybe because it was a faulty tower, it was impossible to clear. They said I'd be trapped in that tower forever. The demonic dragon I defeated on the top floor told me that. Vikier's face showed genuine astonishment. Even if it was a different version of the Abyss Tree, a demonic dragon was no ordinary monster. Ayin had succeeded in hunting such a formidable creature after multiple attempts in the tower. So that's the reason you've become such a battle-hardened warrior. Heh heh heh, but I was only able to leave the tower because you defeated Amjujas. Ayan had been trapped inside the tower, unable to escape despite clearing it, until one day she suddenly found herself outside. She later learned that this was because Vikir had cleared the Abyss Tree and defeated its master, Amjujas. After that, I left the western continent and came to the central continent, but it was already in ruins. Ayan's testimony was astonishing. She described how numerous gates appeared in the night sky, unleashing fire and monsters. Beasts rampaged and fire rained down from above. Hell gates had opened. 4 ominous signs signaled the approaching end of the world. Wait, 4 signs, not 10? When Vikir asked, Ayan nodded. An endless darkness covers the world, fiery hail falls, and swarms of flies and frogs plague the land. It's 4 signs. It seems that eliminating 6 of the 10 corpses reduced the number of calamities to 4. Vikir nodded. Originally, 6 more disasters were supposed to occur. Water turning to blood, a bubonic plague, livestock dying en masse, locust swarms devouring all crops, the death of the firstborn, and more. But these events didn't happen because Vikir had already eliminated the sources that would trigger these plagues. But even with the remaining 4, it's enough to destroy the world. It was just a matter of time. The era of destruction came earlier due to the butterfly effect of events, even at this moment. The gate of destruction will fully open soon. I need to eliminate them completely before that happens. As if reading Vikir's thoughts, Ayan spoke with a resolute voice. So, I went straight to Cindy Wendy as soon as I reached the capital. Vikir's eyes sparkled with interest. Cindy Wendy was one of Vikir's trusted subordinates, someone he could rely on no matter what happened. Before entering Nuvalebag, Vikir had given her several directives, and if Ayan had met her, things would progress smoothly. Cindy Wendy was trustworthy because she had traded with Balak for a long time. She told me your story, that you were falsely accused and imprisoned. It's not exactly false, but go on. So, I decided to handle the things you couldn't finish. A fierce light shone in Ayan's eyes. I planned to assassinate Pedro Donquixote, Isotrope Usher, Thomas de Rivieden, and their masters, Monty, Madeline, and Hops. Listening to her, Vikir finally understood the contents of the newspaper scraps he had obtained from a prisoner. Continuing, Usher House. Attacked, Usher House, mysterious attack. Significant damage, authorities identify a suspect. 1 individual victim, Madeline, severely injured. Not life-threatening, exclusive Donquixote clan hit by a series of attacks. Another mysterious attack. Monty, minor injuries. Authorities identify a suspect. Believed to be the same individual, exclusive Revaden clan. Assassination suspect apprehended. Leader Hobbs attacked, due to recent surge in monsters. Clan territories plagued by unidentified gates and strange dungeons. Empire-wide investigation initiated. Usher, Don Quixote, and Revieden clans were attacked one after another, with a single perpetrator responsible. That perpetrator was Ayan. You could have just waited to meet me. I was planning to get out of here soon anyway. Of course, I believed you would, but there's no better reunion gift than the heads or livers of our enemies. I have a sense of style too, you know. Ayan genuinely seemed disheartened that she hadn't been able to eliminate the rest of the 10 corpses. Vikir consoled her. It was brave of you to go after them alone. That's more than enough. It's nothing compared to fighting the demonic dragon in the Abyss Tree, or battling the entire cluster of blood-soaked jade flowers on the Blood River. So what happened? Well, to summarize, I failed. I attacked the head of Revieden clan, but he was much stronger than I expected. So I got captured and ended up here in Nuvalebag. I figured. His true form is Floracia, one of the strongest demons in existence. You couldn't have managed alone. Didn't Cindy Wendy try to stop you? She didn't. I wasn't alone. Though her words left much unsaid, it was clear how much Ayan had prepared and resolved herself for her vengeance. Thank you, just know that, treat me well, at that moment. You bastards! A large man blocked the path in front of Vikir and Ayan. Head Captain Bastille. He wielded a jagged greatsword, obstructing their way down. I don't know what you're up to, but you're not getting past me. He knew well that he couldn't stop the duo who had taken down Dorjum and Soiree. So Head Captain Bastille slammed his greatsword into the ground. Boom! Crack, 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 he intended to cause an earthquake and collapse the passage, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Damn! Vikyr frowned at the unexpected obstacle. Rocks were falling from above and the ground was splitting open, creating a troublesome situation. However, Ayan whistled with a meaningful smile. Then something amazing happened. Ayan's hair ignited like flames and soon a giant wolf made of fire was summoned. Recognizing the wolf's face, Vikyr smiled with joy. Bakira, the wolf. Ayan smiled wryly. He stayed by my side even after his time was up without going to the afterlife. We made a summoning contract inside the abyss tree. The fire wolf Ayan summoned swiped head Captain Bastille away with a powerful paw. Boom, with a loud shockwave, head Captain Bastille's body flew far away. Howl! Bakira leaped over the newly formed chasm in the ground, carrying Ayan and Vikyr on his back. What incredible speed! Vikyr shivered at Bakira's speed. He never imagined this wolf, who lost his hind legs during the madam's attack, could run so fast. At that moment, Ayan suddenly remembered something and asked, "Isn't the 5th floor the Gulper Eel Farm? Why are we heading to the 10th floor instead?" "That's because." Vikyr leaned in and whispered his plan into Ayan's ear. "Amazing! Was this all planned from the beginning, even being imprisoned here?" "Of course. Everything is going according to plan." Vikyr nodded at Ayan's question. "So far, everything has gone smoothly. Dorjum and Soiree were unconscious, and even head Captain Bastille, who should have been controlling the guards, was down. A few prominent prisoners from level 9 were leading all the prisoners, and the guards seemed to be helplessly overwhelmed. However, life is always unpredictable. Things don't always go as planned. Bang! A sudden loud noise hit the ceiling. Crack, crack, crack. The enormous gate of good and evil suddenly began to open. Ting, thud, thud, snap, crack, snap. The chains holding the gate shattered with a cacophonous noise, and an unprecedented force crushed the massive iron pulleys. Who is it? Who opened the gate of good and evil?" Head Captain Bastille, emerging from a crack in the ground, shouted in shock, but there was no response. SSSHHHH. FSSSHHHHH. Cold water cascaded down from above, cooling the heated battlefield. Every prisoner and guard, locked in a fierce struggle, looked up in surprise. And there they saw a single old man. With only the strength of his arms, he had opened the gate of good and evil and was slowly pushing his way into Nuvalebag. Thud! The old man landed on the ground. As the prisoners saw his wrinkled face, grimly set mouth, white stiff beard, and impeccably creased uniform, their faces began to pale. He was the symbol and supreme ruler of Nuvalebag, the one who reigned as the terror of all prisoners and held the ultimate authority over all guards. Warden Orca had descended into the heart of the battlefield. Chapter 413. Endgame 5. Chapter 413. Endgame 5. He had a deep furrow, typically etched on the faces of seasoned veterans who have crossed countless harsh lines. Wrinkles cut deep beneath fiercely slanting eyebrows. A wild beard, thick and abundant eyebrows that nearly covered his cold, sunken eyes, a flat nose, and a square jaw. Despite his uniform being soaked, it had sharp creases like a knife. The buttons fastened to his neck, and a lion's mane-like black fur coat draped over his broad chest and square shoulders. Except for the slightly crooked belt buckle, his attire was impeccable. He was taller than anyone around him, and at the end of the club hanging from his waist were pointed lead weights. Orca Montreal Javert, Warden of Nuvalebag, for nearly 100 years in Nuvalebag, during which several generations on the surface had changed. He remained the unchanging symbol of Nuvalebag. Chick, as he brought the end of his cigar to the flames rising from the ground, he lazily scanned his surroundings. Thick cigarette smoke billowed out from between his salt-cracked lips. "What is this situation?" He took something out from his coat. A pocket watch, blackened and shriveled from burning. It seemed to be made by BDISSEM. I had suspected something had happened to BDISSEM, but even so, at that moment, "Oh, Orca, I have lived until now to take revenge on you. Prepare yourself." A thunderous roar erupted from behind. It was Mammoth Tusk, a level 9 prisoner. The king of bandits who once ruled an entire mountain range on the surface. He was such a notorious villain of the previous generation that he had been sentenced to over 28 consecutive life sentences. He charged with immense force. His powerful shoulders sent captains and lieutenant-level guards flying as he barreled into Warden Orca's back. Thud, crack, the sound of tough, hard leather tearing and the crunching of the solid things within echoed in quick succession. The result was, arg, a resounding defeat for Mammoth Tusk. His shattered shoulder bone pierced through his skin. Mammoth Tusk lay sprawled on the ground, rolling in agony. In contrast, Warden Orca stood unmoved, still in his place. Then, what is this? He raised one hand high. The spiked club was raised high along Warden Orca's arm. Then, as if a black thunderbolt had struck, it slammed into the ground. What a mess this is! A deafening explosion shook the earth to its core. Mammoth Tusk's head exploded, and the epicenter created a massive seismic wave that tore and twisted the surrounding terrain. Warden Orca, who had instantly killed a level 9 prisoner, began to show his fury in earnest. Just the frown on his face caused the surrounding air to crackle and split. Heh, as expected of Orca, it makes the hunt worthwhile. That old man won't die, will he? But he's gotten a lot weaker compared to before. He's definitely aged. Well, Mammoth Tusk was always loud, but he was a weakling, wasn't he? Level 9 prisoners started to close in, laughing, but Warden Orca showed no sign of intimidation. Get lost, trash! At the same time, his club began to roar fiercely. The two white spots on the end of the black club head swung like the head of a killer whale. Bam, 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 bam. Just swinging his club haphazardly burst dozens of heads. Fragments of shattered skulls, brains, and blood splattered in all directions. Warden Orca began to beat and kill the charging level 9 prisoners with terrifying momentum. Each swing of his arm plastered the walls and floor with blood, and with each move the crowd was split in half. Bam, 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 bam. Even the formidable monsters of level 9 dared not stand before Warden Orca's club. By the time the spikes and chains at the end of the club were soaked with human grease and blood, obscuring their original color. So, where are Dorjum and Soiree? They should have arrived first, Warden Orca asked. Head Captain Bastille, whose face bore the scars of a wolf's claw, bowed and replied, "Forgive me, they're over there." At those words, Warden Orca's thick eyebrows twitched. He turned his head to see two figures lying on a sloping path leading downwards. Dorjum, with his head buried in the ground, and Soiree, with her head against the wall, both unconscious. Seeing the state of his subordinates, Orca sighed. Get up. However, both guards remained motionless, their eyes rolled back. A vein popped on Orca's forehead. Get the fuck up, he said in an even softer voice. But perhaps because of the weight carried in his tone, it was even more effective than his previous words. Gasp, ah! Dorjum and Soiree immediately snapped back to consciousness at Orca's command. They hurriedly stood at attention and saluted. Sir, we greet you, Warden. Cut the salutes. Who made you look like that? No, never mind. Where did that bastard go? He went down below, Orca sighed once more. I'll handle things here on my own. You two, go after him and settle the score. Anyone who can't even handle a mere level 9 prisoner cannot become the next warden. You understand, right? Facing Orca's chilling gaze, Dorjum and Soiree flinched. At the same time, bang. The backs of their uniforms burst open, revealing their raw, red skin. Orca had slapped their backs with his palms to encourage them. Make sure to settle the score. Orca's plan was clear. The one who had embarrassed the head guards, or rather, tarnished the prestige of the entire Nouvelebeg in front of everyone. He intended to pin all the blame for the riot on that person and execute him. Nouvelebeg LV-10. The labor yard on the 10th underground floor, even deeper and harsher than level 9. Vikir headed for the work pit at the very bottom of level 10. A place where lava flowed and flames carried by fumes rippled through the air. Hot spring water bursting from various spots boiled, evaporating into steam before it hit the ground. As expected, an unidentified orb enveloped in blue flames sat alone in the middle of the pit. Poseidon, the ultimate goal that made Vikir descend directly to Nouvelebeg, Ayan asked. Do we need to destroy this? Something like that. Just hit it with your aura. Vikir demonstrated after speaking, Baskerville 8th style, Black Sun. Vikir's most powerful attack exploded towards Poseidon. Boom, amazingly, Poseidon did not break. Instead, it absorbed all of the mana, aura, and shockwaves Vikir sent its way. It might have been just an impression, but the orb seemed to have swollen a bit more. The surrounding blue flames also grew fiercer. Ayin nodded as well. All right, let me give it a try too. She took a bow and arrow she had taken from a guard. Beside her, Bakira was also preparing to shoot flames from his mouth. At that moment, "Stop, you scoundrels! What the fuck are you plotting?" Voices from behind interrupted Vikir and Ayin. It was Dorjum and Soiree. The two had regained their senses and were now hot on their trail. Ayin's expression immediately darkened. "I spared your lives, and this is how you repay me, by coming back. Ho, you got lucky with a sneak attack, and now you're acting all high and mighty." Soiree matched Ayin's intensity. Dorjum, too, was now glaring at Vikir with a tense posture, unlike before. "To think you were a warrior who had reached the Swordmaster realm. But I am not afraid. As long as I remain vigilant, I will not be defeated." However, Vikir was calmly analyzing the situation. "These guys, who were already beaten once, have chased us down, and they don't seem afraid. That means," having concluded his thoughts, Vikir immediately shouted, "Stand back!" Ayin halted her attack on Soiree and quickly stepped back. Then splat, sploosh, sticky globs of slime fell where Vikir and Ayin had just been standing. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. A massive column of slime began to flow in front of Vikir. This semi-transparent green slime grew larger and larger, eventually extending numerous tentacles behind Dorjum and Soiree. It looked as if it was protecting them. "As I thought, they had something up their sleeve." Vikir swallowed hard. His judgment to exclude this from the escape plan, thinking it lacked intelligence and awareness, had been a premature mistake. Lieutenant Colonel Flubber. This strange substance, whose status as a living being was uncertain, making its combat capabilities impossible to predict, had entered the fray. Chapter 414. Endgame 6, Chapter 414. Endgame 6, Flubber. Full name, Flubber J. Tarbond. Rank, Lieutenant Colonel. Flubber's role is to cover the exterior of Nuvalebag's fortress with a thin layer of mucus, preventing water from entering. Along with BDISSCM, Flubber is one of the two pillars sustaining the system of Nuvalebag. Flubber's body is a massive blob of mucus, of unknown volume, with two pale orb-like eyes, a long slashed mouth resembling a smile, and grotesquely malformed teeth. This strange creature was now surrounding Vikir and Ayin with clear hostility. Vikir and Ayin each made a remark. "Remarkable, it's a creature capable of thought." Indeed. It looks just like the shadowless king of the Black Sea. They had assumed from its appearance that it lacked intelligence, so this was quite unexpected. Even Dorjum and Soiree seemed to be struggling to adapt to the situation. Flubber, that monstrous creature, still moves like clockwork when Nuvalebag is in danger. It loves this place. That's why it's always cleaning, repairing, and maintaining the fortress walls, isn't it? Contrary to Vikir's guess, Flubber had a different purpose for coming here. It appeared that Flubber had descended not to aid Dorjum and Soiree, but because it sensed an unusual sign from Poseidon. It aimed to prevent the destruction of Nuvalebag. No one could understand why Flubber was so determined to protect Nuvalebag. They could only guess that its attachment to preserving and restoring this place was immense. Heh heh. Well, even if it's a monster we can't communicate with, we share the same goal. Teaming up with this monster isn't ideal, but we have no choice. Finally, Dorjum and Soiree moved under Flubber's cover. Boom, boom, boom. Dorjum's attacks and Soiree's defenses, combined with Flubber's tentacles constricting the entire field, formed a highly effective combination. Crack, thwack. Whenever Vikir and Ayin dodged Dorjum's axe slashes, Flubber's mucus would cover the ground. Vikir and Ayin had to retreat, carefully choosing where to step. Bang, snap. Whenever Ayin tried to attack with arrows, Soiree would raise multiple layers of earth shields to block them. And beyond that, Dorjum's relentless attacks kept coming. This is getting really troublesome. With 3 of the 5 pillars gathered here, it's no wonder. Vikir nodded in agreement to Ayin's comment. This wasn't a situation that could be explained by simple logic. The combination of Dorjum's attacks, Soiree's defenses, and Flubber covering the gaps was challenging even for Vikir. It's a relief that we dealt with Black Tongue and BDISSEM beforehand. Vikir muttered to himself quietly. Ayin, who had been deflecting Dorjum's attacks, was startled and asked, I knew you dealt with BDISSCM, but Black Tongue. Was he also strong? Yes, I eliminated him because he would have interfered with our escape, and that seems to be helping now. Vikyr reached into a leather pouch at his waist and grabbed a handful of something inside. Rattle black pearl-like objects were scattered into the air. What? Dorjum and Soiree hesitated for a moment. They were cautious, fearing that the black pellets falling to the ground might be explosives. However, these were far more troublesome than explosives. Crack, 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 the surface of the black pearls broke open, revealing what was inside. These were the eggs of a new species of leech, taken from the Black Tongue after killing him. Vikyr deliberately wounded his palm, letting blood spill over the eggs. As soon as the eggs were soaked in the scent of blood, they hatched immediately. Tiny leeches began to attach themselves to Dorjum and Soiree's bodies. Damn it! These are Black Tongue's leeches. Did they get stolen? Ahog, that disgusting bastard. He must have betrayed us. Dorjum and Soiree, familiar with Black Tongue's perverse tendencies and power, couldn't fathom that Vikyr had defeated him. They assumed he either betrayed them or had his leeches stolen. They scratched their bodies furiously, trying to remove the leeches until they bled. Vikyr clicked his tongue in disappointment. I'll have to use these against someone unaware of their existence. They're not very useful within Nouvelebag. Dorjum and Soiree's heightened wariness towards Black Tongue's leeches rendered them less effective. Moreover, Flubber seemed completely unaffected by the leeches, diminishing their overall impact. But I've bought enough time, and that's sufficient. Vikyr and Ayin distanced themselves and moved closer to Poseidon. Die, Dorjum once again rotated the axe blade on his forearm. Death roll. The whirlpool of slashes, which had torn countless prisoners to shreds, displayed its terrifying might once more. Vikyr and Ayin didn't confront Dorjum's attack head-on. Do as we discussed. Got it. Ayin swiftly retreated. They maneuvered behind Poseidon, whose blue light was glowing intensely, and hid behind it. Boom. Poseidon was struck by Dorjum's attack. The surrounding lava roots exploded noisily, and the resulting shockwaves were absorbed by Poseidon. Flash. The blue light emitted by the sphere grew even stronger. The vibrations emanating from the roots became much more intense. Dorjum furrowed his brow deeply. What's this? Something's off. They're not counterattacking, almost as if they're waiting for us to expend our energy. And that blue sphere is. Does it matter if something's off? We need to finish this and head upstairs for reinforcements. If we don't kill them, the warden will kill us. Soiree stepped forward impatiently. Boom, boom, boom. She swung her hammer down onto the ground, sending sharp rocks and lava flying. Crackling, the hot volcanic bombs were scorching everything around them. And with each impact, Poseidon's light grew even brighter and more dazzling. Vikyr sensed the vibrations of Poseidon's accumulated power through the ground. Human, the mana waves are becoming unstable. It seems about half the energy has been stored. Hearing de Carabia's shout from his chest, Vikyr felt certain. 50%, huh? It's charged quite a bit already. Well, we have been here for a long time. Once the energy reaches around 90%, the rest fills up rapidly due to the continuous explosions and aftershocks caused by the lava roots. What will happen when it reaches 100%? As Vikyr estimated the remaining time, he heard an ominous sound growing closer. Vikyr looked up to see Flubber grinning with its mouth wide open. It had silently moved along the stalactites on the ceiling. Ayin shot an arrow, but Flubber simply swallowed it. As its appearance suggested, it seemed to ignore any physical force. Slither, thud, thud, squish. Flubber slid down the stalactites, positioning itself to support Dorjum's frontal assault from the rear. This is bad. Flubber doesn't use physical force, so it won't help charge Poseidon. It might even hinder it. Vikyr bit his lip. He hadn't anticipated Flubber to be such an obstacle, thinking it wouldn't significantly impact his plan. If Flubber absorbed shocks and devoured everything on the battlefield, activating Poseidon would be impossible. But unlike the anxious Vikyr, Ayin remained calm. Don't worry, my husband. Just as they had a backup plan, so do I. What do you mean? In that moment, Vikyr remembered something Ayin had said before they came down here. You wouldn't have managed alone. Didn't Cindy Wendy try to stop you? She didn't, because I wasn't alone. Ayin had mentioned her attacks on Donquixote, Usher, and Revead and clans. Seeing Vikyr's puzzled expression, Ayin smiled confidently. I didn't come alone either, simultaneously. Boom, the stalactites on the ceiling were swept away. Flubber's body, which had been hanging down, was chopped into pieces and burned to ashes. Oh, Flubber let out a bizarre scream as it retracted its tentacles. At the same time, a massive slashing storm struck from behind Dorjum and Soiree, who were focused on the front. Boom, boom, boom. With a thunderous shockwave, Dorjum, Soiree, and Flubber were all sent flying. The blue flames emitted by Poseidon grew even stronger. Who's there? As Dorjum and Soiree, bloodshot eyes glaring, looked up, a sinuous shadow loomed on the other side of the flickering flames. Ho 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 ho, a lilting laughter filled the air, clearly mocking the fallen Dorjum and Soiree. Are you blinded by rage? Where are you looking? The voice came from a figure holding a whip that seemed to carry the dancing flames. Clad in a tight black bodysuit and wearing high heels with heels over 30 centimeters tall, the figure was unmistakable. For the first time since entering Nuvvelebeg, Vikir's eyes widened in surprise. It was no wonder, as the person who had just stormed onto the battlefield was a familiar face. Miss Ouroboros, Professor Sadi, the professor who had left Colosseo Academy and disappeared, had suddenly appeared in the middle of the battle. Chapter 415. Endgame 7. Chapter 415. Endgame 7. Water was gushing out everywhere in Nuvvelebeg. On the first floor, guards who were suppressing the prisoners' rebellion in front of the gate of good and evil finally realized the gravity of the situation. Damn it, the hole in the outer wall isn't being fixed. Where is Lieutenant Colonel Flubber? Why is the water still coming in? It's a disaster. The collapsed bulwark section is continuously flooding. The inner wall is already halfway submerged. Damn it, as the areas Lieutenant Colonel Flubber couldn't cover increased, so did the amount of water pouring into the fortress. If this continues, we'll all die. Both prisoners and guards were terrified. Unlike when BDISSEM disappeared, if Flubber were to vanish, the entire fortress would be submerged 10,000 meters underwater. No life would survive, that much was certain. Now's not the time to be fighting among ourselves. What do we do? Should we block the water first? Run, we have to escape. Where to? We're 10,000 meters deep in the ocean. It's the same wherever we go. Prisoners and guards stopped fighting and frantically looked for a way to survive. At that moment, Head Captain Bastille shouted, Warden Orca must be here. Where is the warden? I don't know. He disappeared at some point. Orca, who had been fighting on the front lines against the level 9 prisoners, was nowhere to be found. Head Captain Bastille had no choice but to give the final order. We have no choice. Everyone to the 5th floor, move to the Gulper Eel Farm. Perhaps due to the urgency of the situation, he had no idea what his command would lead to in the future. Abandon suppression. Everyone retreat. Head Captain Bastille's statement marked the beginning of a significant event that would later be recorded in a small corner of human history. It was humanity's first official declaration to abandon Nuvvelebeg. Meanwhile, on the 10th floor of Nuvvelebeg, a completely new figure appeared, Professor Sadi. She spoke as if nothing had changed from her time on the surface. Hello, friends, long time no see. She waved once at the bewildered Dorjum and Swara. Vikir voiced his surprise. You managed to come all the way here. Oh, my night hound, it's an honor, ho ho ho. She walked gracefully and shook hands with Ayan, who was standing next to Vikir. Long time no see, Night Fox. Good to see you again, Miss Ouroboros. You kept your promise. Of course I said I'd follow right behind. I have business here too. It seemed that after escaping from the abyss tree, Ayan had sought out Cindywendy, who then introduced her to Professor Sadi. Ayan, who inherited the reputation of Night Fox, Aquila as an archer in the imperial capital. And Professor Sadi, known as Miss Ouroboros for her terrorist activities, had joined forces. Both harbored resentment towards the Empire, which made Ayan and Sadi quite compatible. Vikir thought to himself. It was wise to order Cindywendy to find Sadi before getting trapped in Nuvvelebeg. When Vikir was sentenced to Nuvvelebeg, he had handed Cindywendy a note with instructions for the future. First, find Professor Sadi. He believed that she would eventually be a powerful ally. Despite her erratic and unpredictable nature, their similar objectives made her a useful asset, and this turned out to be correct. Ayan chose to go to Nuvvelebeg deliberately to follow in Vikir's footsteps. Professor Sadi, once an employee of the Imperial Arrest Squad, used her connections to disguise herself as a guard. She blended in with the group of guards that had recently returned from the surface and made her way down here. Ho ho ho, it was perfect timing with Warden Orca and you all up on the surface. With so many prisoners being transferred, it was easy to slip in. Forging identities is my specialty, after all. Sadi acted as if she knew Dorjum and Swara well, which only made their expressions grow more sour and disgusted. You, who once worked for the Empire as an interrogator for the Arrest Squad, why did you betray us? It's revolting to think you were once considered a candidate for the Warden with us. HMPH. Imagine if we had to endure being called the Six Pillars with someone like her, though she was ultimately rejected because of her traitorous lineage. Despite Dorjum and Swara's harsh criticism, Sadi continued to smile brightly. Do you think I'd be crazy enough to rot in this damp, dingy place with pigs like you? How unrefined. With that, Sadi dismissed any further conversation with Dorjum and Swara. Then, as if she just remembered, she turned to Vikir and asked, "Oh, by the way, have you seen a subordinate I planted in Nuvalebag? He's from Revaid and goes by the name Sakath, quite a capable pig." "No, I haven't seen him." "Really? Well, he always was a bit unstable. He was so eager to prove himself that I didn't have high hopes. It seems things didn't work out for him." Laughing, Sadi positioned herself in front of Dorjum, Swara, and even Flubber. "I'll hold them off, do what you need to do." At the same time, a dark mana began to emanate from Sadi's entire body. Vikir immediately understood what Sadi was about to do. Kurarak. From Sadi's left eye, a demonic, ferocious energy exploded. Demonization, imaginification. She turned into imagine Vikir could sense a familiar energy from the transforming Sadi. Belial. Is this the relic she obtained after I defeated the sixth corpse? He had wondered why no relic was found when Belial, the head of bourgeois clan, died. Sadi removed the eye patch that covered her left eye, revealing a golden prosthetic eye that gleamed ominously. Tsutsutsu, the aura, a mix of black and gold, flared up, making Sadi's whip even longer and more powerful. Crack! The black and gold snake whipped the ground violently, launching Dorjum, Swara, and even Flubber into the air. Vikir swallowed hard at the overwhelming combat power radiating from the demonized Sadi. Back in the abyss, even a mere sword expert like Dogma gained strength comparable to an A+ grade monster after becoming a demon. Sadi, who was already strong enough to rival a master, was now an unimaginable powerhouse. Ho ho ho, this technique will leave me bedridden for at least half a year, but it's certainly effective. Unlike Dogma, Sadi was not completely demonized. She maintained a precarious balance, with half of her body remaining human. With a balance that far surpassed human capability and an innate combat sense, Sadi's strength was pushed to another level. Dorjum and Swara faltered under the fierce assault from Sadi. Even Flubber struggled against the wide-reaching lashes that incinerated everything they touched. Sadi's chaotic aura whipped around violently in all directions. Though her attacks were inefficient, this actually played to Vikir's advantage. The shockwaves transmitted to the surface allowed Poseidon to absorb increasingly more power. "It's almost there, just a bit more." The blue light emanating from Poseidon grew stronger and stronger. Crack, crackle, crack. With intense vibrations, cracks began to appear on its blue surface. As Vikir and Ayan were pouring all their aura into Poseidon, boom! A presence emerged, disrupting everything at once. ZZZZZT. A shockwave descended to the ground. The earth shattered, Dorjum and Swara were thrown back, and Flubber was left flustered. "What?" Sadi also closed her left eye, cutting off her demonic power. Her instincts, honed by genius, screamed a warning. Having once ignored such a warning and lost her left eye, Sadi wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. Leap! Sadi did 3 backflips to retreat. Even then, she remained vigilant, lowering her stance and pressing her body close to the ground. Soon enough, a presence so formidable that even the demonized Sadi had to step back and bow emerged in the middle of the battlefield. A trench coat of black fur swayed. Stiff white hair and a beard stood out. It was Warden Orca. He had personally descended to level 10. "Sadi?" Orca's face contorted with displeasure at the sight of her. Hearing his deep, raspy voice made Sadi break out in a cold sweat. "Don't say my name, bitchy old man." Her whip lashed out like a venomous snake towards Orca's face. Wham! Orca lifted his leg, equipped with greaves to block the whip. Screech! The force of the whip couldn't withstand Orca's greaves and boots, wrapping around them instead. Orca stomped his foot, trapping the whip under his foot. Boom! With a single stomp from Orca, Sadi nearly lost her grip on the whip. Struggling to maintain her balance, she tightened her grip and pulled the whip with all her strength. Crack! Creak! However, the whip pinned under Orca's boot didn't budge. Orca, the seasoned war veteran, raised his deep-set eyes and scanned the surroundings. He looked past Sadi as if she were insignificant, taking in the scene slowly. Then, Orca's eyes narrowed sharply. His gaze fixated on the brilliant blue sphere emanating a radiant light and the young man standing beside it, staring back at him with a calm, resolute demeanor. Vikier van Baskerville, young in appearance but a seasoned warrior within, having lived multiple lives, and Orca Montreal Javert, a veteran who had influenced several generations. Transcending time and space, the two battle-hardened warriors faced each other, a sharp tension filling the air. Chapter 416. Endgame 8. Vikier stood his ground, blocking Orca's aerial kick with his knee. Thud! Orca, in turn, tilted his head to avoid Vikier's left fist. As Vikier and Orca engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle using not only their swords and clubs, but also their fists and feet, the blue flames surrounding Poseidon continued to gain momentum. "Hubby, there's not much time left now." Hearing Ayen's shout, Vikier nodded and tried to step back. However, swish, the iron chain, swung like a whip from the end of Orca's club, caught Vikier's ankle and pulled him back. "Where do you think you're going? You should see this through to the end. Young ones these days lack perseverance." Orca spat out sparks from his eyes. Vikier glanced briefly behind him. The vibrations from Poseidon seemed unusual. Judging from the continuous explosions near its roots, it seemed that the accumulated shock would soon exceed its threshold. Now, or a little longer. No, should I leave now? Even Vikier couldn't make a precise judgment due to the ambiguous timing. A little more, just a bit more shock accumulation would make it certain. But engaging in further combat with Orca here would deplete his strength for escape. Moreover, Orca had been a great hero who had greatly aided the human alliance on the battlefield before his regression. Thus, Vikier couldn't risk a life-or-death battle with him here. Besides, he's also the one who personally detonated Nuvalebeg with his own hands. Vikier already knew the reason behind that. The cataclysm, escalating warfare, the looming threat of destruction, the demons turning their gaze towards Nuvalebeg, and the event that happened completely unrelated to all of that. Second, 47 people incident. As Vikier silently recalled a specific event in his mind. Boom! Orca's club flew towards Vikier. Vikier, too, pushed his aura to its limits and faced Orca. Crackle! Baskerville 8th style Black Sun. Despite being a technique that even sent Black Townge flying with one blow, Orca held his ground. His brow furrowed slightly, but Orca didn't budge an inch, blocking Vikier's Black Sun with sheer determination. "Is this your maximum output? Then it's my turn now." Orca wiped his face, smeared with sweat and blood, with his hand. And then, creak! The sound of muscles and bones twisting began to emanate from his entire body. For a moment, a piece of common knowledge from Vikier's past brushed through his mind. Orca wasn't just an ordinary human either. That's right. Just like the 5 wardens guarding Nuvalebeg weren't human, neither was Orca. As Vikier adjusted his stance, preparing to enter the imminent second round of battle. Somewhere, the sound of tough leather tearing was heard. A whip tore through the thick fur coat draped over Orca's shoulders, grazing past him. Sadi. Despite being battered and bruised from the aftermath of her imagined state and the battle, she was holding onto Orca from behind. Further back, Dorjum and Swara were sprawled, drenched in blood. Flubber seemed to have been completely shattered. "Thank you." Sadi wasn't looking at Orca, but at Vikier. Her sudden gratitude made Vikier chuckle. What was she grateful for? Sadi continued speaking. "For keeping your promise." In that moment, Vikier remembered the promise he made to her at the Colosseo Academy, when Vikier asked Sadi to hand over Orwell, the key to Nuvalebeg's main gate. "Hand it over." "Yes, I'll gladly do that. I do need the main gate key, but well, there are other ways." "In return, could you promise me one more thing?" That was when Sadi made this request. "If you ever get the chance to escape, please make sure to bring my grandfather with you. Sadi's grandfather, the person who had the greatest influence on her beliefs. Vikyr widened his eyes and looked around. The clash between Vikyr and Orca had already devastated the terrain. Mountains and hills had collapsed, leaving countless crevices gaping wide on the plains. Even in the isolated areas where beings were kept separate due to Level 9's inability to contain the aftermath, the impact was felt. Given the circumstances, it was inevitable. Crack, crackle. In the distance, isolation cells began to crumble. Oh no! The color drained from Swara's face, who managed the isolation cells. Dorjum couldn't find words to express his despair either. Even Orca, the mightiest of them all, furrowed his brows. His face contorted far more than when he faced Vikyr's eighth style. And then, amidst the rubble of the collapsed isolation cells, a voice began to emerge. PFFSSSS. A lifeless laughter reminiscent of air escaping from a balloon. It was a sound Vikyr had heard when he was once trapped in an isolation cell. Eventually, amidst the fallen rubble, a tall, elderly figure rose. So thin and twisted he seemed undead. Yet there was an undeniable sense of vitality in his movements. He didn't look like someone who just emerged from an isolation cell. Angegaumeng? Vikyr inquired, to which the old man nodded, responding with a chuckle. Just when I was getting tired of retirement, you come along, little man. The old man turned to look at the fallen Sadi, offering a warm smile. It was only then that Vikyr could confirm his identity once again. Angegaumeng Cedric Sad de Sade, known as Marquis Sade. It was the moment when the legendary warmonger, who had turned the empire upside down during the 47 people incident, was unleashed. Chapter 417. Endgame 9. Chapter 417. Endgame 9. Rumble. The clash between Vikyr and Orca destroyed everything around them. It was an equal end for everything, whether it was touched by human hands or not. Mountains, hills, outer walls, watchtowers, embankments, bridges, everything collapsed, and the solitary cells were among them. Crash, every single one of the solitary cells collapsed. Crash, boom. With each collapse of the solitary cells, mummified bodies with only bones left emerged. Only one person came out alive, Marquis Sade, the only human who couldn't be imprisoned even by the harsh environment of Level 9. There were even rumors that Nuvalebeg existed solely to imprison Marquis Sade, highlighting his tremendous presence. Shiver. Vikyr took a step back, feeling a chilling sensation all over his body. It felt like countless snakes were licking his entire body. Even though their eyes didn't meet, just looking at him gave this feeling. I should have realized as soon as I heard the name Angegaumeng. As suspected before, the true identity of Old Man Angegaumeng was Marquis Sade, a war maniac who incited 47 families to stage a coup in the past, a madman who wanted to return to a war era where only the strong survived. He was free again. Ha, it's been a while since I've moved my body. Marquis Sade moved his skinny arms around. Every time his joints twisted, there was a dull noise like something breaking. At that moment, "Grandfather," Professor Sadi, standing nearby, called Marquis Sade. Her voice was slightly trembling, unlike her usual self. Sade and Sadi. The two, who were grandfather and granddaughter, faced each other. Sadi. "Oh my, you've grown so much. You've become quite the sorceress while I wasn't around, huh? Ha, I worked hard to rescue you, grandfather. You're proud of me, right?" "Of course. Come here and hug your grandpa." With that, Sadi, covered in blood, staggered and hugged Marquis Sade. Marquis Sade also stroked Sadi's head with a warm smile. "Thank you for staying alive, dear." "I'm glad you're safe, grandfather. It looks like our family, which seemed to have ended, will have bright days ahead." "Oh, I'm not planning to meet any men, though. I meant that I plan to meet a woman soon. You'll have a new grandmother." Sadi and Marquis Sade laughed and chatted pleasantly. The atmosphere was so relaxed and peaceful that it felt like they were at a quiet cafe terrace on a late morning. But that peaceful atmosphere was quickly shattered. "So, you finally crawled out, Angegaumeng." Orca growled in a voice like boiling molten metal. Marquis Sade turned his head to meet Orca's gaze with a bored expression. "Long time no see, old Orca. You live long for someone who never dies. You have no right to speak." Orca immediately grabbed his club, and with all his might, he swung it towards Marquis Sade. How cruel to bully an old man without a weapon. Truly, how heartless. Marquis Sade chuckled and picked up a whip from the ground. "Granddaughter, let me borrow this whip." And then, bang crack, he swung it to meet Orca's incoming club. The heavy metal at the end of Orca's club clashed with the weighted end of Marquis Sade's whip. Boom! The explosion was so loud, it was hard to believe it came from metal clashing against metal. Sparks and fragments of aura scattered in all directions, transforming the already desolate ground even further. Boom, crash, rumble, bang, boom. Rumble, each clash between the club and the whip caused the ground to break, reattach, twist, compact, and then break again, shatter, and crumble. Amazingly, the power and spirit that Marquis Sade exuded were not at all inferior to Orca's. Who would even think that he had been locked in Nouvelebag's solitary confinement on the 9th floor for decades? Orca lowered his stance, gripping his trembling arm. Marquis Sade looked down on him and began to speak. "Yes, I remember that day. It's been over 40 years now. The 47 people incident. An unprecedented event that occurred shortly after the Empire had unified. It was led by 47 individuals, each the head of a family, hence it was also called the 47 people incident. They rebelled against the Empire, almost reaching the Emperor and coming close to beheading him. The official reason was that they coveted the throne, but I never cared about the throne. Ha ha ha! Marquis Sade's reason for rebelling was purely one thing: amusement. After the Empire's unification, the large-scale wars that killed hundreds of thousands daily, and the bloody battles with powerful opponents had all disappeared. Even those with power could no longer wield it freely, and avenging injustices as one pleased was no longer possible. Everything had to be done according to laws and rules, peacefully, and without bloodshed. Marquis Sade hated this change intensely. He longed for the days of war, slaughter, plunder, revenge, and the fierce clashes of power. The era where only the strong survived and proved the value of their lives through endless blood and violence. I loved those times, those people, ha ha ha. Having lived his entire life in that era, Marquis Sade could not adapt to the boring, monotonous times he faced in his twilight years. In fact, he never intended to adapt. Anyway, that's why I started the incident. It was fun for a while, but it's obvious what would happen afterward. Another boring world must have come. I can tell just by looking at the rookies who come here. They've all been softened by peace and laziness. Marquis Sade shook his head in disgust. So I thought, perhaps it's better to take a rest in the solitary cell of Nouvelebag, to clear my mind and organize my thoughts. Why have you crawled out now after all this time? Orca asked. Marquis Sade looked at Orca with an intrigued gaze. Well, I've heard that the surface has become quite interesting lately. Orca's already stern expression hardened even more. This was something he desperately wanted to keep hidden. The current state of the surface world, that was something he absolutely could not let Marquis Sade discover. Orca had seen the world before returning to Nouvelebag. He had seen how the surface had changed. And Marquis Sade saw it too, through Orca's eyes. He saw the transformed world. A world filled with things that Marquis Sade would love, that would more than pique his interest. They would drive him wild. War, slaughter, massacre, blood, violence. A world of survival of the fittest where only the strong lived. Similar to the most intense days of the Warring States era. A new era of great turmoil, comparable to the peak of the Warring States period, was approaching. Ha ha ha, my blood is boiling even in my old age. I feel like going on an outing for the first time in a while. Will you help me, dear? Of course, grandfather. I'll take you to the surface. Marquis Sade smiled at his granddaughter Sadi, speaking with a hint of laughter in his voice. Though their conversation seemed like a tender moment between grandfather and granddaughter, there was an unmistakable sense of terrifying madness in their smiles. At that moment, thud, Orca slammed his club into the ground. You will not leave. Not ever. Hatred dripped from Orca's eyes as he glared at the criminals. You are the scourge of society. Preventing the chaos and disorder your existence brings, and protecting the innocent from your terror is my fucking duty. Even if it costs me my life, you will not leave this place. Ha ha ha, my friend, do you really think you would be able to stop me? Orca and Marquis Sade squared off again, their tension palpable. You won't get out. Never. Ever, ha ha ha, and this time there's no Winston to assist you. Orca lifted his heavy club. Marquis Sade took a stance, coiling his whip as if preparing for a sword draw technique. Crack, crack, crack as their fierce energies clashed, the surrounding air and ground shattered like glass. Meanwhile, on the edge of this vortex of chaos, Ayan asked Vikir, "What should we do? Should we take this chance to escape?" "No. This might actually be the perfect timing." Vikir shook his head. "Perhaps they could benefit from the battle between these two. Timing, we need to time it right." The confrontation between Orca and Marquis Sade was indeed terrifying. Just by glaring and emitting their auras, they were distorting the terrain. What would happen when they truly unleashed their power? That outcome was starting to unfold in real time. Boom! Orca kicked off the ground and surged forward. Marquis Sade, laughing, also took a step forward. Orca charged like an enraged orca whale, while Marquis Sade flew in like a wraith, both gripping their formidable power, aiming to decide the battle with a single blow. Flash! Orca channeled all his aura into the tip of his club. A dark, tsunami-like force surged towards Marquis Sade. Rumble, rumble, Marquis Sade coiled his whip tightly. He unleashed the aura that had been restrained by the BDSM shackles, causing it to spin. Swish, swish, a sword-drawing technique. The explosive force and momentum of a single decisive strike were realized with the whip. Just then. Now, Vikir leaped into the fray. Crash, boom, Baskerville's eighth style. A black sun fell between Orca and Marquis Sade. Both Orca and Marquis Sade were taken aback as their duel suddenly turned into a three-way battle, but they couldn't retract their life-risking strikes. Soon, the dark tsunami from Orca's club, the slashing snake from Marquis Sade's whip, and Vikir's black sun converged on a single point. And ahead of them all, someone moved swiftly. "Honey, catch!" It was Ayan. She extended both hands with all her might towards the blue sphere, Poseidon right in front of her. Boom! A violent explosion erupted at the roots, shaking the ground. Crack! Poseidon was uprooted. It detached from the ground like an onion with roots and rolled down the slope, heading straight towards the point where Orca, Marquis Sade, and Vikir's strikes converged. Simultaneously, flash! A blinding light and a tremendous roar burst forth. Ayan barely managed to cover her ears. Vikir felt his eardrums rupture, blood flowing. "Ah! Arg!" Even Dorjum and Swara, who were watching, clutched their ears and collapsed from the deafening explosion. At that moment, Poseidon, hit by 3 different shockwaves, began to change, cracked the sound of a shell breaking. It was the sound of something hatching. Chapter 418, Endgame 10, Chapter 418. Endgame 10, Flash, a storm raged. A massive crater formed, and all the dust, debris, moisture, water, steam, underground water, lava, smoke, sulfur gas, and everything else around it vanished completely. The ground was swept clean, feeling smooth to the touch. The atmosphere was bone dry, without a trace of moisture, and there wasn't a single flame or gas in sight. In the center of this newly transformed wasteland, 2 men knelt on one knee. Their clothes were torn to shreds, blood flowed from their foreheads, and their weapons were deeply embedded in the ground, protecting their owners. Despite the blinding light and scorching heat, they endured everything with their eyes wide open. One, showing a terrifying will, was Orca, the warden of Nuvalebeg. The other was the worst prisoner of Nuvalebeg, Marquis Sade. "What was that?" "Geez, my whole body aches." "What do you mean barging in all of a sudden?" Although both old men had withstood the massive explosion and its aftermath, the sources of their strength were entirely different. Warden Orca had the will to protect and defend. Marquis Sade had the will to harm and destroy. These 2 opposing wills and purposes had surprisingly produced the same result. Amidst the chaos, the 2 old men, who had not fallen, straightened themselves and prepared to fight again. But both old men were stunned by the scene in front of them as soon as they opened their eyes. Rumble, a blue flame was rising from the center of the crater. A thick, massive pillar of fire was shooting up from beneath the ground. It pierced through every floor of Nuvalebeg. LV9, LV8, LV7, LV6, LV5, LV4, LV3, LV2, and LV1, and extended even higher. Rumble, the gate of good and evil. This gigantic circular gate, serving as the lid of Nuvalebeg, was blocking the blue pillar of fire. But the chains around it were breaking one by one, looking precarious. Even the surrounding pulleys were breaking, and with each snapped chain, the entire gate was heating up to a bright red, a clear sign of imminent danger. As the flubber mucus thinned, The incoming water from outside began evaporating completely before it could even approach the pillar of fire. "What the heck is that?" Orca gaped in disbelief. But no one knew anything about this bizarre phenomenon. Far away, Dorjum, Swara, Sadi, and Ayin, along with Marquis Sade, were all staring blankly at the tip of the fire pillar. All except for one person, Vikyr. Rumble. Vikyr approached the point where the pillar of fire sprouted, the place where the blue egg Poseidon had been. The scorching heat and blue flames roared as if to burn him alive, but Vikyr did not falter. Having disguised himself with Garam's face so often that his face frequently got burned, he had become somewhat accustomed to heat. But this heat was different. The ultra-high temperature of the blue flames created an immense updraft that was incomparable to any ordinary fire. "This pain is nothing now." Vikyr pushed through the blazing flames. In the midst of it, he had to use all his strength to stay grounded and not be blown away. Eventually, beyond the flames and heat waves, he saw Poseidon. The round sphere was split in half, with the blue pillar of fire erupting from within. The root of the pillar of fire, descending below, was barely visible. Judging by the intermittent explosions and the earthquake coming from deep underground, he guessed that it might be touching the deepest part of the thermal layer of Nuvalebag's volcano. As expected, Nuvalebag is not an extinct volcano. This volcano was still alive. However, it had been secretly gathering strength, waiting for the biggest, most grandiose explosion someday. The blue seed, Poseidon, had rooted itself at the convergence point of this power, absorbing it. Strictly speaking, it was a parasitic presence within Nuvalebag. Or maybe not. Perhaps this entire place, Nuvalebag, was created by someone with the purpose of hatching Poseidon. But that wasn't the important thing right now. Vikyr reached into the flames and cleared away the scorching layers. Amazingly, the flames, which had initially emitted a fierce heat, calmed down as soon as Vikyr touched them, like an animal allowing its fur to be stroked. As the heat subsided, only a warm glow remained. Vikyr used the power of the basilisk to regenerate his skin as he moved forward. Eventually, he pushed aside the fiery curtains and peered inside. Within was a very narrow, circular space. A pair of eyes looked up at Vikyr, black scales, and between them blue flames flickering. It was slightly smaller than the size of a palm. A strange creature, resembling a lizard but with wings on its back, stared intently at Vikyr. It looked as though it had been born from fire, fed on fire, and would return to fire, its entire body engulfed in flames. Vikyr gazed down at it quietly. It, too, gazed up at Vikyr quietly. They were each seeing something entirely new for the first time. Finally, it let out a small hiccup. Tiny blue flames flickered from its small nostrils and then vanished. "Beautiful. Something like this can be born from an egg. Is it like a salamander?" "No, it's a much, much higher being." Ayin, who had followed closely behind, exclaimed in admiration. Vikyr responded briefly. Vikyr did not know exactly what this creature was either. He only knew that it was one of the ancient beings, possessing the greatest and most magnificent potential. This was evident from de Carabia's reaction, which was trembling on his chest. "My goodness, to think this still exists. I thought it had gone extinct ages ago. I heard that the Dark Emperor personally exterminated them all. This might be the last one left in the world." Upon seeing Poseidon, de Carabia began to express all the excitement he had been suppressing. Meanwhile, Guruk, the creature moved its black and blue body closer to Vikyr. It rubbed its cheek against the back of Vikyr's hand, a gesture of affection, an expression of unconditional liking and attachment to the first being it had ever seen. But the moment of bonding was brief. Wham! The creature then spread its wings, preparing to leap into the sky. Vikyr met its gaze calmly, as if to say goodbye. "See you again." The message resonated in his mind. Though it wasn't conveyed through words, its meaning was clear and deeply moving. Vikyr responded in kind. "Human lifespans are short. By the time you've grown enough to come find me, I won't be here anymore. We might not meet again." As Vikyr closed his eyes and shook his head, the creature's expression became profoundly sad. Then the moment came. It spread its small wings wide. The blue pillar of fire, erupting from the deepest, hottest part of the volcano, fueled its wings with power. Rumble, the volcano's strength concentrated on its tiny wings, radiating a blinding blue light. It seemed ready to launch itself from the depths of the earth, through the dark ocean depths above the surface into the vast sky. It's done. It's finally over. Vikir lost interest in everything around him. He had completed all the tasks he had undertaken, enduring countless crises and hardships to achieve his goal in this shitty fortress in the deep sea. My mission in Nuvalebeg ends here. Poseidon has finally hatched. There's nothing more to do. Really? So now we just leave? That's the new problem. Vikir fell silent. When he first descended into Nuvalebeg, he had thought if he could find and activate Poseidon a few years earlier, he would have fulfilled his duty, and it wouldn't matter if he died afterward. But now, having come this far and succeeded brilliantly, new desires emerged. He wanted to live. He wanted to survive longer, to see how humanity's future unfolds, how this long and terrible war ends, and to witness the final resolution he couldn't see in his past life. Many would die, many would survive, and they would continue to live. The future. A future far beyond what Vikir had seen in his previous life. Thud. Vikir reached out and grabbed Ayan's wrist, pulling her along. Ayan looked surprised as Vikir spoke briefly. Let's go. It was finally time to leave Nuvalebeg. Faces filled his mind, faces he missed dearly. It was time to return to the surface, which might have changed so much during his absence. Chapter 419. Goodbye Nuvalebeg 1, Chapter 419. Goodbye Nuvalebeg 1. Boom, rumble. The entire Nuvalebeg prison was shaking violently. Vikir and Ayan were riding on Bakira's back as they dashed up the spiral staircase. Bark, bark, bark. Bakira, now a transformed beast, was running even faster than in his prime, significantly reducing the time it took to ascend the floors. Whoosh, a massive wave surged from ahead. Damn, this must be a flooded corridor. This way is a shortcut, break through it. At Vikir's words, Ayan nodded and knocked an arrow. Bang. The arrow flew in a straight line, piercing a huge hole in the wave. Bakira leaped through the ring of water like in a circus, kicking off the floor beneath the parted waves and soaring again. Thud. After crossing the flooded corridor, Bakira landed on a partially collapsed bridge and continued running. Beside them, the blue pillar of fire was growing larger, heating the gate of good and evil. We're on the 5th floor now. Yeah. There's a gulper eel breeding ground on this floor. Do you think any eels are left? The last time I checked, there were quite a few eels. Even if some escaped first, they couldn't have taken all the eels. Vikir's prediction was accurate. The breeding ground, where rocks and water were pouring down from the ceiling, still had a few gulper eels remaining. It seemed many prisoners or guards had already escaped, leaving chaos everywhere. Blood was spreading all around, and bodies were floating. It was easy to guess that there had been a fierce fight to seize the gulper eels first. It was a good decision to send those who would escape first to the 5th floor in advance. Vikir had previously instructed as many valuable people as possible to wait on the 5th floor before the escape, even going as far as forging command papers. So many people would have been on the 5th floor. Since they were already on the 5th floor when the chaos started, they likely escaped safely. It's a miracle that any eels are left. Ayan grabbed a fishing hook and rope, then jumped directly into the pond, catching a large gulper eel. Splat, she twisted the struggling eel's mouth open and said with a smiling face, "Husband, are you ready?" "Yes," Vikir nodded. However, Ayan spoke again despite his assurance. "The surface has changed a lot. It's not the world you once knew. I already have some idea." Ayan tilted her head in confusion. The world had completely changed since Vikir was imprisoned in Nuvalebeg. How could he possibly know that? Newspapers. Stories from new prisoners. Or perhaps an informant you had planted. Ayan looked at Vikir with a puzzled expression, but he didn't provide any further explanation. Vikir was simply recalling the world before his regression. The memories of that day haunted his nightmares every time he slept. How could he forget? The catastrophic season where 98% of humanity was annihilated. One day, the sky tore open, and from the rift poured blood-red flames. Countless drops of fire fell like monsoon. For 150 days, the storm of calamity continued, a monsoon of hellfire. This terrible weather phenomenon turned forests into deserts and lakes into abyssal pits. The cries of the dead, wandering the parched underworld, and the rasping breaths of those who couldn't die, burning to ashes. Those sounds would never be forgotten, even in dreams. It was a time when nothing could be promised or certain. Demons used their trump card, the storm of calamity, and it gave birth to the long rainy season that heralded the extinction of humanity. It will start again soon. Vikyr already sensed the imminent appearance of the gates of doom. The changes happening on the surface were mere droplets, only signs and omens. It was just the demons warming up before the real game began. Vikyr had already prepared for all of this. Step by step, without haste, thoroughly. Now it was time to strike back at the demons. The volcano will soon erupt. Poseidon has hatched, and now it will begin its ascent to the sky. This was the start of the great Nuvalebeg eruption. We need to escape this place before that happens. But why did you cause Nuvalebeg to erupt? To counter the fiery monsoon, the storm of calamity. Ayin tilted her head in confusion. But Vikyr didn't offer any further explanation this time either. He simply mulled over the 150 days of the hellish storm and the gates of doom in his mind. With Poseidon hatched, the climate will change drastically. Now we just have to wait and see. With those words, Vikyr pulled the gulper eel. Boom, rumble, splash, earthquakes struck and debris fell everywhere. Incoming seawater was flooding the fortress by the second. Between the crashing waves and thunderous roars, the faint cries of prisoners and guards could be heard from the upper floors. Ayin stood before the faintly remaining flubber gate with the gulper eel. "Let's go!" Vikyr took a step forward. At that moment, "Wait!" A voice halted Vikyr and Ayin in their tracks. Ayin raised an eyebrow. Vikyr's expression also tensed slightly. Kirko Grimm stood silently in the corner of the breeding ground. Her uniform was in tatters, revealing her wounded body beneath. Her cherished sword, always meticulously maintained, lay broken in half. Blood from her many wounds dyed the surrounding seawater red. Vikyr and Kirko stared at each other. For the first time, their unmasked faces were revealed. Kirko's gaze was sharp. She demanded, as if accusing him, "Are you an escapee?" Vikyr didn't respond. It was unclear why she hadn't escaped yet, but if she intended to stop them, he'd have to use force. However, "If you take just any current, you'll die without escaping. Go left and take the current number 3021. Kirko's response was unexpected. There were thousands of currents on the 5th floor capable of carrying the gulper eels. Only one of them connected to the surface. The rest were traps that would leave them drifting in the depths for centuries. Vikyr asked, "Why are you telling us this?" After a moment of silence, Kirko spoke. "I saw you kill Black Tongue." Kirko removed her warden's cap. In a dry, clear voice, she asked, "What really happened to Garam?" Her question was cold and sharp, piercing to the core. Vikyr replied calmly, "He died." "When?" 2 years ago during Sakoth's riot. He saved you when you were unconscious." "The body? I buried him." Kirko's eyes remained emotionless, her gaze steady on Vikyr. Her lips moved again. "Did he leave any last words?" In that moment, Vikyr recalled Garam's final moments. Before he died, Garam muttered, "I wanted to show her the outside world." That was Garam's last wish. Vikyr spoke honestly. "He said he wanted to show you the outside world." Instantly. For the first time, Kirko's pupils trembled violently. Vikyr remembered Garam's diary, long since burned. At the end of every entry, Garam had written about wanting to leave this place with Kirko. But Garam would never leave Nuvalebeg again. At that moment, click, the sound of Kirko's step broke Vikyr's reverie. She turned away and started walking, but it wasn't towards the escape route. Crash, boom, huge boulders and waterfalls were cascading down, leading to certain death. "You're not coming?" Vikyr asked. Without looking back, Kirko replied, "I'm not leaving. This is where I was born and raised." She finished speaking and hesitated for a moment. After a long silence, she turned her head slightly and whispered, "Live well." Her words were so soft that the roar of the raging waves beside them almost drowned them out. With no more time to waste, Vikyr reluctantly climbed into the eel's mouth. Soon, Ayin cut the rope, and the gulper eel rode the current, moving swiftly out of the fortress. The gulper eel was quickly swept away by the current. Thus, Vikyr and Ayin left Nuvalebeg heading for the surface. The fortress was collapsing, everything breaking and falling apart. Seawater was pouring in from all directions. Kirko was the only one left behind. In her mind, she recalled the face of a man. He had claimed to be from the surface. He had acted friendly, calling her his comrade, but he never really seemed to fit the role of a guard. And somehow he always seemed like he would return to the surface one day, which made her reluctant to get too close to him. That weakling. But what is this? The man who always seemed like he would return to the surface never did. Plop, she threw the hat she had been holding onto the soaked floor. Finally, with her eyes misting, she lowered her gaze and spoke. "Foolish Garam, you were such a fool." She let out a last smile. That was the end. Enormous amounts of seawater surged in, completely flooding the fortress. Boom, rumble, and so Nuvalebeg was buried beneath the black waters. Forever. Chapter 420. Goodbye Nuvalebeg 2, Chapter 420. Goodbye Nuvalebeg 2 Rumble, the deep sea, also known as the abyssal sea. The vast void. Due to the pitch-black darkness, the large animals passing by can only be sensed by sounds and vibrations. The gulper eel carrying Vikir and Ayan shook violently before emerging in the middle of the deep sea. Rumble. With violent whirlpools swirling from all directions, it seemed they might have caught the wrong current. But in fact, this was the only current functioning correctly. Unlike other currents that were stable only in the beginning, this current number 3021 was turbulent and unstable, but ultimately the safest route. Soon, the faint light emanating from the gulper eel's skin began to illuminate the surroundings. As the darkness slightly brightened, the outside of the deep sea became visible through its transparent skin. Rumble, Nuvalebeg was completely submerged underwater. Covered in flames and steam generated within the volcano, Nuvalebeg looked as if it could explode at any moment. It was shining probably because the gate of good and evil in the ceiling of Nuvalebeg was preventing the volcanic eruption. Hence, Nuvalebeg was like a champagne bottle shaken to its limit. The moment the bottle cap at the top, the gate of good and evil, is destroyed, a massive explosion and upward current will occur. The explosion and the seawater drawn into the cavity created by it will heat up from geothermal energy, expand, and create a huge fire column and a water column simultaneously. This will start from the depths of the abyss, penetrate the seabed, soar high past the surface, and rise very high into the air. And this will create a powerful anomaly capable of causing abnormal weather on the surface. At Vikir's words, Ayan nodded. She was currently holding the fishing hook and rope caught on the gulper eel's lips, maintaining the eel's balance. In other words, she was acting as the coachman. When Vikir also tried to grab the rope, the perceptive Ayan sensed something. It seems like something is attached to the eel's tail. Vikir turned around. Indeed, something was dangling from the end of the gulper eel's tail. Due to the darkness and strong current, it was hard to discern what it was exactly. But even without closely inspecting, the object was slowly approaching Vikir's side, pulling itself along the eel's tail. Vikir's eyes widened. The one holding onto the gulper eel's tail was none other than Marquis Sade. He was even carrying Sadi on his side. Eventually, Marquis Sade grabbed the gulper eel's body and crawled up to the mouth area, finally making his way inside. Phew! The water pressure almost crushed my skull. Ha ha ha, but having spent a long time in solitary confinement, I've gotten used to it. Hello, Night Hound. Forgive my rudeness, but I'll be hitching a ride, Marquis Sade laughed and jested. Sadi, who had reverted from her demonized form, also lay laughing like a mollusk. Since the gulper eel was large enough to carry a dozen or so people, there wouldn't be any issues with adding Sadi and Sade. If you stay quiet, I'll let you ride. Oh dear, sorry young man, I don't think I can stay quiet. At Vikir's words, Marquis Sade shook his head with a sad expression. The reason for his words was immediately apparent to Vikir. Something was fiercely pursuing the slowly drifting gulper eel. A terrifying sound began to emanate from beyond the veil of pitch-black darkness. At first, it seemed like the sound of a foghorn, but the pitch was far too high for that. Could it be the legendary voice of a siren? Even the eel, swimming along, twisted its body in apparent pain. This mysterious sound wave filled the vast void of the seabed. Vikir sensed that the entity producing the sound was drawing near. It seems Orca is coming, Marquis Sade smirked. Soon, something enormous revealed itself beyond the transparent walls of the eel's body. A body with a shiny black sheen and stark white spots that were visible even in the darkness. a physique brimming with muscles, a powerful dorsal fin, and limbs exposed beneath a ragged fur coat. Orca. He had transformed into a monstrous form and was once again blocking Vikyr's path. Is he a beastman of the killer whale type? Vikyr muttered to himself in a low voice. Just as Dorjum had transformed into the shape of a sea crocodile, Orca possessed a similar constitution. He grasped the chains and club hanging from the long tail protruding from his coat with his webbed hands. "Sade, you shall never leave this place." Orca's booming voice resonated clearly even in the vast depths of the sea. They had encountered Orca as an enemy in the middle of this boundless ocean. The worst-case scenario everyone had feared had come true. Marquis Sade chuckled. Fighting that old man underwater would be suicidal. "What do you intend to do?" "Well, I hate to say it, but I'd like to hear your thoughts." Marquis Sade subtly indicated his willingness to follow Vikyr's lead. Vikyr spoke firmly. "You owe me a debt. How will you repay it?" "Ha ha ha," Marquis Sade, silently laughing, raised 3 fingers. "The Sade family repays kindness 3-fold and revenge 3,000-fold. I owe you 1 life, so I should repay you with 3. Tell me the names of 3 people you want dead. Whoever they are, I will kill them for you," Marquis Sade added. "That is, if we can safely reach the surface," with a wink. Vikyr quietly nodded. Then Vikyr tied Sadi's whip around his waist. He tied the other end around Marquis Sade's waist. "Hold on to this tightly." Vikyr handed the middle part of the whip to Ayin. Sadi, who could not move due to the aftereffects of her demonization, asked, "Are you trying to leave?" "There's no other way," Vikyr said, looking into Ayin's eyes. Ayin looked back at Vikyr with an uneasy gaze. "I'd rather go out instead, husband. You drive the eel, it's safer that way. I don't want to part ways again. How will we meet again? Holding on to the rope is also important." As Vikyr spoke with a solemn tone, Ayin bowed her head deeply. Eventually she raised her head, clenching her lips tightly. "I will never, never let go. That's all I need." Vikyr stood up. Then he plunged into the depths of the sea. The pressure at a depth of 10,000 meters in the abyss was beyond imagination. Even Vikyr's body, fortified by the protection of the Styx River and the stats of the Abyss Tree, could hardly withstand it. Now I understand why demons couldn't probe this place until the latter part of the war. The pressure felt like one's entire body being crushed by sheer existence alone. It resembled hundreds of elephants standing on top of an egg. No wonder Marquis Sade asked for help. Vikyr glanced briefly to the side. Marquis Sade, tying the whip around his waist, seemed to be exaggerating as if he couldn't breathe. Just then, whoosh, invisible pressure began to distort the front. A tidal wave. If it were on the surface, it would have surged to a tremendous height, but since it was underwater, it was entirely invisible. Crash. With a deafening sound, the view was swept away. An orca-shaped form passed by in front of him. Splat, thud. Instantly, the view turned red. Vikyr opened his eyes wide, but he couldn't prevent his face from being smashed. The impact felt like his skull would shatter like grains of sand, with his nasal bones, cheekbones, and front teeth all breaking. It was like being struck in the center of the face by a full swing of a warhammer. "Is that a water ball?" Far away, Orca was scooping up water with his wide, paddle-like hands and throwing it as if hurling a cannonball. A concentrated water ball. It flew like a cannonball aimed at Vikyr and Marquis Sade. However, whish! Vikyr extended his sword, slicing through the trajectory of the flying water droplet diagonally. Furthermore, he pinpointed Orca's location based on the direction and angle of the water droplet. Flash! Dicarabia on his chest opened his eyes wide, emitting a red light. In an instant, the surroundings brightened. "Oh, so you can do that too? You underestimate me too much." The radius of 10 meters around Dicarabia brightened. Then the figure of Orca directly in front became clear. He was wearing a military uniform and a coat, holding a club in his hand. His appearance was like a mixture of half-killer whale and half-human. Orca swung the club in his hand. A massive earthquake and tidal wave distorted the surrounding space, but Vikyr was confident. "As long as I know the direction, blocking is not a problem." Aura flowed out like a torrent, revealing the true form of Dicarabia. The inverted pentagram, the wall of despair. Though it consumed a lot of mana, defense was its surest shield. It was deflecting all of Orca's long-range attacks. Kugagagung. Orca's attacks inadvertently increased the speed of the gulper eel driven by Ayan. Connected by the whip, Vikyr and Marquis Sade were also ascending rapidly. These MFS. Orca eventually changed his attack strategy. Close combat, rushing in with the club to bludgeon them to death, the most primitive yet most effective attack method. And that was what Vikyr and Marquis Sade wanted as well. A monstrous whale charging through the raging sea currents. Vikyr wielded Beelzebub, while Marquis Sade brandished a sword of unknown origin, facing Orca head-on. The power of the three converged once again. The black sun created by Vikyr, the serpent-like aura drawn by Marquis Sade, and the earthquake and tidal wave generated by Orca's club clashed fiercely in one place. Quack, 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 quack. A huge whirlpool formed in the sea. The trajectory of the swords created by Vikyr and Marquis Sade intersected with the upper part of the whirlpool, while the earthquake and tidal wave created by Orca's club formed the lower part, colliding in the center. Boom, crackle. With the sound of thunder, shockwaves spread in all directions, tearing the surrounding sea into shreds. As water and air rushed back into the void left by the torn waves, violent currents surged, wreaking havoc on the surrounding space. The pressure raging in all directions crushed and pulverized everything, regardless of underwater cliffs or rocks. Veins bulged on Vikyr's forehead. Amidst countless calculations and sharpened instincts crossing his mind, he judged the current situation calmly. I'm going to die. There was absolutely no way to win. An orca in the sea was as good as a god. Even underwater, it could breathe and move much faster with muscles strengthened by water. It could emit sonar waves to scrutinize everything kilometers away, and could even create tsunamis without moving, striking down enemies from afar. Moreover, standing up to such harsh depths of the sea was as daunting a challenge as a bug facing off against a lion. Marquis Sade seemed to feel it too as he smirked. Are we going to die here? Even before Vikyr's regression, Marquis Sade had attempted to escape from Nuvalebag but was blocked by Orca's hands. Now, despite Vikyr's presence, it still seemed difficult to defy the predetermined fate. The wheels of causality were rolling unpredictably. Vikyr was just a maggot standing in front of Orca. Suddenly, Vikyr and Marquis Sade's gazes met. As if they had made a silent agreement, they moved their hands to cut the whips at their waists. No! Far away, Ayan, who was driving the gulper eel, shouted, but it was too late. The current surged even more violently, pushing the gulper eel upward. Those who had to leave should leave, and those who had to stay should stay. At the same time, Orca felt something. The two men who chose to stay in the vastness of the deep sea. The momentum of Vikyr and Marquis Sade had completely changed. Their determination not to yield any further was sharp enough to make even Orca sweat. And at that moment, the balance between the three men in the vast space of the deep sea was broken. It was a strange event that couldn't be explained rationally. What should I call it? Luck. That was the only way to explain it. For Vikyr, who had never experienced much luck in his entire life, it was a somewhat bewildering experience. To properly explain this phenomenon, we have to go back a few seconds. Kurururuk Kutajujuk, the eruption of flames from the volcano. The scorching heat rose explosively, but it had been trapped and contained by the gate of good and evil. But now, the moment all the chains connecting the gate to Nuvalebag were severed. Qua-chunk! The gate, already pushed to its limit, was bounced off into the void like the cap of a shaken champagne bottle. Driven by immense pressure, the gate of evil, with a diameter of 70 meters, a thickness of 5 meters, and a weight of 65-35 tons, made of mithril and adamantium alloy, soared into the air like the cap of a champagne bottle exploding. And by some stroke of luck, this massive and heavy alloy lump, bouncing randomly, happened to head towards Orca, who was facing off against the nature of Nuvalebag. The direction of the wheel of fate can never be predicted. Boom! Suddenly, Orca, who was preparing his final attack, leaned forward and got hit on his head. Blood gushed out with a sharp sound. The monstrous whale, struck on the head by the unexpected impact, mercilessly sank into the current like trash. Huh? Sade's mouth hung in disbelief. Crash! The gate soared into the distance, smashing a corner of the cliff and tumbling back down below. Thud, 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 thud. With the gate of good and evil gone, Nuvalebag began its descent into utter ruin. A submerged fortress. The space between the black bricks began to glow a sickly blue. Originally built as a stronghold deep within the volcano, now that the volcano had rekindled its activity, it was all over. The formidable fortress, which had never shown a single flaw in its long history, now stood in a precarious position like a champagne cork teetering on the brink, its every part corroding and crumbling. The towering column of crimson fire that burst through the gate of good and evil was only the beginning. The glowing column of fire, seeming to turn blue from the bottom up, rapidly expanded in size with each successive eruption. An enormous explosion occurred, surpassing the audible range of humans, as if the entire ocean were being blown away. It was the beginning of a major eruption that would easily surpass 10,000 meters deep into the abyss and stretch out for tens of kilometers into the sky. Chapter 421. Goodbye Nuvelebeg 3. Chapter 421. Goodbye Nuvelebeg 3. Nuvelebeg's volcano erupted in a massive explosion. A tremendous roar. It was as if the entire ocean was being lifted into the sky. The crimson pillar of fire that blew away the gate of good and evil soon turned blue, doubling, tripling, quadrupling, growing hundreds of times larger. The pillar of fire shot up, surrounded by secondary and tertiary updrafts, creating a giant column of water that wrapped around the fire and surged upwards. Truly, an unprecedented seismic sea wave, a cataclysm that humanity had never seen before. It was a massive tectonic shift that affected all life, both in the sea and on land. A few minutes before the explosion at the Nuvelebeg prison, Vikyr witnessed the gate of good and evil, a symbol of Nuvelebeg, being blown away. Seeing that massive alloy chunk fly off like a bottle cap gave an idea of the explosion's power. But that won't be the end of it. Soon, secondary, tertiary, quaternary, hundreds of shockwaves would follow and sweep through this place. If that happens, everything will be over. I hope Ayan made it safely. Vikyr glanced back. The gulper eel was no longer visible. The strong currents created by Orca had likely pushed her to safety. He had no choice but to believe that. After finishing his thoughts, Vikyr turned his head back. Rumble, crash, lightning struck the seabed. Earthquakes and tsunamis powerful enough to destroy a nation raged fiercely. In the face of this massive chaotic vortex, humans were nothing more than insignificant grains of sand. At that moment, a hand tapped Vikyr's shoulder. It was Marquis Sade. He looked at Vikyr with a questioning gaze, as if asking what to do. Even in this extreme situation, Vikyr racked his brain to find a way to survive. A tremendous explosion was imminent. After that, a giant updraft would sweep away everything here. At that moment, something caught Vikyr's eye, the gate of good and evil, the massive disk that symbolized Nuvelebeg. Despite being directly hit by Poseidon's power, it had not shattered. The center was dented, but there were no cracks. Only the chains around it had all snapped, causing it to be flung away. Vikyr recalled the bourgeois family's vault. The vault crafted by Belial was also made from a mithril and orichalcum alloy. Despite its size, it withstood the attacks of the Pit Bull Knight Order for 2 hours. Then what about the gate of good and evil? The strongest door that no one had ever breached. Even Poseidon's initial explosion had only managed to slightly dent it. Vikyr moved instinctively. "Wait, take me with you?" Marquis Sade flailed his limbs frantically, following closely behind Vikyr. Soon, Vikyr arrived at the wildly shaking ground and landed on the gate of good and evil, which was draped over the walls of Nuvelebeg. Nearby, the pillar of fire was turning increasingly blue. It would soon grow in intensity, sweeping over this place and lifting everything upwards. Vikyr planned to stay close to the gate of good and evil at that moment. Like a cork riding the surge of a champagne bottle, he intended to cling to it and ascend to the surface. "Are you insane?" Even Marquis Sade's jaw dropped in disbelief. But there was no other way. Soon, they'd run out of oxygen, and more importantly, without this method, there was no way to traverse the 10,000 meters of seabed to reach the surface. We must find a way to survive somehow. Of course, the chances of survival were less than 1%, perhaps not even 0.001%. But it was better than zero. If there was any chance, it had to be taken. Vikyr moved to the concave center of the gate of good and evil and took his position. Then he channeled mana into Decorabia. "Human, De Carabia sensed Vicur's plan. He intended to ride the top layer of the explosion, holding onto the gate of good and evil like a surfboard. You must block the pressure from above. Vicur's strategy was simple. Like a sandwich, the gate of good and evil would be at the bottom, and De Carabia's shield would be on top to minimize the pressure. With De Carabia's dome-shaped shield, they could withstand the tremendous pressure from above. The problem was that Vicur's aura was insufficient to maintain such a high-level shield. If the issue is insufficient aura, I'll help. Marquis Sade, who was nearby, spoke urgently. He seemed desperate not to be left behind by Vicur. I'm curious to see how much the surface has changed. Please take me with you. Marquis Sade pleaded earnestly, holding Vicur's hand. Feeling the high-quality mana flowing through their clasped hands, Vicur nodded. But even so, the chances of survival remained slim. Though De Carabia's defense was reliable, it was uncertain how long they could maintain it with their combined mana. Just then, a hand appeared over the edge of the gate of good and evil. Strong fingers interspersed with black webbing gripped the edge with force. Take me with you. An old man, covered in blood, pulled his upper body onto the disc. Orca. He gazed at Vicur with his one remaining eye, the other having been destroyed in the recent shock. Marquis Sade asked incredulously, "Are you crazy? Have you forgotten we were just fighting?" "I'm sane. I remember perfectly." With that, Orca no longer looked at Marquis Sade. His gaze was fixed solely on Vicur. "I cannot die here." Vicur sensed the strong and unwavering will in Orca's eyes. "No, if we take that old man with us, nothing will work out. I'm far more trustworthy than that notorious criminal." Even in their bloodied state, Marquis Sade and Warden Orca exchanged sharp, tense words. Vicur looked at the two and thought about the original timeline. It's all twisted. In the original history, Marquis Sade would escape much later, during the latter part of the Great Demon War. Sadi, who had gathered forces outside, infiltrated Nuvalebeg using spies to open the gate of good and evil and rescue her grandfather, Marquis Sade. Intrigued by the reports of the surface turning into a fiery battleground and an era of chaos beginning, Marquis Sade killed BDISSCM, inciting a massive uprising among all the prisoners. At that time, Warden Orca and the guards, distracted by the attacking demon army, missed Marquis Sade's jailbreak. Faced with the simultaneous threat of defeat by the demons and the jailbreak, Orca made a drastic decision. He activated Poseidon, a project he had been researching since discovering it during the Level 10 construction. By inducing a massive eruption at Nuvalebeg, Orca wiped out numerous demon soldiers and Marquis Sade in one blow, then ascended to the surface to join the human alliance. And now Orca, covered in blood, was begging Vicur for mercy. "Believe me, the surface has turned into hell. Even if we escape, it won't be like before. I saw it with my own eyes." Orca pleaded, banging his head on the gate of good and evil. "Save me, take me with you. I will be of great help against the monsters." Vicur stared at Orca for a moment, then he said, "Get on." With a brief nod, Orca quickly climbed onto the gate of good and evil. It's cramped enough already. And now we have this big old man," Marquis Sade grumbled, but Orca ignored him and stood beside Vicur. The Night Hound Vicur, the leader of the 47-person incident Sade, the warden of Nuvalebeg Orca. As the three stood together, a red inverted pentagram appeared above them. De Carabia manifested in a hemispherical form, enveloping the gate of good and evil. If the gate of good and evil doesn't hold, we're all dead. If we run out of mana for De Carabia, we're all dead too. At Vicur's words, both Marquis Sade and Warden Orca, who were infusing aura into him, nodded with grim expressions. The gate of good and evil, the symbol of Nuvalebeg, the only material that could survive in this massive chaos. Vicur used it as the base, with De Carabia forming a dome as the ceiling and walls. And now, the time of judgment had come. All the surrounding space began to distort. A heavy force was pushing up from the ground, right below towards their feet. Boom! The first explosion, loud enough to tear through eardrums, was heard by everyone. The second and third explosions followed, beyond the audible range of humans, felt only as a silent tremor. Marquis Sade and Warden Orca were both stunned. Even they, who had lived lives marred by gambling and war, felt an unprecedented wave of anxiety, danger, tension, and desperation. This was a reckless gamble they hadn't made in a long time. Finally, the gate of good and evil was lifted upwards. Like a worthless coin swept away by a strong wind, it ascended haphazardly. But the three people riding it were experiencing true hell. The pressure felt like their entire bodies were being crushed, as if they were being ground into meat while still alive. Vikyr poured all the aura that Marquis Sade and Warden Orca were channeling into De Carabia's shield. Simultaneously, Beelzebub pushed the regenerative ability of the basilisk to its absolute limit. The pressure was so immense that it could make even an S-rank monster scream, crushing bones, flesh, muscles, and blood to their limits. Human, up, we go! Through the silent cacophony of deafening roars, De Carabia's voice faintly echoed in Vikyr's ears. Suddenly, a memory flashed through Vikyr's mind. For some reason, the words he had spoken upon his promotion to captain resurfaced at this moment. I will stake everything to transform Nuvalebag. The plan he had held since he walked into Nuvalebag on his own, it was perfectly realized. He had indeed brought about a tremendous change. Vikyr's lips curled into a faint smile. He remembered a phrase, Jininsati Chinmyong, to do one's best and leave the rest to fate. He had done all he could as a human. He had completed everything perfectly to the best of his ability. Now, what remained was in the hands of the heavens, and Vikyr was now heading to meet the heavens. After nearly 4 years in this hell, he was being launched skyward to confront the heavens and question the future and the fruition of his endeavors. Towards the surface, a full 10,000 meters above. Chapter 422. How to Live as a Wandering Knight. Chapter 422. How to live as a wandering knight on the surface, in the remote village of Wakewalk in the southern continent. This village, which always enjoyed abundant fruit harvests due to its warm and humid climate, had been suffering from an unprecedented drought and famine for the past few years. The extreme drought had dried up the land, causing it to crack open. Trees and grass had not only withered and died, but had also burned to a crisp. Massive wildfires had set the mountains ablaze and dried up lakes, leading to the mass death of both land and aquatic animals. Due to the numerous dungeons that had opened up everywhere, the damage from monsters had skyrocketed. Weeing, hot and dry winds carried ashes in the air. The winds brought the sharp ashes from the mountain range, which had turned into a pile of charcoal due to the wildfires. These pungent ashes, blown by the wind, sucked up the remaining bits of moisture and further deteriorated people's spirits. And then, there was a traveler crossing that desolate wasteland. Beneath his tattered, flapping black cloak, a dull black armor could be seen. A long, stork-beaked plague doctor mask hung below his waist, and a long object wrapped in bandages was strapped to his back. Clank, clank with each weary step he took, the sound of his armor's joints clinking faintly echoed. He was a wandering knight, a silent figure. During these difficult times, such figures, though not common, could be seen occasionally. The wandering knight in black armor with his tired steps arrived at Wakewalk. He headed straight for the nearest tavern, opened the dried-up wooden door, and took a seat in a corner. Due to the famine, drought, wildfires, and monster damage, the village's food situation was dire. This was clearly reflected in the tavern's offerings of drinks and snacks. 2 handfuls of boiled beans on a chipped plate and a glass of flat beer. This was the modest luxury that could only be enjoyed by paying for it at the tavern. The wandering knight, after confirming that his mask was securely fastened to his waist, quietly drank his beer. At that moment, sounds of conversation began to emanate from the central table of the tavern. 2 men, who appeared to be members of the vigilante corps, were having a conversation. Taverns have always been hotbeds of rumors, both in the past and present. Many would agree that idle men often engage in heated debates about politics once they get drunk. So, are you a conservative or a progressive? Me, I'm always on the progressive side. What about you? Ha, what a question. I'm a conservative through and through. They expressed their respective views on the current continental situation, clashing with each other. Of course, The throne should be inherited by the legitimate heir. Isn't it obvious that we should support the first prince? Donquixote clan, Usher House, and Reviadan clan doing the right thing. I think the second prince is a decent choice too. I understand the choices of Baskerville, Morgue, Bourgeois, and Quo Vadis. Ha! Are you saying it was right for them to stage a coup? A coup, it's just a matter of choosing sides. It's a political struggle, so calling it a civil war would be more accurate. So, you're saying it's right for the 7 great clans to engage in a civil war in these times. And the second prince they support hasn't even shown himself to the imperial citizens for decades. I'm starting to doubt if he even exists anymore. Oh, how disrespectful. Isn't the first prince's faction also waging a civil war in these times? Why blame only the second prince's faction for that? The current continental situation was incredibly complex. Despite the massive wildfires spreading throughout the empire, the unprecedented drought and famine, and the monster damage, the political factions were fiercely battling each other in a civil war. The 7 pillars supporting the empire: the iron-blooded sword clan Baskerville, the mage clan Morgue, the faithful religious clan Quo Vadis, the solar spear clan Donquixote clan, the divine bow clan Usher House, the venomous clan Reviadan, and the industrialists clan Bourgeois. Following the recent passing of the emperor, these 7 clans have been fiercely opposing each other over who should be the next emperor. The Old Testament faction of the Quo Vadis clan, Usher House, Reviadan, and Donquixote clan were supporting the first crown prince, Jack Meridew, for the throne. The New Testament faction of the Quo Vadis clan, Morgue, Bourgeois, and Baskerville clans were backing the second crown prince, Ralph. Both princes, being descendants of the founding emperor, possessed the power of the seer and were subjects of the prophecy that stated, "One of them will bring about the world's destruction, while the other will save it." Thus, the question of which prince would ascend to the throne was a matter of great concern for all the citizens of the empire. If the wrong prince became emperor, the empire would be doomed. It's obvious that the first prince should ascend the throne. He is the legitimate heir and has been leading by example in front of the imperial citizens for years. Even in my clan, hope lies only with the eldest son. Haha, is the imperial clan the same as your ruined household? And isn't the second son in your clan much smarter? What? How dare you talk shit about my family? Because you brought it up first. Besides, realistically speaking, it seems unlikely that the first prince will ascend the throne. Given that the Old Testament faction of Quo Vadis is essentially in ruins, it's generally accepted that the balance has shifted in favor of the second prince. Also, I've heard rumors of internal strife within the Donquixote clan and Usher House. What? Strife within the Donquixote clan and Usher House? Why? Is there some kind of scandal? Not exactly a scandal, just a rumor. It's said that the heads of those clans are seriously ill. They might not make it. What? Lord Cervantes of Donquixote clan and Lord Roderick of Usher House? That's nonsense. You must have missed their feats when the demons appeared in the capital recently. I saw it with my own eyes. They're superhuman. In the realm of masters, they wouldn't succumb to illness. Well, it's just a rumor, but it's been years since they were last seen in public. From what I've heard, the younger brother of the Donquixote clan head and the younger sister of the Usher House head are currently acting as leaders. Monty Donquixote and Madeline Usher, huh? I've heard that too. The Donquixote clan and Usher House clans have few direct members, so it makes sense that side branch members hold some power. The men's superficial argument, nonetheless, provided a decent summary of the continent's situation. The first crown prince, Jack Meridew, was supported by the Donquixote clan, Usher House, Reviadan, and Quo Vadis' Old Testament faction. The second crown prince, Ralph, was supported by the Baskerville, Morgue, Bourgeois, and Quo Vadis' New Testament faction. With the Old Testament faction of Quo Vadis now almost in ruins, the civil war had intensified. This long-standing rivalry had ignited just a few years ago with the Knight-Hound incident. The cause: Knight-Hound had given the second prince's faction the pretext they needed. The conflict arose over whether Knight-Hound was a villain or a hero who had purged demons hidden among humans. Unfortunately, 3 of the demons discovered among the escorts were all affiliated with the first prince's faction, leading other clans to protest. The whistleblowers were Isabella of the Baskerville clan, Banshee of the Morg clan, Lovebad of the Bourgeois clan, and Mozgus of the Quavades clan, New Testament faction. Their testimony was flawless, and they provided ample evidence. We demand a retrial for Knight Hound. However, the argument led by Morg's Banshee was dismissed. The Donquixote clan, Usher House, and Reviadan clan immediately attempted to cut ties, and even the first prince stepped forward to deny the allegations. To doubt them is to doubt me. The rare, hardline stance of the first crown prince ultimately sparked this prolonged civil war. However, the second prince's faction did not come away empty-handed from this trial, with the second prince having been so reclusive that rumors of his disappearance circulated. His lack of influence was covered by a powerful justification. Under the very basic and ethical principle of rejecting those who collude with demons, the clans of Baskerville, Morg, Bourgeois, and Quavades united. The 7 clans, each as powerful as a kingdom, plunged into civil war. They began tightening control over their entire territories and ceased all trade with the opposing factions. The civil war grew fiercer. Meanwhile, the citizens of the empire, already suffering from droughts, wildfires, monster attacks, and other natural disasters, were further tormented. Public sentiment was deteriorating to its worst. Yet amid this turmoil, a glimmer of hope emerged among the people. All right, let's stop talking about all this grim stuff. Exactly, it's just talk about those high and mighty folks anyway. Have you heard that rumor? What rumor? About the vigilantes roaming across the continent. We're vigilantes ourselves, aren't we? Come on, not us amateurs. I'm talking about the heroes operating throughout the entire empire. Heroes, really? In these times, that's just nonsense. No, listen up. There was a hopeful rumor soothing the hearts of people devastated by natural disasters. It was about the civilian group and vigilante force known as the Night Walkers. They say these vigilantes travel thousands of kilometers a day, exterminating monsters. They're supposedly incredibly strong. How is that even possible? It is. I was in the city across the way, and they showed up and wiped out a horde of monsters. Not only that, but they took refugees with them, providing food, water, and even divine blessings. They say half the city's population followed them. Well, if such heroes exist, why haven't they shown up in our village? We're dying from all these plagues. Maybe there are too few of them and the disaster areas are too vast. Yeah, let's go with that. We need some hope to hold on to. The only group garnering the people's support was the vigilante force known as the Night Walkers. These mysterious individuals, united under the slogan, "Even the strongest darkness is driven away by the weakest light," were known by somewhat childish nicknames like the Saint of the Night, the Knight of the Night, the Sniper of the Night, the Warrior of the Night, the Wealth of the Night, the Queen of the Night, and a few more, traveling all over the continent. Like the Pied Piper from the old fairy tales, they whispered promises of salvation and led many people away to distant lands. People waited for them with a mix of anticipation and fear. They hoped, and yet were wary. Admiration, curiosity, hope, anxiety, caution, fear, or merely dismissed as a foolish rumor, these sentiments followed them everywhere. Just then, bang! The tavern door burst open as if it would break, and a vigilante soldier rushed in. "Attack! We're under attack! It's Knowles!" At the same time, the sound of a conch shell signaling a monster attack began to resonate throughout the village. Bee-woo-woo. Even before the sound reached them, the people in the tavern sprang into action. The 2 soldiers who had been arguing about politics moments before hurriedly grabbed their swords and spears and dashed outside, while the tavern owner abandoned everything and fled to the storage room. Everyone to the underground cellar. The patrons in the tavern, faces pale with fear but movements practiced and familiar, followed the tavern owner toward the hatch in the floor. The tavern fell silent in an instant. Creak, it was then that the wandering knight who had been sitting like a statue in the corner finally moved. Chapter 423. How to Live as a Wandering Knight. 2. Chapter 423. How to Live as a Wandering Knight. 2. Bee-woo-woo, the conch shell sounded, signaling a monster attack. The entire village was on high alert. This wasn't a matter of bandits appearing or a wildfire spreading. The threat wasn't human but monsters, and it wasn't a matter of losing valuables or food. It was a matter of immediate survival. Moreover, the type of monster crossing the wooden barriers this time was gnolls, notorious for their large numbers and vicious nature. Grrrr. Soon, strange creatures began flooding into the town. A voice that seemed to bubble up slowly from low temperatures, the noise of claws scraping against dried, parched earth. Hunched backs, awkward bipedal movements, sharp teeth and claws with eyes gleaming ominously. A pack of gnolls, one of the most harmful species to humans, had invaded the village. They too seemed to be suffering from extreme hunger, their fur dry and dull. Their eyes were bloodshot, and the drool dripping from their mouths hinted at a sticky greed. Even monsters were worn out and weary from the unprecedented famine. Continuous droughts had left nothing to eat or drink, and the widespread wildfires across the empire had drastically shrunk their habitats. Lower-level monsters, unable to compete for food with other monsters, could no longer sustain their exploding populations and were inevitably driven to human settlements. The gnolls here were swept along by this tide of fate. One gnoll began ransacking a house. Fabric was torn, wood shattered. Everything touched by human hands was being ravaged. The gnoll kept sniffing the ground, tracking the freshest scents. Then, bang, the closet door burst open and a person sprang out. Get away! A man swung a pitchfork down on the gnoll's head. Screech the gnoll collapsed on the spot, its skull crushed. The problem was the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth gnoll, so many that counting became meaningless. Honey, run to the back door. Head to the underground cellar in the backyard. As soon as the man finished shouting, a woman burst through a side door with 3 children. The man quickly followed, staying close to the woman, brandishing the pitchfork to ward off the excited gnolls. The backyard, the door to the underground cellar, was in sight. The man hurriedly opened the door and he and the woman rushed inside. Then, "Wah, Mom!" a scream erupted from behind. Before the man and woman could turn around, they knew whose scream it was. Only 2 children had made it into the underground bunker. Turning their heads, they saw a girl who had fallen to the ground and was just getting up. Her clothes were torn at the side, and it was clear that blood was staining them red. "Baby!" the man shouted, but it was already too late. If they went out now, everyone would die. Closing this door as soon as possible was the only way to protect his wife and the remaining 2 children. What must it feel like for parents to have to give up their child right before their eyes? The man and the woman pondered. Chewing their lips as if unaware of the blood, they made a decision that would undoubtedly be regretted for the rest of their lives, no matter how many times they reconsidered it in that brief moment. Bang! The door closed. Reality was always inevitable. This closed door was no exception. The girl cried and crawled, scratching at the door desperately until her nails were worn down. He should have properly hammered the nail back into place on the side of the front door, just as he always nagged about. If he had, maybe the girl wouldn't have gotten caught on the nail just now. But regrets, no matter how swift, are always too late. The girl cried out, "Mom, Dad, please open it. I'll be good from now on. I won't cry, I'll eat just a little, I'll clean diligently, I won't fight with my older brothers." But cruelly, the response to her plea was not from her parents, but from the gnoll pack surging behind her. The lead gnoll charged toward the girl, just as the girl was about to scream. Thwack the pitchfork plunged into the gnoll's mouth. "Baby, go quickly!" The man who had suddenly opened the door was now facing the gnoll pack. The woman, too, emerged holding chunks of brick from the wall of the cellar, eyeing the gnolls. Fathers are strong. Of course, mothers are too. "Dad, Mom!" The girl, tears streaming down her face, ran backward. The father raised the pitchfork to face the gnoll pack. But no matter how strong parents are, they are not stronger than the world. Soon, gnolls bearing their teeth and claws charged at them. Thunk with the sound of thick leather pants tearing, droplets of blood sprayed. It was the moment a family's downfall began. Right at that moment, Thwack the father's step lightened. The gnoll's head, chewing on his legs, shattered like a smashed watermelon into pieces. "Huh!" The father's dazed gaze turned forward. Flutter, a cloak as dark as night even in the dry wind, fluttered. A black, gleaming suit of armor emitted an unpleasant metallic sound. A wandering knight. Somewhere out of nowhere he stood tall before the gnoll pack. "Excuse me, who might you be?" the father asked, but the wandering knight did not answer. Only, thunk, he merely shifted the long spear that had been slung over his back into his hand. Swish, thud, the heads of the nearby gnolls all exploded. Within the torn bandage pieces, crimson blades were revealed. Soon a sticky honey-like aura spread out, symbolizing that the man ahead was a graduator. Thud 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 thud, efficient movements with no wasted motion, the expertise born from countless battles. Then the hood was removed, revealing the face of the wandering knight. Though youthful, there was an air of experience, blending two qualities that don't usually coexist: ruggedness and grace. His shoulders were broad like a bear's, waist slender like a wolf's. Apart from the missing left arm, one could say his physique was optimized for combat. With his lone arm, he exhibited a ghostly mastery of the spear. With each movement of the spear, at least one gnoll fell, often more. Thwack, thud, crack, thud, thwack, the sound of flesh and bone being crushed simultaneously. The backyard turned into a bloodbath in an instant, but no more did the messy cries of gnolls resound. The one-armed wandering knight, having neatly disposed of the monster pack, wiped the blood off his spear. Then there was a hand swiftly opening the door of the underground cellar. It was the little girl who had almost failed to get inside just moments ago. She asked the wandering knight, "Sir, who are you?" "My name is Shamua. Please tell me your name, sir." The wandering knight turned to look at the girl. Whether it was because he lacked fear or because he possessed strong gratitude, the girl, with tears dried up, now looked at him with a gaze filled with admiration and curiosity. Before the wandering knight could speak, though, Cryall growling echoed from outside the fence. Clang, clang, it was clear the situation was far from over. The wandering knight cast aside his brief respite and stood once more, facing the threat head-on. And then, crackle, the wooden fence broke, and a gigantic figure stormed into the backyard. Bigger than your average gnoll by threefold, its fur, stiff and erect, was strangely tinged with black-green. Oily droplets oozed from its bloodshot eyes, emitting a foul stench with each drop. Poison gnoll, threat level. A size, 3 million sighting. Throughout the continent, also known as poison gnoll, a variant of gnoll with abnormally evolved digestive abilities. While most gnolls survive by eating corpses, poison gnolls possess the ability to accumulate toxins emitted from decomposing flesh in their skin or saliva. Distributed throughout gnoll colonies at a rate of 1 per every 300 individuals, poison gnolls often seem to play the role of leaders. Poison gnolls, a variant of gnolls, boast incomparable strength and ferocity. The family, thinking it was safe to come out, froze in terror at the monstrous presence of the poison gnoll. But the one-armed wandering knight just dryly chuckled. "A poison gnoll, haven't seen one in a while." His voice was dry, brief. He emitted a blue aura that shimmered like a tidal wave with his lone arm. There was no movement in the spear he tightly held. The wandering knight spoke to the little girl just as she was about to close the door. "Affiliation, Vigilantes Night Walkers. Alias is somewhat diminished, but Knight of the Night." The girl's ears perked up. The Night Walkers, a group rumored among the people nowadays. The one-armed wandering knight, or the Knight of the Night, smirked wickedly at the girl and winked with one eye. "My name's Tudor." Then, when he turned his head forward again, his expression was impeccably cold and distant. "No surname." Chapter 424, How to Live as a Wandering Knight 3, Chapter 424, How to Live as a Wandering Knight 3, thud. A hard skull cracked open, spilling its warm contents onto the ground. Poison Gnoll's brains splattered across the floor as its body convulsed and finally lay still, cold and lifeless. Following Poison Gnoll, the Gnoll horde that had invaded human territory also soon became corpses. Initially, the bodies of the gnolls had clean holes in their heads or hearts. However, as the battle wore on, their intestines and brains burst, leaving them in a gruesome state, reflecting the fierceness of the fight. The Knight of the Night, Tudor, a wandering knight clad in black plate armor, sat atop the gnolls' corpses, breathing heavily. Fighting with one arm is really hard to get used to. With minimal sleep, constant traveling, and perpetual exhaustion, his facial expressions had gradually worn away. Muttering in a dry voice, Tudor suddenly realized that his tone and speech resembled someone he remembered vividly, causing him to smile faintly. "Is this it? Did that guy always live like this? Perhaps that's why he was so cold and unemotional." Vikier, night hound. Even though quite some time had passed, Vikier's face and voice were still vividly etched in his memory. Tudor reminisced about his old comrade, who was expelled from the academy long ago and now likely imprisoned in Nuvelebeg. Ouch! And every time he thought of him, the pain in his severed left arm flared up. Tudor, the eldest son of the Donquixote clan and the next head of the family, had abandoned his name and lineage. He left his severed left arm at his family's house. Tudor recalled the stories he heard at a tavern before fighting the Knoll horde. I've heard rumors that both the Donquixote clan and Usher families are in turmoil. It seems the current head of the family is bedridden with a serious illness. They say it's severe and he might not make it. They are superhumans. In the realm of masters, they wouldn't succumb to mere illness. It's been several years since those two have been active. I heard that Donquixote clan's younger brother and Usher's younger sister are acting as leaders now. I've heard that too. Well, the main families of Donquixote clan and Usher house don't have many members, so I heard even the collateral branches hold significant power. Is that why? The sound of teeth grinding escaped Tudor's mouth as he recalled those conversations. Anger surged within him. The phantom pain in his missing left arm intensified. Tudor vividly remembered the night he left his family. Uncle Passamont, who was involved in transporting Vikier to Nuvelebeg. He was also the one who vehemently argued for Vikier's death sentence at the court in the imperial city. After the trial, Tudor visited Passamont several times to discuss the demon controversy and Vikier's punishment. Even then, Tudor was in two minds. Could his kind uncle, who had always been so gentle since his childhood, really be involved with demons? The uncle who taught him about knighthood, romance, grand aspirations, and ambition. Isla misión del verdadero caballero. Su deber no, su privilegio. It is the mission of the true knight, his duty. No, not his duty, his privilege. Soñar lo imposible soñar. To dream the impossible dream. Vencer al invicto rival. To defeat the unbeatable foe. Sufrir el dolor insufferable. To endure unbearable pain. Morir por un noble ideal. To die for a noble ideal. Saber enmendar el error. To correct one's mistakes. Amor con pureza y bondad. To love with purity and kindness. Querer en un sueño impossible. To fall in love with an impossible dream. Con fe una estrella alcanzar. To reach for a star with faith. When Tudor closed my eyes, he could still vividly hear his uncle's voice reciting lines of this epic poetry. But that didn't mean he doubted Vikier. The Vikier that Tudor knew had never once spoken nonsense. He was that kind of person. Though they were the same age, Vikier was like an older brother, sometimes like a much older, dependable, and trustworthy friend. Tudor could never believe that such a Vikier would make baseless claims. And hadn't Professor Morg Banshee of the Colosseo Academy said the same thing? He was an unpleasant, stubborn old man, but he was a thorough and principled person who never spoke without certainty. Tudor, having studied at the academy for a long time, knew this well. That's why he intended to meet Passamont directly to investigate the truth. However, Tudor hadn't been able to see Passamont's face properly for several years. After his father suddenly fell ill, Passamont, who started acting as the acting patriarch, completely excluded Tudor from his position. A power struggle, quite common in complicated high-ranking families. A cliched and overused theme often seen in fairy tales and legends. But the story changes if it's about your own family. During the vacation right before Tudor's graduation from the academy, a covert civil war broke out within the Donquixote clan. A rebellion by his uncle to seize control over the family head. Tudor had to flee outside the family, escaping countless assassins. Only after a blade was at his throat did Tudor realize for sure. The Donquixote clan had already been devoured by Passamont. There was a terrifying plot behind his father, once called the Lion King, suddenly falling ill. And in the end, Vikier, his old friend, was right. Tudor fled with tears of agony, suffering the pain and humiliation of losing an arm along the way. He clearly remembered Passamont's mocking words as he led the pursuers when Tudor tried to escape by boat. Are you planning to abandon your father and run away? Can you still call yourself the Lion King's son? Enraged, Tudor threw himself into a final battle, disregarding his life. He would have if not for Bianca's timely appearance. When Tudor insisted he couldn't leave his father, Bianca responded coldly. Retreating is not the same as fleeing, and it is not wise to simply wait when danger overshadows hope. The wise know to save today for tomorrow and not to risk everything in a single day. How could he forget these words? They were the last words Vicyr had left at the tribunal court in the capital. Tudor left the family, following Bianca, who had also abandoned her own family under similar circumstances. After that, the heads of the Quixote clan and Usher house, who had intended to declare neutrality in the face of civil war signs, never appeared in the world again. The actual heads of the Quixote clan became Passamont and Madeline. Under the pretext of searching for the missing young heads of the family, they scoured the entire continent, forcing Tudor and Bianca into a harsh escape. It was a perilous and treacherous journey, requiring them to break through multiple layers of vast encirclements and countless surveillance posts. The ones who helped and sheltered Tudor and Bianca were the followers and vigilante group known as the Night Walkers, who upheld the legacy of the Night Hound. And now, Tudor, who had become the Knight of the Night, was looking down at the village from atop the bodies of gnolls. The world had changed significantly. The Great Famine, prolonged drought, massive wildfires spreading across the empire, and the monster hordes. These events made human lives much harsher than what textbooks had ever taught. A large man shoves a frail girl aside to take a piece of meat from a gnoll's corpse. The strong plundered and exploited the weak, treating them as less than human. The true strong are strong against the strong and weak against the weak. The strong, being confident, do not oppress others, but the weak, hiding their weakness, bully others. These were words from the autobiography of an ancient figure of the Quixote clan. However, the reality was the complete opposite of the romantic ideals taught in chivalric literature. The stronger a person was, the more they oppressed others, and the weaker a person was, the more injustices they faced. Yet this did not mean the weak were always good and kind. Reality was very different from what Tudor had learned at the academy or within his family. It was not the strong who survived, but the survivors who were strong. Such was the world now. Tudor had encountered countless such human landscapes on the fierce battlefield, and the more he did, the more he felt his character becoming dry and cold. It was the series of processes by which a once dreaming hero aspirant became a battlefield veteran. And why was it? The more this happened, the more Tudor's demeanor, speech, and voice resembled Vicyr's. Haha, I shouldn't be imitating his way of speaking, it's too stiff. Tudor forced a mischievous smile and stood up, just then. Excuse me. Someone approached hesitantly. When Tudor turned his head, there stood a little girl. She was one of those who had barely survived the recent gnoll attack. Please take this. The girl offered a large cup of clear water and bread sprinkled with herbs. Water and herbs in these times. Tudor felt a lump in his throat. Is it all right for me to accept such precious things? Of course. Worried that her gift might be rejected, the girl answered with a bright smile. Tudor drank the water and ate the bread. It was a long journey back to the hideout where the Night Walkers gathered. After Tudor finished his meal and stood up, he noticed quite a few people had gathered around. Sir Knight of the Night, please take us with you. We heard that if we follow the Night Walkers, there is water, food, and the blessings of the gods. Please, have mercy on us. The gathered people were those who had no more homes to return to due to gnoll attacks, famine, and wildfires. At a glance, the crowd seemed to comprise about 10% of the village's population, and Tudor nodded readily. Follow me. This was the very reason why the Knight of the Night had come so far. A secret yet not so secret place where the Night Walkers gathered. Only this place shall escape fire and water, and only here shall true salvation be achieved. It was the land of salvation described in the new revelations. The mission was to relocate as many people as possible to the ark built by the Saint of the Night. Chapter 425. The Night Walkers 1. Chapter 425. The Night Walkers 1. Tachka, a fortress located on the high plateau of the Rockpose Mountains in the northern continent. The high and solidly built walls, deep moat, and surrounding layers of sheer cliffs made this fortress a natural stronghold. However, this fortress now lay abandoned and ownerless. The reason being this impregnable fortress Tachka was also known by another name, the Fortress of Weeping Execution. This name meant crying while beheading. It originated from an old story during the Warring States era. A young and capable general held a siege here, but was eventually defeated by enemy forces. This once promising general believed solely in his skills and tactics, defending Tochka, but the outcome was a devastating defeat. Despite Tochka's reputation for impenetrable defenses, it had one critical flaw. Its location on a rocky highland in the northern mountainous region meant there was no water source nearby. The general, suffering from thirst and unable to find water, opened the gates and fled, leading to the downfall of his country. As a result, the king had no choice but to execute the general he had cherished, giving the fortress its grim nickname, the Fortress of Weeping Execution, as the king wept while wielding the sword. In this harsh environment, almost devoid of water, and haunted by a tragic legend, the grand and solid fortress gradually fell into obscurity over time. However, some used this abandoned fortress as their base of operations. The Night Walkers. The once desolate highland fortress Tochka was now bustling with activity and filled with people. Construction and repair work was happening everywhere. Walls and watchtowers were being raised high, and holes in the walls were being patched. Numerous goats pulled carts loaded with food and water. Refugees from all over the continent, displaced by famine, drought, wildfires, and monster attacks, gathered under makeshift tents. These refugees had followed the Night Walkers to this ark. The sick received treatment, and the hungry were given food. Though not abundant, it was enough to ensure that their children no longer had to clutch their empty stomachs in hunger. The refugees settled here looked weary and worn, but there was a glimmer of hope in their eyes. They had left behind those who did not believe, enduring ridicule, scorn, and contempt, to embark on this long journey in pursuit of a fragile hope, and the outcome was positive. At least here they could receive blessings from priests and be provided with food and water. Compared to their old homes, where they had to worry daily about food shortages, bandits, or monster attacks, this place was a paradise. Meanwhile, in the tents where the injured and sick lay, dozens of priests were busily moving about. One priestess was seen treating a refugee who had been severely injured by a falling rock while helping to repair the fortress walls. She took a deep breath and murmured to herself, "Calm down, Lolita, this is just a simple healing sacrament. There's nothing to be afraid of, so don't be nervous." "Sister, my name is not Lolita, I'm Andrew." "I know. Lolita is my name." An inexperienced young nun with trembling hands prayed for divine blessing. Swoosh! A gentle hand reached out from behind to hold hers. "To the lamb suffering in pain before your eyes, our Lord Rune will gladly extend his hand." Startled by the experienced and compassionate voice, Sister Lolita turned her head. Standing there with a warm smile was Dolores, the saint of the night, leader of the Night Walkers. So dazzling! Overwhelmed by Dolores' solemn, compassionate, devout, and beautiful presence, the novice nun Lolita stammered nervously. Dolores' expression suddenly turned mischievous. In a whisper only Lolita could hear, she said, "Don't worry about it. Use as much divine power as you need. Our Lord will replenish it all." In moments of crisis like this, the interest is low. Hearing this mischievous tone, Lolita widened her eyes. "Even you can say such things, Saint?" "Of course." Dolores raised her fists in encouragement, bringing a bright smile to Sister Lolita's face. With newfound courage, Lolita began to pray, and she managed to heal the patient wonderfully. Dolores smiled contentedly, watching the young nuns who had followed her from Quavadis grow into capable nuns. Indeed, the flower of faith blooms most beautifully on the fiercest front lines. At that moment, a voice called out to Dolores, "Saint of the night, it's been a while." A man stood below the highland beyond the grazing goats. Tall, with a handsome, rugged face, clad in black armor and golden hair blowing in the wind, he embodied the ideal image of a wandering knight. Though he looked like a picture-perfect knight, his missing left arm was a stark reminder of harsh reality. "Knight of the night," Dolores smiled at her comrade in the distance. Tudor had returned. As seniors and juniors from the Colosseo Academy, they had remained close within the Night Walkers. "I brought many new people. We've graduated, so just speak informally. Once a senior, always a senior." Both Dolores and Tudor had graduated early from the academy. Though their time together in school was short, Dolores vividly remembered Tudor's student days. After Vicyr was imprisoned in Nouvelabag, Tudor had noticeably become more reserved. The once cheerful, charismatic, and romantic Tudor turned into a quiet, diligent student focused solely on training and study. After enduring terrible events within his family, Tudor had become who he was today. Among the Academy alumni such as Sancho, the warrior of the night, Figgy, the gatekeeper of the night, and Bianca, the sniper of the night, Tudor's cheerful smile hinted at unimaginable sorrow and grief. Perhaps if I hadn't met Lord Vicyr early on, I might have ended up like Tudor. Dolores deeply empathized with Tudor's pain and sorrow, while also feeling immense gratitude towards Vicyr. If Quilt and Humbert had survived, the Civil War would have been far more chaotic. No, the Civil War might not have even happened. Seth Le Baskerville, also known as Andromalius, hidden within the iron-blooded sword clan Baskerville. Cyr, hidden within the Morgue, the magical clan. Bartolomeo, or rather Belial, hidden within the wealthy bourgeois family. Had these individuals taken control of their respective families and participated in the Civil War, the human world would have turned into a horrific hell by now. Dolores felt a profound and tender reverence for the weight and the thorny path that Vicyr had borne all this time. In times like these, we must uphold his will more resolutely. Before helping him escape from Nouvelabag, this was the priority. Making a rash move might hinder Vicyr instead, so they must first complete the tasks assigned to them. At that moment, "Hey, Knight of the Night!" Two more men appeared from beyond the carts filled with water supplies. It was Sancho and Figgy. "It's been a while, guys." Tudor, Sancho, and Figgy embraced each other, celebrating their reunion after several months. The Night Walkers traveled across the continent, spreading the myth of the Ark to refugees and bringing them to Tochka. Only here will the fire and water avoid. Only here will true salvation be achieved. All of this was according to the message left by the Hound of the Night. Aconite Hound. Sancho, standing next to Tudor, looked around the now bustling Tochka fortress and said, "This place has become quite lively. It used to be so eerie, like a ghost town when we first made it our base." "Yeah, it was a harsh and barren place, but it's a relief that everyone followed us so well." Figgy nodded in agreement. However, Tudor, Sancho, and Figgy, who had led the refugees here, were still uncertain about the fundamental question. But why did Vicyr tell us to gather people here? This was a mystery even Dolores, the leader of the Night Walkers, hadn't yet solved. But given the urgent circumstances, they couldn't afford to ask Vicyr for many explanations. Also, Vicyr was known never to speak in vain. "There must be a reason. We've never regretted following Vicyr's advice." "Yeah, there's a reason why he told us to gather as many people as possible in this desolate and remote fortress." "Exactly. So let's keep pushing forward. Until we find a way to rescue Vicyr, this is all we can do." Tudor, Sancho, and Figgy once again steeled their resolve with determined expressions. Dolores watched her comrades with a gaze full of trust. At that moment, "Hey, guys, I need you to gather. We have something to discuss." The curtain of the tent in the distance parted and a person stepped out. Dolores, Tudor, Sancho, and Figgy all turned their heads simultaneously. She was the financier of the night, the sponsor funding the Night Walkers, known to a select few as the wealthy friend. A tycoon who had transformed Tochka, once a mere abandoned fortress on the frontier, into an impregnable stronghold, simultaneously stockpiling enough food and water to sustain countless refugees. A financial prodigy whose mobilized funds rivaled that of the bourgeois clan, a rising star in the financial world. And an advisor to the investment club, Oracle at Colosseo Academy. Cindywendy, or as she was now known, Countess Cindywendy Baskerville, stood looking down at them. "This is an emergency." She wore a rare, serious expression. Chapter 426. Night Walkers 2, Chapter 426. Night Walkers 2, Dolores, Tudor, Sancho, and Figgy entered the tent. Inside, Cindywendy, the sponsor of the Night Walkers, was seated with a serious expression. Cindywendy. She was Vicyr's appointed aide and the lover of Osiris Le Baskerville. She had spared no expense in purchasing a vast amount of relief supplies. Preserved food and drinking water procured from all over the empire were still continuously arriving. Even more astonishing was that Cindywendy had been working on this project for years. Given that the fortress of Tachka had enough supplies to feed the entire imperial population for several months, it was clear that Vikyr's plan had been in motion for a very long time. This was even before Vikyr appeared in the capital under the alias Night Hound. However, not even the great Cindywendy fully understood Vikyr's intentions. This was also true for Chihuahua and Minipin, who handled all the tasks as Cindywendy's left and right arms. Why did Vikyr order us to gather the refugees in this highland region? Even after all these years, I still don't know. Do you think I would know? Even if you are close to him, he doesn't reveal his true intentions. We just need to do what we're told, right? They were engaged in various conversations when Dolers and the other Colosseo Academy graduates entered, turning their attention to Cindywendy. Cindywendy opened her eyes and asked Dolers, "How is the myth-making going?" Dolers nodded at her question. "Yes, we have created a new concept called the Ark. We are spreading the message to the people that those who come to Tachka will be saved." However, Dolers' expression was somewhat dark as she spoke. In truth, the idea that coming to Tachka would bring salvation was not something found in prophecies or ancient texts. This myth was a fabricated concept, created by Dolers, Martin Luther, and some high-ranking priests of the Quo Vadis clan to make it easier to bring refugees to Tachka. Honestly, I was surprised that Pope Nabokov would approve of this. When Dolers presented this plan, prepared to face divine retribution, Pope Nabokov I had simply smiled warmly and nodded. If such a myth doesn't exist, then we make one. All myths were created by humans from the beginning. God respects human free will, my dear. With these words, Pope Nabokov I had stroked Dolers' head and concluded, "Your steps will become a myth recorded in the scriptures one day." Pope Nabokov I gave Dolers all the power she could spare. Complete trust. Because of this, the Night Walkers could safely travel across the continent with the covert support of Quo Vadis temples located throughout the empire. Of course, Quo Vadis was not the only one supporting the Night Walkers. Morgue, Bourgeois, and surprisingly, even the Baskerville clan were providing secret assistance. Those providing the most significant help included Banshee from Morgue, Lovebad from Bourgeois, Mozgus from Quo Vadis, and Isabella from Baskerville. They supplied resources, dispatched personnel to protect the movement of supplies, and provided various information about areas where battles were occurring or monsters were appearing. Thanks to these supporters and allies spread across various cities and towns, the Night Walkers could continue to exist. Additionally, many individuals like Gordon and Dogma, who had been involved with Vikyr in the Abyss, and Lovegood, who had met him in the National University League, were already working with the Night Walkers, an unofficial group operating solely for the people, citizens, and masses, independent of the Civil War. The Night Walkers were a somewhat aggressive vigilante group, unafraid to use force when necessary. Meanwhile, Cindywendy was carefully examining the maps on the table. Dolers asked, "Is everything quiet on the Western continent?" "Oh, don't worry. The Baskervilles are fully cooperating with us. The Balak tribes have reappeared, so trade isn't an issue." At the end of her response, Cindywendy added something as if she had just remembered. "Oh, speaking of the Balak, I've heard there's a new guardian deity that has appeared there recently. They say it's quite a reliable friend." A reliable friend. Everyone tilted their heads in confusion, but Cindywendy didn't seem to know the details either. Finally, she got to the main point. "The reason I requested this meeting today is because of the food and water supplies." Even before Vikyr entered the academy, he had ordered Cindywendy to fortify Tachka. Thus, Cindywendy had spent almost all the money she had earned over the years on purchasing preserved food and water. The stockpiled food and water were enough to feed a massive number of refugees for more than 3 months. However, Cindywendy still looked anxious. "Vikyr instructed us to gather enough supplies to last at least 150 days, 5 months. We're still far from reaching that goal. Recently, it has become increasingly difficult to purchase food and water. The prices of food and water were skyrocketing due to famines, droughts, massive wildfires, and monster outbreaks happening one after another. We're trying to buy them even at inflated prices, but it's becoming increasingly challenging." Dolers looked worried at Cindywendy's words. "Well, Cindywendy, your financial resources aren't limitless. It's both a great relief and a concern." "What?" Cindy Wendy turned to Dolores as if she didn't understand what she was saying. Then she burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, what are you talking about, Saintess? I'm Cindy Wendy. Are you underestimating my financial power? I have plenty of money. I haven't even spent 10% yet, so don't worry." "What? Then why?" Everyone, including Dolores, widened their eyes. Cindy Wendy, with a cautious expression, pointed at the map and revealed the real issue. "We can buy food and water. If we pay double or triple the price, we can secure the quantity. The main problem is distribution and supply." Distribution and supply. These are also critical issues. We can procure food and water from distant places. The real challenge is how to transport them to Tachka in the northern continent. The journey is already long and treacherous, and encountering monsters, wildfires, or bandits along the way makes it even more difficult. Thus far, Cindy Wendy had relied on powerful mercenaries or knights dispatched from the Baskervilles or Morgue to gather food and water. However, recently, the amount of food and water reaching Tachka had noticeably decreased. Some of my men are currently keeping large amounts of food and water in their strongholds, but new enemies are blocking the supply routes. Cindy Wendy pointed to the X marks on various parts of the map. These were the secret supply routes leading to the fortress of Tachka. It's clearly intentional. Whoever it is, they seem to know we've set up a base here and are trying to choke us off. "Who are they?" Tudor asked anxiously. If it were just ordinary bandits or monsters, Cindy Wendy's hired mercenaries would have already taken care of them. However, the fact that such significant supply disruptions were occurring indicated that the obstacles were not ordinary. Cindy Wendy did not respond but stared intently at Tudor's face. After a moment of silence, a chilling shadow fell over Tudor's face. Could it be the Donquixote clan's pursuit team? Cindy Wendy nodded in response to Tudor's question. Tudor had left his clan and joined the Night Walkers, but he was being pursued by a team from the Donquixote clan. Monty Donquixote. He was the younger brother of Cervantes, the sick head of the Donquixote clan and Tudor's uncle. He was determined to eliminate Tudor entirely and take the position of clan head for himself. It seemed he had discovered that Tudor had joined the Night Walkers and was now chasing him. Cindy Wendy stroked the head of an owl with a green and gold ribbon and said, "I've heard that the Donquixote clan's invincible cavalry is searching this area. If they track the refugee convoys or the food supply routes coming to the Tachka fortress, it's only a matter of time before we're discovered. Besides, with the myth created and spread by the Quavades clan, it's almost a miracle we haven't been found yet. The fact that everyone has been too busy with the civil war to pay attention here has been a stroke of luck." From the perspective of the demons, there was no particular reason to focus on this place. After all, it was just a gathering spot for refugees in a location without a water source, so it was clear they wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Of course, they didn't know how much food and water Cindy Wendy had stockpiled in this fortress. That was the only variable, but now that variable was about to be exposed, because of Tudor. "It's all because of me," Tudor said, lowering his head in distress. "If this place is discovered early because of me, it would be a disaster. I should leave immediately and draw their attention elsewhere." "No, that's not why Cindy Wendy called for this meeting," Dolores interrupted Tudor. Cindy Wendy nodded in agreement, indicating her trust in Dolores. Taking the cue from Cindy Wendy, Dolores spoke calmly. "This means that the decisive moment is approaching." Tudor raised his head. Dolores reiterated, "You are one of us, Tudor. Just as you care for us, we care for you." Tudor's eyes grew moist. Dolores looked around at everyone and continued, "The demons are not going to leave this place alone. Now that they are finally showing their teeth, we must fight back. Whether we are ready or not isn't the point. We cannot sit and wait for disaster." Sancho and Figgy also agreed with her opinion. If the Donquixote clan has sent out their pursuit team, their main base must be undefended. This might be an opportunity, a chance to assassinate a key figure. Living in a world that had become harsh and fiercely competitive, both of them had grown quite adept. Dolores spoke with firm resolve. "This time, let's not rely solely on Vikir. Let's handle it ourselves. Let's capture Monty, or rather, Chimera." No one among the Night Walkers opposed this plan. Cindy Wendy spoke up. "But be careful, remember the previous attempt to assassinate the head of the Reviadan clan that failed. Even Night Fox and Miss Ouroboros, who were as strong as the Night Hound, couldn't succeed in assassinating one of the 10 corpses. Everyone knew this fact, but it served to make the atmosphere even more cautious. Vikir told us that demons grow stronger over time. Several years have passed since Vikir hunted demons, so they will have become much stronger. We must exercise extreme caution. At that moment, someone interrupted Cindy Wendy. Something terrible has happened. A knight burst in with a pale face, pulling aside the curtain. He was one of the sentries from the wall. The Donquixote cavalry has appeared there near just a few kilometers far. Everyone's expressions hardened at this news. But that wasn't the end of the bad news. The sniper of the night, who was returning to the fortress, has been surrounded by the cavalry. There was only one person among the night walkers known as the sniper of the night, Bianca Usher. She had been ambushed by the Donquixote pursuit team. As everyone urgently stood up and headed towards the door, one person had already broken through the wall and was rushing out into the distance. His name was Tudor, a man with no surname. Chapter 427, Night Walkers 3, Chapter 427, Night Walkers 3, Bianca Usher. The future empress of the Divine Bow, the person who was supposed to be the next head of the Usher house. She is the only daughter of Roderick Usher, the current head of the Usher house. Therefore, it is only right that she should inherit the Divine Bow lineage, but reality is often harsh. Roderick Usher, who was so strong that he earned the nickname Bow Demon, collapsed due to a mysterious illness, and his eldest daughter, Bianca, was still young then. While she was at the Colosseo Academy, her family was turned upside down. Madeline Usher, the only sister of Roderick Usher. She had been sickly since childhood and hadn't participated in family affairs, but suddenly she started taking control. Madeline began overseeing all family matters directly, as if she had been waiting for Roderick to fall ill. When Bianca returned home after hearing about her father's condition, she was met with indescribable neglect and mistreatment. She didn't even get to see her father's face once. She tried to gather support from her maternal family and other branches of the family to counter Madeline's influence. But it was in vain. Madeline had already co-opted all of Bianca's maternal and branch family supporters early on, maybe around the time Bianca first entered the Colosseo Academy. She ended up being betrayed by those she trusted. She realized that her family could no longer be her support. In fact, they had become her biggest enemies. From then on, Bianca turned her back on her family and ventured out into the world. She sought refuge with her childhood friend and sole rival, Tudor, from Donquixote clan, but Tudor was in a similar situation. Lion King Cervantes, like Bow Demon Roderick, was suddenly struck by a mysterious illness, and his brother Monty took control. Unlike Bianca, Tudor openly fought against his entire family. So Bianca fled with Tudor. They were pursued by two of the strongest military forces on Earth, the invincible cavalry of the Donquixote clan and the god-slaying archers of the Usher house. The journey was long and arduous, but they managed to endure. Her childhood friend Tudor, whom she had always thought of as just a kid, had grown into a man she could trust and rely on. At times, she even wanted to lean on him, and at some point, Bianca found herself watching Tudor a little more closely. A person who shared her childhood, someone who had been with her through foolish and reckless times, and someone who was now enduring these painful times with her. Is that why Bianca was unusually angry right now? Click, 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 this bitch is really vicious. Pedro Donquixote, Monty's lieutenant, the very person who escorted Vikir to Nuvalebag long ago. He should have been imprisoned in a dungeon with his limbs cut off, but somehow he was leading the cavalry in perfect health. Bianca ground her teeth. The very people who had driven Tudor to his current state were right in front of her, so it was only natural. You really are a demon. That's old news, Pedro shrugged. Then, with a sneering attitude, he said, Isotrope of the Usher house is desperate to capture you. This works out well. Selling you to him would be quite profitable. We came out to catch that cowardly rat Tudor, but this is an unexpected bonus. In an instant, a vein bulged on Bianca's forehead. Cowardly rat, isn't that a fitting term for someone like you who crawled under a demon's belly along with your parents and unleashed such monsters upon the world? Risking one's life for honor and reputation is the Donquixote way. Pedro's eyes rolled back as soon as he heard Bianca's words. "How dare you insult me?" Bianca didn't miss the opportunity and shot an arrow at him. Bang! Bianca had honed her skills while trapped in the abyss tree. After that, she trained relentlessly at the academy based on her experience back then. The liquid aura unique to a graduator was contained in the arrow and shot out, and its power was immense. Squelch, the arrow pierced Pedro's hand and went straight into his heart. But, ha ha ha, if there's no opening, you make one. Usher's archery is truly remarkable. Pedro's eyes flickered with a hazy aura. He brushed off the arrow and new flesh covered the spot. Bianca looked at it and confirmed that Pedro and his master, Monty, were undoubtedly demons. But there was something strange. Why aren't any of the other knights reacting? Bianca cautiously turned her gaze to the rear. The invincible cavalry of Don Quixote. They, along with the invincible fleet, were the true backbone of Don Quixote's military power. Why were they all now seemingly under the control of demons? With keen eyesight, Bianca soon found the answer. The faces inside the helmets, the expressions of the members of the invincible cavalry hidden behind iron masks. They all had vacant expressions, unlike knights of their caliber. Some had a cloudy gaze, and some even had saliva dripping from their mouths. They're being manipulated by the damn demons. There was no other explanation. Likely, Usher's knights were in a similar state. Bianca also had a rough idea of how Madeline had co-opted her supporters. Then there's no other choice. Bianca gritted her teeth. She didn't want to kill the innocent knights of Don Quixote, but if she stayed like this, she would likely die herself. It was a situation where they had to fight with all their might. Thud. Bianca shot arrows as she spurred her horse forward. Fortunately, a steep rocky terrain appeared just a little further. The cavalry wouldn't be able to advance there. But that was a mistake. She underestimated Don Quixote's invincible cavalry. Boom, 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 boom. Surprisingly, Don Quixote's cavalry dashed through the steep slope, almost a cliff. Damn, why are these monstrous knights being controlled by demons? Bianca continued to shoot arrows. Targeting each and every member of the cavalry wasn't her aim. Quack! Kurung. Bianca's arrows targeted weak spots in the rocky cliffs. As the traps made of ropes and ivy were destroyed by the arrows, a massive amount of soil and rocks started pouring down. However, amidst a situation where most of the cavalry should have already been wiped out, Don Quixote's invincible cavalry started pushing forward aggressively. Quack, 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 quack. At the tips of the spears wielded by the charging knights, the aura symbolizing a graduator was present. Truly a formidable unit. Bianca unwittingly swallowed a gulp of air. It was a daunting task to think that humans like these, who could tear apart mountains with their bare hands, roamed the battlefield under the control of demons. What sort of encirclement could withstand them and hold out? Just as Bianca realized she couldn't escape and that she would have to face the brute force head-on, she tightly closed her eyes. Bianca! A thunderous shout echoed from above. Quack! A diagonal shot sent one of the knights flying backward. Tudor! He appeared brandishing his spear, shielding Bianca. Get up! Tudor extended his spear and urged. Bianca felt a bit shocked but soon got up and got ready to fight. Tudor, they're aiming for you. I know, let's focus on retreating for now. Tudor swung his spear, causing nearby rocks to tumble down. Tudor, Bianca! Dolor's, Sancho, and Figgy's voices came from behind. But the Don Quixote knights, led by Pedro, were much quicker in their response. Surround them! At Pedro's command, the knights quickly turned around, blocking Dolor's and the reinforcements. Meanwhile, the rest of the troops all aimed their spears at Tudor. Thud! One spear pierced Tudor's thigh and pinned him to the ground. Tudor gritted his teeth, but he couldn't block the onslaught of flying spears that followed. However, get back! He simply positioned Bianca behind him and stood firm, blocking all the incoming spears. Thud, 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 spears piercing through arms, thighs, shoulders, and legs. Tudor! Bianca screamed as if she were being torn apart, but Tudor didn't move an inch, protecting Bianca with his own body. Such a tearful night indeed. What a sight to behold in their final moments. Pedro raised his spear, tears welling up in his eyes, and then, boom, Pedro's spear spat out a shimmering aura like a laser beam. Thunk! The spear that had been protecting Tudor all this while broke in half. Covered in blood, Tudor collapsed. Bianca, who was behind him, hastily caught Tudor. Tudor! he suffered a severe wound to his chest. If not attended to immediately, he would surely die. But Dolores and the others, including Sancho, were unable to breach the wall formed by Don Quixote's knights. Pedro muttered, "What will you do now? If you surrender quietly, we might take Tutor back to our family for treatment. Of course, you'll have to come along too." For some reason, Pedro wasn't attempting to kill Tutor outright. Bianca bit her lip. There was no need to think twice. "Fine, I want to save Tutor." "All right, excellent choice," Pedro chuckled, turning his head. He was about to withdraw the cavalry, but hey, that's enough. "Withdraw now." However, Pedro couldn't finish his sentence. Thunk! A hefty fist smashed into his face, shattering it. Quack, 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 quack. Soon, golden fists protruding from the ground began to pummel Don Quixote's knights, sending them flying. Boom, thud, clang. Rings made of earth rose from the ground, tripping the galloping hooves of the cavalry. What is this?" Pedro shouted with broken teeth. A girl with black robe, hat, and short white hair landed before him. Despite her mediocre height, her face remained without any impurities, with eyes shining like diamonds. "Sorry, I'm a bit late." Tick-tock, the busy ticking of a pocket watch. Sinclair extended her hand towards Bianca. Chapter 428. Night Walkers 4. Chapter 428. Night Walkers 4. Sinclair. Among the 20th batch of Colosseo Academy, Sinclair was the exemplary student boasting the most outstanding talent and grades, second only to Vikier. Originally in the past life, she had vanished from everyone's sight after graduating from the Colosseo Academy. But now, she appeared before her peers. "Step back!" Sinclair shouted in a sharp voice at Bianca, who was holding Tutor. Simultaneously, crack, crackle, the ground tore apart on a massive scale, and the yellow-gold vein beneath it was entirely lifted. A whole layer of the earth broke off and floated into the air. Countless gold nuggets melted in the scorching magical field and were newly reshaped. Before long, an enormous number of golden hands appeared behind Sinclair. 1,000 hands, each one glowing with a resplendent golden light. Behind her, a large mana wheel rotated, emitting a halo. The hat on Sinclair's head began to exert its full power. Nicknamed the Wealthy Hat, it was a mystical artifact that increased the amount of mana based on the amount of gold owned. This artifact truly shone, reflecting Sinclair's overwhelming wealth as the official head of the bourgeois clan. Moreover, Sinclair had reached a high stat level within the Abyss Tree. Because of this, she was able to double-cast large-scale earth and gold elemental magic. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous golden fists rained down, temporarily halting the invincible cavalry of the Don Quixote clan. Horses fell and knights rolled on the ground. The tightening encirclement momentarily loosened. Of course, Bianca, who had crossed countless life-and-death situations, wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Whoosh! Bianca moved immediately. With seamless movement, she picked up Tutor and soared upwards. As Bianca and Tutor broke through the encirclement and retreated, Sinclair also flew through the air to cover them. Boom, boom, boom. The spears flying towards Bianca were deflected by golden fists. Bianca, running silently, finally turned her head towards Sinclair. "What about Burgio's? I left it to Uncle Damien. It's shameless to say this now, but I was worried about you all." Sinclair spoke in a small, creeping voice, lowering her head. To be blunt, Sinclair and Bianca had been ignoring each other. Sinclair originally planned to graduate from the academy with excellent grades, prove her skills, and then compete with her cousin Juliet for the position of head of the bourgeois clan. However, after Juliet died and Sinclair found herself increasingly drawn to Vikier, a fellow student, she began to lose her way. Struggling with inner turmoil, she decided to drop out of the Colosseo Academy to sort out her thoughts and make a firm decision about her future. She also tried to cut ties with other friends who stirred her emotions. One day, without a word, she vanished, disappearing from everyone's sight. But fate had other plans. Sinclair found herself trapped within Abyss Tree, and in the process, she began to reflect on her inner self. The slaughter, the filth, the betrayal, she saw humans' worst qualities. But during the mission where only one could survive and descend to the next level. Amidst such extreme trials, if it comes to this, I think it's right to let the person with the highest chance of survival go. Sinclair, you're the genius among us, you should go. HMPH, you know you've been treating me completely unfairly lately, right? Reflect on that seriously. Where else would you find such good friends? Her friends, whom she had been ready to turn her back on, supported and sacrificed for her. They didn't ask questions or raise doubts. They simply trusted her completely. This made her ashamed of herself, as she had calculated that staying away from her friends would be more advantageous. And the same went for the one she had harbored feelings for in her heart. Decide for yourself what to see, what to hear, and what to believe. Vikier said this right before being crushed by the fist of the demonic dragon. It was the same thing he had said when killing her father, or Belial. After dropping out of the academy and becoming the head of the bourgeois clan, Sinclair pondered for a long time. Was this really the life she had pursued? Was the current situation truly what she had always wanted and longed for? At this point, it wouldn't be bad to weed out unnecessary ties. The play ends now. Her only clan, her father Bartholomew, whom she had wanted to be recognized and loved by, had long fallen into the role of a demon's puppet. Realizing this made the goal of becoming the head of the bourgeois clan meaningless. So were all her beliefs and hard work for nothing? And what should she believe in and pursue from now on? After a long period of contemplation, she finally found the answer with her keen mind. And now, Sinclair stood here to adhere to her answer. "I'm sorry. I've been thinking wrongly all this time. Please take me back as your friend," Sinclair said, holding off the invincible cavalry of the Quixote clan. Her voice trembled, unlike the solid golden barrier standing firm. Her heartfelt apology reached Bianca, who was requesting dolars to heal Tudor. Bianca turned to look at Sinclair. A trickle of blood even flowed from Sinclair's lips, indicating the immense strain on her body. "If you can forgive me, I'll do anything." But she couldn't finish her sentence. "Arg, how could I not forgive you in this situation?" Bianca quickly ran and grabbed Sinclair by the back of her neck, pulling her back. Boom! Thud 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 as Sinclair dangled from Bianca's grip. The golden wall collapsed, and the invincible cavalry charged in. The fact that she had managed to hold off those monsters capable of tearing apart a landslide, even for a few seconds, was an incredible feat in itself. With several spears flew toward Sinclair, but Bianca dodged them while holding Sinclair at her waist. The spears sliced through a few strands of Bianca's long hair as they flew by. Running swiftly over a protruding rock, Bianca said to Sinclair hanging at her waist, "You fool, we were always friends, we never stopped being friends." "Bianca!" Tears welled up in Sinclair's eyes. They had been close friends, sharing the same room since their first year as freshmen. But eventually, they had drifted apart due to Sinclair's rigid ideology. Hiding her clan background and trying to cut off all contact after graduation must have felt like a great betrayal to Bianca. But now the situation called for a much greater purpose. THAK, the two heroines held hands, their reunited hands clasped even more firmly than before. "Sorry for coming late. Sorry for dropping out of the academy without a word. Sorry for deliberately ignoring your greetings and avoiding you to cut off our bond. Sorry for hiding that I was from the bourgeois clan. And for what happened in Abyss Tree. Enough already. I get it, everything's forgiven. I can't even respond because I'm out of breath," Bianca shouted, forgetting to maintain her composed expression. Both Sinclair and Bianca had tears and snot streaming down their faces. Just then the invincible cavalry that was pursuing them stopped. "You bastards, how dare you mess with my friends? Unforgivable. We'll pay you back twice over." Sancho and Figgy, along with Tudor, who had recovered thanks to Dolar's healing, joined the fray. "Bianca, Tudor." Tudor and Bianca joined hands and leaped, each delivering a powerful counterattack to the knights pursuing them. "Hey, the wealth of the night has arrived. Wouldn't Golden Queen of the Night be a better title?" Sancho and Figgy grinned at Sinclair, who returned their smiles with tears of relief. "It's always reassuring and enjoyable to be together. That's what it means to be comrades. It's a shame one of us is missing." Figgy's inadvertent mumble made everyone flinch, but it was only for a moment. "Don't worry. That guy will definitely come back. He's the kind of person you can't imagine dying." "Right. He might even be healthier than us. We'll definitely save Big Brother." Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair turned with determined expressions. And before them stood Dolars, their most reliable senior and ally. "All set. The prayer is complete." Dolars clasped her hands together and began to emanate divine power. Whoosh, a bright white flame began to spread out in a dome shape. As the holy power from Dolors reached the knights of the Quixote clan, they all flinched simultaneously. The dullness cleared from their eyes and their movements noticeably slowed. It worked, it's having an effect. Tudor couldn't help but shout. However, Dolors' expression was far from bright. No, it's not enough. The brainwashing is too strong. A demon of the highest order like the 10 Calamities must be behind this. And standing before Dolors, indirectly controlling the knights through this power, was the mastermind of the battlefield. Ha 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 ha. As long as I am here, his influence remains unchallenged. Pedro. He was exuding dark energy and charging toward Dolors. As Pedro drew closer, the eyes of the surrounding knights grew dark again, and their actions became agile once more. Ultimately, Dolors bit her lip and took out her trump card. There's no choice. She had hoped not to resort to this method. Dolors clasped her hands together and began to pray. Whoosh! Once again, a bright light swirled around her. A warmth like the gentle sunlight of a spring day began to fill the battlefield. Pedro sneered at Dolors. Prayers and holy spells are laughable. No matter how much light you shine, it will only be warm. However, he couldn't finish his sentence, because suddenly a large shadow loomed over his face. Huh! Pedro's expression turned blank for a moment. It was because of the object Dolors had suddenly pulled out while praying. A mace. Big, beautiful, and powerful. A massive hunk of metal. It wasn't divine power but physical force. Nabokov's beloved weapon was right there in her hands.